Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Pepaganda. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see you guys. I am very happy to be here today to share with you the news. Today's going to be a little bit more of a news-heavy program, folks, because there's a lot going on. I'm not sure if you heard that the Democrats kind of actually found a spine. Ish. So they did actually release some of the birthday book stuff from Epstein, and it's causing quite the stir. I can speak a little bit anecdotally on my part, where I have been kind of perusing right-wing Facebook and social media, and yeah, I will say that they are doubling down to defend their God King. This isn't having an effect on them at all. They really did go from, we must protect the children. We have to do all this, to protect the victims. And then all of a sudden the victims come out and they're just like, they're lying. They're completely full of shit. But nope, we're not going to listen to them. Oh, got potty mouth Pep today. Hey, everybody. Welcome. As you guys file in here, as I was saying, hit here, real quick. Little housekeeping. Hit the like button on the stream. It really helps out this space. So please be cool. Hit that like button. But back to what I was saying about the whole Epstein thing. Okay. Number one, I thought that it was going to have some little impact. I have to be honest here. Like I thought I maybe have too much hope, but nah, I'm not having that rewarded in the slightest. Everybody's doing the same thing where they're just fighting for him constantly. And I'm not sure why it took this long for me, because it's not like I didn't know this was how they react and this is how they do things. But for some reason, it just finally clicked with me where I'm like, I don't think that they're the whole, I can shoot anybody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't do anything. I believe that completely now. They are again doubling down on this shit. Benny Johnson was another one that I was kind of surprised, because he made it his thing to go out and talk about the Epstein files. He held up his big white binder where he was very proud about it. I have to say that hearing him come out, I think it was yesterday, or it might even have been this morning. I watched a clip about it, where he's going, that's not even his signature. This is the biggest hoax ever. We have to expose this for what it is. Apparently, the Trump administration also threatened Midas Touch with a lawsuit, which was kind of funny because I'm not sure if they understand that Midas Touch, and again, Midas Touch has its issues, but this is the funniest part about this. They're all lawyers. Pretty much every single person that works at Midas is a high-profile attorney. So, good luck. I'm pretty sure that they're going to do the thing where it's Discovery. And they have the money. They totally have the money. Sue them. Discovery would be hilarious. It would be so funny. And that's the thing. Having the Mycellus brothers just be like, I'm Ben Mycellus, and I'm here to explain that Donald Trump is a dum-dum. Oh my God, that would be very, very funny. Just gotta say. But before we tackle the Epstein stuff, I want to cover something a little more serious. We have some pretty heavy news going on right now, so let's take a look at what's going on as like this is breaking now. Oh, I just realized I don't even have the right thing up. Hold on. Actually, let's remove that. So Israel decided to attack Qatar or Qatar. I call it Qatar. Can I just pronounce it my Midwest American way? I'm gonna do that. But yeah, they decided to go and attack Qatar. Well, decided to attack. They did a targeted strike that didn't seem all that targeted because they said that there were multiple, like, okay, it's being reported that there were multiple strikes within the city and that there were multiple plumes of smoke. So when they say targeted attack, immediately you have a lot of people that are just like, no, I don't think so. So with that being said, let's take a look at the breaking news.
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave Nepal there because we have breaking news that's coming out from here, from the Qatari capital, where the Israeli military
It is Qatar.
has confirmed that it's carried out a targeted assassination on Hamas. So we heard loud explosions that were heard across Doha. Much of it was plumes of smoke. But let's speak to our correspondent, Nida Ibrahim, joining us live on set. Nida, you've been following this story that's unfolding as we speak. What do we know so far?
We've heard loud explosions here in Doha. Everyone was asking and wondering what has happened. Let's not forget that it comes just hours after the Israeli officials have been already threatening to assassinate Hamas members. What we've been hearing just in the past few seconds is a statement by the Israeli army and the Israeli security agency, the Shin Bet, saying that through the Air Force, they recently carried out a targeted strike against members of Hamas. They say that these leaders have been instrumental, and I'm quoting the...
Okay, but this does not take away from the fact that they just dropped bombs on Saudi Arabia. Like, this is just, can we just say what this is?
Statement in the organization's activities and are directly responsible for the October 7 attacks. Now, they are saying in the same statement that prior to the strike, measures were taken to minimize harm to civilians. And Sarah, we don't know how many have been killed. We don't know the number of casualties.
You know, I'm going to just say this much for the royal family and everybody that was getting buddy with Trump and everything and all this, that kind of BS that was going on. They kind of like, this is the awakening that they kind of deserve, where it's like, oh, you're going to give him a plane. He doesn't care and he's not going to help. And trust me, it's not going to get, Israel to back down. Sorry, guys.
There in Doha, we're still waiting for more and more updates, but the statement continues and it reads that the Israelis have been using...
That's crazy that they literally attacked Qatar. That's crazy.
Precision-guided munitions.
Dude, they're just carrying out strikes in cities now, just openly.
And additional intelligence information, and they end the statement by saying that they will continue to act decisively to defeat Hamas. Now, what has been happening already in Doha is that the Hamas delegation has been meeting to discuss the latest U.S. proposal to bring an end.
I do think that they think Qatar regrets the plane gift that they gave to Trump, yeah.
Or at least a cessation of hostilities, as the Israeli forces have been trying and pushing forward a plan to seize Gaza City. We've been seeing this morning how the Israeli army has been asking people to leave, issuing evacuation threats and orders against Palestinians living inside Gaza, asking them to move south. And as we can say by many people who are observing, that this is yet another Israeli attempt to thwart any plans, any suggestions, any proposals to bring a cessation of hostilities. Palestinians would tell you that Israel wants to empty Gaza out of Palestinians one way or another. And yes, we've been hearing the Israeli forces threatening to arrest and to strike and kill Hamas members. But this is the first time such an attack happens in Doha, and confirmed by the Israeli army itself in a statement. This comes to show how Israel is continuing with
ain't no walking that back.
its plans to assassinate Hamas members wherever they are.
And clearly,
you already know how this is going to go on the world stage, though. Donald Trump's going to come out. I totally support Israel's ability to strike Hamas.
The emboldened.
But Mr. President, what about the the Qataris and the Saudi and your whole deal with Saudi Arabia? Hold on, which ones were those again?
By this, because Qatar is one of the mediators, the US, Egypt, and Qatar. The fact that it's attacking Hamas figures in Qatar as a mediator, that surely will be problematic with moving forward at all with these
Indeed,
talks.
No, I don't think so, guys. No. I think that they're going to totally go forward with peace talks and just be like, hey, that was just a big oopsie poopsie.
people would tell you that Israel has been emboldened
Sorry, every once in a while the news will say something that's so oxymoronic that you're like,
by being able to carry out a genocide and get away with it. Now we are approaching the second anniversary of the war on Gaza, and really no one has been putting real and pressure on Israel to stop its war that has been targeting mostly Palestinian civilians, children, men and women who have nothing to do with anything. And if that strike goes to show anything, it shows how Israel has been really emboldened by its ability to avoid and to bypass all international laws, all international treaties, by now assassinating
I mean, come on. At what point do treaties not even matter?
Hamas leaders inside Doha. The Qatari
Like, they were just blatantly ignoring any treaty that was signed. It's like, nope, this one had nothing to do with the last one.
capital that has already been hosting the negotiation talks, that has already helped secure 2 ceasefires during this war.
Remember during the first strikes in Iran that they targeted one of the guys that was the head of the ceasefire talks.
Or not just one. So
It's almost like they're trying to stifle the ceasefire because they need this war to continue.
are talking about yet another Israeli attempt, this time fatal, to basically kill any opportunity for any ceasefire agreement.
No, because again, again, I understand that we've already been here and we've been here since pretty much October 7th, just being like, okay, at what point is Israel provoking people though? But it always comes down to, well, they started it October 7th, they started it. It's like, yeah, but they keep offering to stop it and go into ceasefire negotiation. Nope, they started it. Nope, we have to finish it.
I just want to update those that are joining us at the moment. Israel has confirmed that it's carried out strikes on.
Oh, trust me, I'm already going to take some heat in the comments for even just watching Al Jazeera. But it's almost like this is broadcast from the place that this explosion just happened.
Specifically, they say attacking Hamas leadership at the moment. This is unprecedented, really. This is the first time such a thing happens. We were just mentioning there Qatar being a mediator. Let's just see, do we go to Hamda Salhout in Amman? Let's go to Hamda Salhout, who's following developments from Jordan's capital, and she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting not just inside of Israel, but also occupying territories. Hamda...
they kill their journalists and then ban them from reporting. Yeah, that's real cool.
What are we hearing? Is there any update, whether it's from Israel, from the leadership, or even is there any of this being discussed in Israeli media?
Well, the Israeli military has confirmed that it carried out a joint attack with the internal security agency, that is the Shin Bet, to assassinate members of Hamas, though it doesn't name who. And it also doesn't say where these airstrikes took place. However, it is quite clear from the images we're seeing on our screen, of course, that they are in the Qatari capital, Doha. Let's just remind our viewers of the rhetoric of Israeli officials over the last 22, now 23 months, saying that wherever Hamas leaders are, they will reach them and assassinate them, similar to what they did to the group's former political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, back in Iran when he was assassinated in Tehran, the capital there. But these airstrikes are surely unprecedented. The statement goes on to say that they did what they can to mitigate civilian harm. Of course, something we've heard from the...
Not sure if you guys just heard that. That was my stomach. I am hungry.
Israeli military before, but something to take also with a grain of salt, given how many civilians in the Gaza Strip have been killed over the last 2 years. But the Israeli military has been operating in the region with full impunity, with no consequences to any of their actions. It's worth mentioning.
How long do you think that like Saudi Arabia is going to keep playing nice and just like withholding any retaliation?
That they have,
Because like for real, man,
attacked so many.
this is legit just like a bunch of billionaires just being like, you said you weren't going to do that one. Well, I did. What you going to do about it? Well, we got a lot of money riding on this.
Countries in the region within the last several years, just to name a few. You
Difference in news coverage is crazy. CNN sounds nothing like this. I actually have a CNN report that I want to bring up to showcase just how different it is.
have got the Gaza Strip, you have the occupied West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, and now Doha. This is a country that is hosting mediation efforts to try.
Yeah, literally. Now they're just going like they're saying, okay, so we want you to have peace talks. And then they set up the peace talks and they're just like, and target them.
Try and secure a ceasefire that has been working tirelessly to try and get to some sort of agreement and framework.
I'm telling you, like, this is going to have some way broader implications
To end the war, but this is surely going to be seen as an escalation because the Israeli military is operating in a way where they haven't before, saying that they are going to take new measures, especially given these plans that were approved back in May to not only operate in Gaza City, occupy it, take total siege, but also to do things differently when it comes to the killing of anyone who's involved in Hamas, their leadership abroad, saying that wherever they are, they would reach them, that whatever countries they would in, they would assassinate them. So the Israelis are confirming that they've
So if we held these talks in America,
carried out this assassination attempt. But again, they're not saying who was
man, the balls.
targeted specifically in Hamas, and they did not say where these attacks were carried out. But nonetheless, an unprecedented moment as Israeli airstrikes have rocked the Qatari capital.
And Hamda, we've had senior Hamas source tell Al Jazeera that the meeting, they were holding a meeting and it was targeted while it was discussing President Trump's proposal for a ceasefire. Tell us more about what Israel has said.
That's even crazier because that really does kind of fly in the face of the Trump administration too. So it's like, are they just going to take it laying down?
In terms of that ceasefire, because it's indicated that it's accepted it. It seems to be a ceasefire proposal by Trump, vague, but at the same time, one where it's both countries are in cahoots on the details of that proposal.
This is really good reporting, by the way.
Well,
this was all breaking too. Like this was when it happened, like literally the second that because they also they at the beginning of the report were saying like they actually felt this in studio.
Previously, there was a framework on the table around 3 weeks ago that Hamas said yes to, and the Israelis did not respond whatsoever, even though mediators said it had more than 90% of what Israel wanted inside.
Oh my God. You're telling me that this wasn't even like a far-fetched kind of thing? Like the ceasefire was almost done? 90% almost, I mean, you guys ever downloaded something and you see it get to 90%? Is that when you quit? Is that when you stop downloading it and you're just like, nah, you know what? I don't want that game.
Of it, and that the other 10% could be worked on during the first days of the agreement, during the first days of the pause in the fighting. However, the Israelis never responded.
This is Trump and Israel's plan to get multiple Nobel Peace Prizes.
They never.
Nope, it's the Nobel, B-E-L-L. Totally different.
Said anything. They never showed any sort of interest in moving toward a deal. In fact, every time there was any sort of questioning for the Israeli government, they raised.
It's not a good sign when you do war coverage from your office and watch the smoke rise. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Stakes for what it would take to end the war on
Nadia, welcome to the show.
Gaza. But just this morning, the country's foreign minister has said that they
I'll be giving you guys your personalized shout outs coming up here.
Would be willing to accept a framework. They would be willing to take what is currently being offered on the table, the newer proposal that's been released in just the last several days. But again, they say they have really tough red lines for what it's going to take for them to end the war, including the expulsion of all of Hamas from Gaza, the disarmament of Hamas, some sort of new entity taking over the sort of civilian operations in the Gaza Strip, Israeli security control over the Palestinian territory. And you also have this right-wing vision for the expulsion of the Palestinian population in general from Gaza so that Israel can occupy and take over the territory entirely. Not just
okay, somebody already said it, but the difference in coverage from CNN and mainstream American media and this is night and day.
In the
Holy crap.
north, not just Gaza City. So there are a lot of different visions within.
Yeah, it's because it's a state-run media and blah, blah, blah. They actually, they're on the side of Hamas.
This right-wing government in Israel for what it's going to take to end the war. And as the days and months go on, those stakes rise each and every week. Previously, you had Netanyahu saying that he wouldn't end the war unless President Trump's previous, now condemned plan for expelling all Palestinians from Gaza were to take place. But the Israelis have said that they are going to operate in a different way. They were going to do the war differently than what they were doing within the.
If you thought for a second that they were going to let America come in and just take Gaza, as much as Trump was just like, you know what, we're going to make a deal. I don't fucking think so, guys.
Last year or so, that they had a new plan of action.
At least we have that to watch, because at some point this is going to blow up between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, because it really does come down to the egos.
And remember that in the middle of the war, there was a new defense minister who came into play, Israel Katz. There's a new army chief of staff, Eyal Zamir. And these are all new tactics by the Israeli military, because look, after nearly 2 years, Israel has not accomplished anything that it wants to within Gaza. There are still 48 captives being held there. They have not defeated Hamas. Israelis do not feel any less or more safe than they did prior to the war. In fact, if you speak to
they feel a lot less safe.
Israelis, they'll tell you they actually feel less safe as a result of Israel's involvement in all of these.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they would say as a result of that exactly, but they would definitely be like, no, we're definitely less safe.
Conflicts, but now
a conversation just yesterday with somebody that was talking about how there were like 8 people just died in Israel.
Conducting
an
airstrike, an assassination attempt in the very place where these negotiations are taking place, with the negotiators themselves, the people who would come to the table to negotiate for the Palestinian group itself. If you eliminate them, what are you left with? So there are a lot of questions here as to what Israel is going to do moving forward, because
again, Benjamin Netanyahu needs Hamas to be a thing until the next election cycle.
If they are assassinating the leadership, they are assassinating the people on the other end of the table. So what does this mean for negotiations moving forward? What does this
literally, it kneecaps everything.
mean for Israeli military action in the Gaza Strip? What does it mean for the continuous plans to now take over Gaza City? As we've seen within the last several days, the airstrikes in and around Gaza City have been quite catastrophic. And in fact, you had 4 Israeli soldiers just in the last 24 hours who were killed by fighters in the Gaza Strip, in the same area that Israel is hoping to occupy and siege. So a lot of moving parts here, but nonetheless, the Israelis have said that they are committed to continuing this war rather than ending it through diplomacy, rather than ending it through.
It's almost like they're trying to do some kind of end game here. What would that be?
Negotiations. And rather than ending the suffering
why is the Christian right all gung-ho about this?
The Palestinians in Gaza, but rather expand.
Like, dude, seriously, my old Christian self, like seeing Pete Hegseth being declared the head of the Department of War, it's just like, okay, so he's war. You got RFK as pestilence.
Ending their operations in the region entirely.
We got famine coming, and did you also see the thing about how water companies are now starting to blame AI companies for water shortages? So now they're also doing the thing where they're like, it's the AI companies. Don't pay no attention to the fact that we're overusing this, and we're just selling you your own water back instead of fixing the pipes. And you're making it. That's why nobody cares about taking care of the lead pipes or Flint, Michigan, anybody?
Okay, thank you very much for that.
All right, so let me bring myself back. So we have the stark contrast between that and CNN here. I want to get to this real quickly. I'm doing this specifically to show you how bad CNN is playing the propagandist machine right now for Israel. There we go. Let's do.
This is CNN breaking news.
This is CNN.
All right, we do have breaking news. We are getting reports of explosions in Doha, the capital.
Awesome. This is like the Coke Pepsi challenge
of Qatar, and beginning to see pictures coming back from that capital city. And we are getting word that this was part of a targeted Israeli attack. Let's get right to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem with the very latest. Jeremy, what have you learned?
John,
I can't get over how much this guy looks like Seth Rollins.
this is an absolutely extraordinary moment that we are witnessing right now. A very large plume of smoke above the Qatari capital of Doha, and paired with that, an Israeli military statement saying that they have, quote, conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization, end quote. I have just gotten off the phone with an Israeli official who confirmed to me that that statement is indeed about that very same blast in Doha, meaning that the Israeli military, not even Israel's intelligence service, but its military, actually conducted a strike in Qatar targeting Hamas's leadership. And of course, the moment
Again, also showcasing how they can do targeted strikes.
in time at which this is happening, amid this renewed
Precise. Exactly.
push to negotiate a ceasefire and hostage release deal by the United States, President Trump putting a lot of political capital behind that. And now Israel seems to have targeted the
Hey, look what time it is in Jerusalem.
very Hamas leadership that is in the midst of those negotiations. Doha, the Qatari capital, is where several senior Hamas leaders are currently based and have been based throughout much of this war in Gaza, namely Hamas's leader, Khalil al-Hayya. Khalil al-Hayya has been not only Hamas's leader in the wake of the killing of Yahya Sinwar, but he has also been the chief negotiator, engaged not only through the mediators, but also at times with U.S. officials in negotiations over the future of the war in Gaza, the future of the fate of the hostages being held inside the Gaza Strip throughout these nearly 2 years of war. We are also learning via Tal Shalev that the targets do indeed include Khalil al-Hayya, who I was just talking about, and another official by the name of Jabarin. It's unclear as of now what the results of this strike were, whether or not Hamas's leadership in Doha has been killed, who has been killed, whether any of them are injured. We simply do not know at this stage. But the reporting this hour, John, is sure to be an earthquake in this region, not only for the prospects of negotiating a ceasefire agreement to end the war in Gaza, to secure the release of the hostages, but also as it relates to Israel's relations with these Gulf countries.
At what point do you get see it wash over their face that it's like, oh no.
Although Israel does not have official formal diplomatic ties with Qatar, Qatar has been the key mediator in these ceasefire negotiations throughout the war. It has been a key partner in trying to reach.
No, they're if you heard, again, Al Jazeera's coverage was immediately just condemning what was going on and just being like, dude, what the fuck? We were just negotiating a ceasefire and they bomb us? Like, what?
Some kind of an agreement.
And then you have CNN just, welcome to CNN. Oh, it's unfortunate that we had a bombing over in Qatar. And, well, unfortunately, it looks like the ceasefire negotiations are no longer ongoing. Who could have seen this coming?
Agreement here, and this will certainly damage those relations as well going forward.
I want to put a little more context around this, Jeremy, because this is an extraordinary event, and I mean that quite literally. I don't believe there is any precedent for an Israeli military attack.
Yeah, no shit. It's almost like they're I don't know, man. In other history, this would be the start of World War III. That's why we were kind of freaking out about Iran, but it's almost like they're pushing for a fucking world war
on Qatar, at least not that I can remember. And I think the Israelis will say it's not on Qatar, but it certainly is in Qatar. It was an air attack.
No, it was on. No. When you go in and you bomb another place and you destroy their land and you might kill civilians, even though it's targeted, because again, we all know how good Israel is at targeted attacks, despite everything that they say.
Which had targets inside the capital.
I mean, who am I supposed to believe, Israel or Israel?
Capital city. So that in and of itself, as you say, is something we just haven't seen. And also the targeting of Hamas leadership. fits a pattern now that we have seen from.
Oh, this is unfortunate. We can't do targeted bombing because we use 2,000-pound bombs, and the damage that the 2,000-pound bombs do is unfortunately there's always going to be some collateral damage. Then other side,
Israel over the last 18 months. The assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah inside Lebanon. Yawash Sinwar, the operational leader of Hamas inside Gaza itself. But now to go after the Hamas officials who openly operate inside Qatar, a very significant development. What?
I see what we're doing here. Oh, the Hamas leadership was openly operating, so they were asking for it.
What might that mean for negotiations?
Oh, I don't know. What might that mean?
Listen, it was in the first days of the war that Israel's security establishments and its political leadership made very clear that at the end of the day, whether it would take months, whether it would take years, they would go after every single member of Hamas whom they ultimately deemed responsible for the horrific attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023.
There it is.
And we have watched them tick down that list over the course of nearly 2 years of war, both inside the Gaza Strip, where they killed Yahya Sinwar, who was Hamas's the primary architect of that October 7th massacre, ultimately rose to become Hamas's overall leader, both inside and outside of the Gaza Strip, whether it was Ismail Haniyeh, whom the Israeli Mossad killed in a special
We're in World War III already, I suspect, all part of the plan to end the world in order to summon Jesus.
operation inside the Iranian capital of Tehran.
The different, here's the thing, guys. This happens all the time. How many world wars, but how many wars do you think were started specifically with that in mind?
Or when you were talking about Iranian proxies outside of Israel, as you said.
I mean, I hate to say, as somebody who grew up with the whole book of Revelation and knowing it very, very well, dude, just the fact that they literally say that the Antichrist is going to suffer a head injury and then miraculously recover, and then it's he gets shot and then and then all of this, I don't know, man. It's kind of just if you were looking for the Antichrist, I mean, the dude fits the bill pretty fucking well.
Said the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. Israel has been going down its enemies list over the course of the last 2 years.
I keep saying this, though. If you know somebody in your personal life that truly believes in the rapture, tell them to give you their routing numbers and just convince them that this is happening. Seriously, I'm not even kidding about this. We need to make this a mass movement because it's dude, money doesn't matter, right? In heaven. So why would you leave your money just to sit and rot? Why wouldn't you just give it to the opposition? Because, we're all going to be in hell anyway.
And this certainly appears to be a continuation of those efforts, and also making clear from the Israeli side that they do not see a distinction between the political leaders of Hamas, the leaders of Hamas's political wing, and the leaders of Hamas's military wing. And this is yet another example of that, in a way that the Israelis are.
Well, the fact that they're literally carrying out attacks on the political wing too, I don't know. It's almost like you're kind of drawing a line, and you're doing this thing where you're just okay, I guess we're fair game now, right? Right? Oh, how dare you even suggest a thing or even just say something like that?
For demonstrating that not only is no one outside of their reach, but that they will, go to any lengths, including striking inside of a country like Qatar, which has been a reliable mediator between the Israeli and.
Yeah, again. And now you attack them and expect them to just play nice. I'm sorry about the little bit of land that we hit. How we accidentally hit that airbase during the whole Iran debacle. My bad. Well, this was another oopsie poopsie.
And the Palestinian side, that they will go and conduct these strikes. And again, just to focus on the timing of this, John, it is not the first time that we have seen at a very critical juncture in these ceasefire negotiations that Israel has gone and killed the primary negotiator or decision maker.
Again, and why him? Why the primary negotiator for fucking peace? It's almost like that's, I've been saying this. They don't want peace. It's almost like they want to continue this for reasons.
on the other side.
Also Verde, welcome.
Again, we do not yet know whether Israel was successful in this strike in terms of eliminating Hamas's leadership, part of its leadership, the entirety of its leadership. That will remain to be seen. But regardless, this will have enormous implications for the future of the war in Gaza, for the fate of the hostages, and the possibility of bringing all of this to an end.
Jeremy Diamond, stand by for a second, if you will. Check back in with your sources if you need a second on that, because the next big bit of information will be whether or not this was successful or not. In the meantime, I want to bring in Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs analyst. You've been listening to these reports, beginning to see some pictures trickling in. We'll get them up for you as soon as we verified the pictures that we're seeing of these explosions inside Qatar. But what do you make of the timing and the messaging here, Kim?
Well, President Trump
Again, this is such a stark contrast in the coverage.
had just said something about giving the last warning in the next 48
All right, Al Jazeera's Coke in this scenario. This is Pepsi.
hours. So this could have been coordinated with Washington, but we don't know. But it is shocking that the Israelis would attack inside a Gulf capital where there's no combat activity whatsoever. The last time they did something
Again, during a peace summit. Weird.
like this was an assassination that allegedly targeted a Hamas leader in the United Arab Emirates in 2010 in a hotel. And those agents were caught on camera. That's how that attack was revealed. But to do an airstrike in the middle of a very busy capital, Doha is a very modern city. In the time of day, there would have been a lot of traffic.
They know that they can't do the Iran thing where it's just like they can't have a bunch of Americans thinking like, oh, yeah, you know, Qatar, it's in the Middle East. It's a bunch of sand suckers
around. So I've been trying to reach Qatari contacts to ask if any civilians were killed or injured in this attack. I think that will depend. That will.
Seriously, if they killed one civilian, this is going to be bad, folks.
Determine what a lot of the reaction is going to be, just how precise this was. But, you know.
But who knows? You know what? The money talks, bullshit walks. So if the money is at risk there, I have a feeling that, you know, the royal family will be like, you know what, America, after further evaluation, it was okay.
These were the people that Qatar was negotiating through. And historically, the Hamas officials in Doha were the ones more likely to say yes to negotiations, to compromises, than the more hardline Hamas leaders inside Gaza.
Yeah, you just ran down a list of questions I have. You know, what does this mean if it's successful for Hamas? What does it mean for Qatar and its role as an intermediary? And what does it mean for the United States as the president in the Trump administration is standing by watching and involving itself where it can in negotiations?
Notice how they didn't actually say like that Trump was the one that kind of instituted this.
Yeah, if it proves that the U.S. was informed of this ahead of time, it's really going to damage relations with Doha. And
yeah, no shit.
And Qatar has been a key nation to do outreach for instance.
Oh, will it? Well, that's interesting. I have absolutely no soul, and I'm here to just report the news.
To Iran, to several.
I don't know, man. Watching us barrel towards an apocalypse and just watching these milquetoast motherfuckers come out with their attitudes, there's something very disconcerting about it.
Different actors that the U.S. normally,
like at least in network, like the guy freaked out, you know,
it doesn't talk to directly. But most importantly, with the UN General Assembly coming up, there was a hope that some sort of a last-ditch compromise deal would be reached, that Hamas would agree to this. Turning over all 48 Israeli hostages, including those deceased, in a 48-hour period in exchange for thousands of Palestinian prisoners, and that might forestall this imminent Israel full-scale invasion of Gaza City, where Israeli officials have said they're going to basically hit every single building because they think Hamas has tunnels underneath and has command centers throughout the city.
It's called literally like the last phase, the final phase.
And that's going to be devastating to those who were.
And we're just sitting here taking it just like, oh yeah, there might be Hamas in the building. So, yeah, we just have to destroy it all. Like, could you imagine this if they talk this way about Antifa in Chicago, where it's just like, no, we just have to destroy Chicago to get rid of Antifa, you know, just in case.
Refusing to leave. I don't.
At what point, like, Jesus Christ, man, like,
see how Hamas says yes to
it. We live in the craziest timeline where people are just, yeah,
that after the.
Oh, that's crazy, man. Damn.
The strike.
I think we did just get some video in. I saw a flash frame go up there of smoke rising over the skyline in Doha. You can see right there a pan. Not sure I see anything in this shot, but there are others that we have in right now. Maybe smoke
Oh, gee, it's almost like we saw the
Over
the
that
smoke
march.
from
Wait, right there.
different
Where
sources.
Scout-
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, CNN. How you just have absolutely no access.
Or getting
It's crazy, especially when we have media relations with this. You know, it's almost like Al Jazeera would let you use their cams, but what reason would you have to not show that giant plume of smoke?
more video, getting reports in. Jeremy Diamond is working his sources. Kimberly Dozier, don't go far. Much more on our breaking news just ahead.
Yeah. Again, guys, there it is. Like, seriously, I'm glad that it ended that way, where it was so obvious, where it was just like, oh, wow, you guys are really burying this one. Cool. All right. Well, like I said, I wanted to get to that because that was just breaking as I was setting up for show. I was going to devote the entire show to the Epstein stuff, but that was too important not to cover. So without further ado, though, because we are coming up to the back end of the program, let's get to this final bit that I wanted to enjoy with you guys, with our boy CoffeeZilla. Our boy. I enjoy CoffeeZilla's content a lot. So, and his coverage of this has been second to none. Especially in the fact that he is a tech journalist that just saw through all this bullshit, was just like, I am done with this. No, enough. We are being gaslit. So it's really valuable to have somebody like this who doesn't even do political content to come out and just be like, this is insane, guys. Do not let them gaslight you.
Today, the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book got released. 238 pages of letters to Jeffrey Epstein. Most of them are about sex. If you remember, we extensively covered the Wall Street Journal scoop that Jeffrey Epstein's friends put together letters commissioned by Ghislaine Maxwell, and one of those letters included Donald Trump, although they also included Alan Dershowitz, Lex Wexner, Bill Clinton, Leon Black. Now, in response,
it's almost like everybody we've been saying. But again, now you have Trump supporters that are actively going out here going, don't tell me that. Don't know.
Trump sued the Wall Street Journal over $10 billion, which also means he sued Rupert Murdoch, the guy who runs Fox News, the New York Post, Sky News. And this is all because Donald Trump denied everything and said, I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my words. Here's his official response. He sued them, of course. And then, of course, we found out that he does draw pictures, turns out, and signs his name on them. But the really important update was that the New York Times corroborated that Trump's name was on the Epstein birthday book, and specifically the Epstein estate had it.
Notice how they didn't fall for the whole, I'm going to sue you,
in their possession, and we're going to turn it over. And today, that's exactly what happened, or the House committee released it to the public. Now, I want to be clear, although a lot of talk today is going to be spent on this drawing, it's far from the only one. Really, the reason this is such a big story is the blatant denial.
Yeah, the fact that Trump was like, it doesn't even exist. You know what? I'm going to sue you. You're just lying. Liars. Liar, pants on fire.
By the president saying,
I'm just going to make Trump as juvenile as possible from now on. Like, seriously.
Ever happened?
Why is everybody being so mean? I just, I can't catch your breath.
Which is the weird thing because, of
course,
course,
my Trump impression is like so off today. Had a bit of a long weekend at a adult consumption festival. So
he was friends with Epstein and Ghislaine. Everybody admits that, including Trump. It's just the letter itself. He's saying, no way it happened. That's not me. I don't do it. So that's the reason there's a lot of focus on the president. But let's be clear, this book is about a lot more than just the president. There's a lot of powerful people implicated in this. This is the start of it. You see, It's a leather-bound book written by Ghislaine Maxwell. There are redactions to third parties.
Dude, this is so much worse for the right because they were just like, there is no list. There's no list. There's no black book. Dude, it's literally a fucking black book with a list in it.
Some of the friends mentioned is Ron Altbach, Leon Black, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Clinton, Alan.
Man, they are taking L's L after L after L, and then we have to see it online just like, oh, he's a bunch of liberal libtards that just libtardiness.
Dershowitz, Bill Elkis, Bran Frennan, Nick Leese, Peter Mandelson, George Mitchell, Nathan Mervold, and the list goes on and on, notably also Leslie Wexner.
Oh, fact check, it's not black, it's a leather book.
Donald Trump, and this is all,
is it not black leather?
all available online. Like, there's no denying
I love the names
that this exists.
Nope.
You can see.
Hold on. I have to redact this. Squeaky, 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 squeaky.
It has a bunch of never before released pictures of Epstein, his family, things like that. There are redactions of certain women in the pictures and compromising
Jesus, tell me that this guy was not an intelligence agent.
positions. But otherwise, mostly.
If your mom had a baby book this comprehensive, I'd immediately be like, your mom was in the CIA.
Unredacted, honestly. I'm pretty impressed with how much we got of the famous birthday book. And it is full of revelations. I think the most obvious one is that all of Jeffrey's friends, or most of them, were aware of his interests. They talked extensively about how much he loves the ladies, the young ladies. But there's also an interesting mention of his Vanity Fair profile. This is from Leon Black, where he calls him a Vanity Fair poster child. And that is soon followed by Alan Dershowitz's alleged letter, where he says, "Dear Jeffrey, as a birthday gift to you, I managed to obtain an early version of the Vanity Unfair article. I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, as you will see in the enclosed excerpt. Happy birthday and best regards." What makes this so interesting is what he's referring to, I believe, is a 2003 profile on Jeffrey Epstein. The article is called "The Talented Mr. Epstein" by Vicky Ward, and it's sort of become famous for the fact that now there's been this meta commentary about how
No, it's Alan. I kept my underwear on Dershowitz.
Vicky Ward had early allegations of abuse by Epstein and was not able to run them. She accuses the paper of not running them. There's some dispute over this. Vicky Ward basically says she had two women who presented allegations. By early December, weeks before the article closed, in mid-December, she was discussing the farmers with fact checkers, and they were looking for photos. Ultimately, the editor
He's a never dude.
said he didn't trust her. He didn't want to run those allegations. But
I'd like to introduce you to my friend Tobias. Tobias is just like, I saw some weird shit, man.
now that we have this backstory, I mean, that's all things that have been public for a long time. That has been a big question. Why was this article killed? Well, now we have in this book a discussion of this killed article. And by the way, when you look at what Alan Dershowitz is saying, they changed the focus to from you to Bill Clinton. We do
that's interesting.
see that Bill Clinton shows up in this article. So the timeline really does match up over and over.
It's almost like we have all this evidence, but then they're just like, you're missing one piece. And then for some reason, the gaslighting has worked so well where we're just like, yeah, we need that one final piece to really hammer this one home. You know,
his friends seem to be joking about an article where allegations almost ran about Jeffrey Epstein and ultimately did not. Most of them seem to be very well aware he likes the ladies.
Yeah, wild how they're just kind of treating this with a laissez-faire attitude.
He likes them young. So I hope this finally puts to bed the lone trafficker theory that everyone was going to him for tax advice. But of course, we also need to talk about Donald Trump's letter. And unfortunately, this is where the response gets a lot more polarizing. Depending on where you sit on the aisle, people
no shit, dude.
have been having all sorts.
This is my favorite part about him not being a political commentator is he's really trying, but I hope he sees this. I hope that he gets just how, like, somebody like him sees just how bad it is with MAGA and how it isn't like you can't play this game anymore of just like, I'm gonna sit in the middle and I'm just trying to report it from both ends and make it, like I said Bill Clinton, be happy. I started with Bill Clinton, but here, guys, unfortunately, I have to really piss you off. And, you guys are kind of aggressive online.
Sorts of reactions to this with a lot of people
being independent. He's not a political commentator
saying, okay, well, then case closed. He wrote
it. I don't personally know his politics, and I kind of like that.
Right.
That's why I was saying this is like super valuable when you have a content creator like this, just being like, guys, we're being gaslit and this is bullshit.
Like, obviously he was friends with
this is the most valuable content in the way that you could give this to a MAGA head and they would watch it because it doesn't come off immediately like, oh, look at this
guy.
It's literally like, guys, yeah, check this out.
everybody else in there aren't there denying writing these letters. He wrote it. His signature is on here. But the official press secretary at the White House said that, once again, it is false.
He's an investigative commentator.
Doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, saying, as I've said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture. He did not sign it. Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. And then you have this guy who's the deputy White House chief of staff saying, time for News Corp to open that checkbook. It's not his signature. Defamation. And then they screenshot some photos of Donald Trump signing his name and saying, look, it's not the same signature. And you know what? That's pretty true. It's not the same signature. We'll get to that, because at the same time that was getting released, they were denying, oh, look at these signatures that are different. Yep. We also had the New York Times and Wall Street Journal also put out signature comparisons with some different signature choices that look very similar.
I was using AutoPen. Oh, wait a minute.
The official Epstein one right here. Here's a letter to Bill Gates. Here's a letter to New York City officials, Rudy Giuliani. Here's another New York City official. And then we also have letters to Conway, to Clinton. And you have this kind of textbook long trail, a very tight vertical signature. I mean, to me, that's pretty compelling. Unless we're arguing for a professional forgery job here, which I don't think has even been alleged. Like, this is nearly identical, all these signatures. Like, I would believe that is all within the realm of the regular differences in a signature, right? It's not some completely different signature we've never seen before. But it didn't take long for people to take up what the White House's official statement is saying, because influencers have now run with it, saying, does the below look like the actual signature from the president? I don't think so at all. Fake. Showing once again that, yes, the president has at various times signed signatures differently. Of course, I don't think anyone disputes that. And sure, you can find some signatures that look different. Here's Eric Daugherty saying,
I think this just proves that it's more strokey.
The Wall Street Journal has just published that letter Trump sent to Epstein. It's not even his signature. Defamation, pay up. This guy says Trump is going to bankrupt Wall Street Journal. Benny Johnson says time to sue them into oblivion, which again is crazy, because the guy they're talking about, they're suing, is also like one of their biggest allies, Rupert Murdoch, the guy who runs Fox News. I mean, it's definitely infighting at best. Now, of course, we got to read the message again now that we actually have it in its full context. We have voiceover. Must be more to life than having everything.
This is so weird.
Yes, there is. I won't tell you what it is, nor will I. Since I know what it is, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do.
Come on, you got to do it with the voice. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you.
Come to think of it, we all know this. And then
a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
Enigmas at never.
Donald J. Trump.
For age, have you noticed that? A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another.
Jesus Christ, if one of my friends send me that letter, I'd be like, what the fuck are you on?
Wonderful secret. So look, there's also an analysis put together by the Wall Street Journal, the people who originally reported this. I think that's worth going over. They decided to look at various times that Donald Trump has expressed similar writing. For example, they talk about Trump talking in the third person. They say, look, here's video clips of him talking about himself in the third person. It's not weird for him to do that. There's also word choices of Enigma. They point out that he's used Enigma multiple times in books.
I don't even know what it means. I just like the word.
We've also covered him saying it in video. Then there's also a wonderful thing. A pal is a wonderful thing. That's the line. Well, has he said that before?
A wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing.
Yes, he's definitely said that before. So all in all, the reporting seems solid to me. I mean, you can hold on to the copium here, but really you're arguing that the entire book is either all fake.
He's an exceptionally weird pervert, and the bar is high when it comes to weirdness from perverts. Yep.
Fake, which that's the first option, in which case, like, it may be the greatest forgery of all time. Or you're saying specifically that it's just the Trump part that's a forgery. And every other part, the part where Bill Clinton's writing in, the part where all these other people we knew that were also associated with Epstein were writing in, you're saying all of that's real, but the part about Donald Trump is not. And that was a forgery inserted in. So it's a very strange argument. And because this was all a carefully bound book, the idea that it was just inserted in, it couldn't really have been. It was bound by a specific bookbinder. So, I think it's all credible. But I mean, personally, I look at the facts. I look at what we know
See what he's doing?
of the various people, how this all unfolded, the fact that it came from the estate. We thought it would come from.
But then you're going to, like, the thing is, he's going to get called a libtard. He's going to be called a DNC shill. He's going to get all the attacks anyway.
The fact it included a variety of politicians.
Welcome to the new 2025, my man. I'm glad that you can play, Mr. Center and, Mr. Independent, just trying to report on the facts. But at some point, I do think that you're going to end up pivoting a little bit left.
Powerful people. It wasn't just singling out Trump, but Trump is the only one who has denied it. Now, lastly, I want to talk about the latest statement by our government. We all know the various stages of grief we've been through with this story. First, it was a cover-up. Then they're going to release everything. Then there's nothing to release. Then it's a hoax.
What up, Brian?
And now we have a new level of copium. We are descending into Davy Jones' locker level of copium. And here we have it. This is from Speaker Mike.
You noticed this yesterday that when he lies like really bad, he starts smiling and his brow starts sweating.
Johnson.
He is horrified. It's been misrepresented. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Wow. Donald Trump was an FBI informant, according to Speaker Mike Johnson. So all of this birthday book stuff, all of this was actually, if you believe our government, it was part
guys, I was an informant all along.
Part of an official plot to capture Jeffrey Epstein, the world's most notorious file. This whole photo. But now I guess we're so deep undercover we can't cop to it yet. We can't admit we have the entire government running cover for us with influencers telling people, oh, it's not his signature, even though they're very clearly our signatures that look identical. So it's crazy. I just hope our glorious president can one day come out of his FBI informant role and tell us all how he took down the world's most notorious. I can't wait for that one. That big one. Maybe he can write us a letter about it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Like I said, I'm glad that somebody like him is at least doing this content, because now, and I'm dead serious. If you guys have, MAGA in your lives that are kind of playing games, or if you run across some of these, dipshits online, link them to someone like CoffeeZilla, and just it is definitely tiring to deal with. Like I said at the start of the show, I have been purposefully searching this out and just going to right-wing spaces and trying to kind of feel out where they're at with all this stuff and if they are going to acknowledge it. And it doesn't seem like it. It does not seem like it. With every piece of new information that comes out, they find a new way to do the mental gymnastics. And we get it, man. We do get, a dozen times I went to that island. What up, Jake? Oh yeah. Speaking of, we will be enjoying some what can you do after I wrap up here in a minute. Real quick, actually. I promised you guys some shout outs. Let's get you guys some shout outs. Nachi Ket. There we go. I had to say that phonetically. Hello, John Lithium. Welcome. Emily French. Hey, nice to meet you. Tinkerbell, you're always holding it down here, and I appreciate that. Thank you for modding. Rich P1K. Hello. Devil's Advocate. Catch Devil's Advocate here on this space. Also, you can find him occasionally on my channel where we BS. All right. Johnny Too Lately. Etch. What up? Del Sol Verde. Legend of Sean. Am I missing anybody? If I missed you, oh wait, I think as I was just about to, damn it, Nadia. Hello, Nadia. Wow, cool. Thank you for joining the program today, guys. I had a lot of fun. So, if you guys want to catch up with me a little bit later, I will be going live at 4 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. So come and check out my show on my channel, Pep Talks TV. You can also find me on Twitch, but stick around for What Can You Do with your old pal Jake, and I will see you guys next week.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake, and we're still using the Fight Night background because I like it just enough to not bother finding the normal one. It's in here somewhere, hiding, mocking me. How are y'all doing? It's been just a terrible let me check my calendar here. Decade. If I recall correctly, I was a phone salesman in Belleville, Michigan in 2015. I was driving down I want to say I was driving down the old dirt road. There was an old dirt road near my store, but that's not where I was driving. I was actually driving down a perfectly paved country road. Less good for a story, but down a paved country road outside of my store, heading to the Twisted Rooster for lunch. Back then, I still ate bird. And I was on a lunch break from the cell phone store. And I was listening to Hillary Rodham Clinton talk about how she was going to be a good president, and some of the folks she was running against. And I remember a decade ago, foolishly rooting for Donald Trump. I remember thinking, by God, it's about time we have a lady president. You know? It's about that time. That was roughly as deeply as I thought about politics 1 decade ago. About time we have a lady president. It's good that we had a black feller as president, on account of, America had finished doing that one really evil war that there was clearly no reason for. We had a black guy. That was a good way to show the world, hey, maybe we're ready to change our horrible ways. No, we weren't. And ooh, what a fool I was. But it struck me recently. It's been a decade. How much has life changed for all of us over these last 10 years? And yet, we were just getting diagnosed with Trumpism at the time. It has metastasized, and it is currently killing us. So one thing that's been said for the entirety of Trump's reign in our necessary attention, it has been the fact that he is a symptom. He's not the cause. And I remember a decade ago thinking this might finally be it. I wasn't as educated in politics as I am now, as I think is going to be true for all of us. And I just want to give myself and you guys from back then some extra leeway. It would have been impossible for us to be as educated as we are now. We've had some tests run on America since then to see what we're all about. We have a better understanding of what America was then, now. But nonetheless, I remember thinking this could be the end of the Republican Party. Now I'm sitting here thinking this might be the end of the Democratic Party. And you know what? I'm almost as hopeful for that because I've come to hate the Democrats nearly as much as I hated the Republicans. And to be clear, I considered then and now the Republicans to be murderers. Should give you a sense of how I feel about the Democratic Party. But when I look at America overall, what is wrong with it overall, and why we keep coming into these problems, what I keep arriving at is it would be pretty much just as good for America if the Democratic Party went away. If the party which I have voted for pretty much exclusively for my entire life, if that party were to just go away. When we say Trump is a symptom, not the cause, what do we mean? Like practically, like in terms of functionally, what does that mean? That means that if you were to get rid of Donald Trump, somebody else doing the same policies, perhaps less charismatically. I don't consider him a charismatic person, but for some reason, the worst scum of the world love him. But certainly more competently would somebody else do what he's doing. They would hide the ball better. That's what we would get if we got rid of Donald Trump and changed nothing else about America. Especially, and I underline this, especially the Democratic Party. If we don't change anything about the Democrats, we are going to get more and more Trumps until we just get a Hitler. Not even saying that Trump isn't as bad as Hitler. I actually think he is. I actually think he would do every evil thing Hitler did and then try to outdo him. But until we get it so on the nose that we actually have a resurrected Hitler, cloned in some manner by evil Nazi scientists from B movies, until we literally got that, we would not see any change. And you know what? Even if we got that, the Republicans would still probably find a way to say, he's great now. You know what? He was misjudged. So the point is we need to change the Democratic Party. We need to have a political party which actually represents a progressive point of view. Right now, the assumption from everybody except progressives is that the Democratic Party is a left-wing party and they represent left-wing ideas. This is why when you talk to a right-winger and they confidently repeat bullshit that you can point to within the conversation as being nonsensical, as in what you just said now contradicts what you said 30 seconds ago, which one is true? They don't have a moment of terror, the person you're talking to. They don't have a moment where they say, oh my gosh, 2 private messages. Oh, thank gosh. They don't have a moment where they say, oh my gosh, my logic does not hold up within my own sentence. Why don't they have that? Why don't they have that moment? Why aren't they alarmed by the way they're behaving? Well, because they think you're the same way. Because they've heard their politicians talking and lying to them. And they think, but they're the good lies. They're lying to me about the things that a good person should care about, you see. Whereas the other person, they're lying in a way that appeals to a bad person. That's as deep as their understanding of politics is. Because they think that the things that Hakeem Jeffries says are things that you believe. They think that the things Nancy Pelosi says are things that you believe. When those people are caught out in obvious lies, they think of them as progressive lies. The reality is, of course, they are right-wing lies. Whenever these people lie, they are lying to serve right-wing causes, like, for example, allowing Congress to keep trading stocks, like, for example, allowing giant corporations to donate infinite amounts of money to campaigns. These are right-wing causes that Democrats will lie to protect. More and more do I think there is benefit in starting a new party. And if somebody comes to me with a pitch for starting a new party that could get up and running by 2026, I will eagerly listen to it. This is from somebody who has spoken against third parties for his entire adult life. Here today, I'm telling you, I'll listen to one. I'll sincerely consider voting. I will say, if you tell me that you're a part of the Green Party, I'm not going to not listen to you, but it will make me take everything you have to say less seriously. Because we already have a party that's full of good intentions and a track record of failure. And that is the Green Party to me. Just a track record of failure. Doesn't mean I think they're worse than the Democrats. They've actually been working against things that I think ought to happen. So there's that. I'll listen to it. But I would be even more confident if somebody were were simply running independent rather than Green Party. And I'll take anything over what we currently have. However, that doesn't mean I'm saying don't support somebody who's Democrat. No, I think we're going to mostly end up once again voting for mostly Democrats. But this is what I want to see this time around. I want to see us running progressive candidates at every level, of course, at the city level, at the state level, and at the national level. And if we lose in the primaries, expect to run as an independent. I think that should be the new plan from now on. All progressives go over Democrats. All progressives work against the Democratic Party. There's problems with this plan. It stands to make progressives a scapegoat. Even if we don't actually lose the election for the Democrats, any Democrat that loses will turn around and say, well, they split the vote on me, if they can. Maybe this plan is worth giving some thought. But we should begin considering treating the Democrats like the opposition that they are. We might be competing for the same votes in the primaries, but now it might be time to say, we're here to defeat you. We're here to end your way of life so that ours may flourish. You are evil. You have always been evil. And if we're talking about who's the imposter in this party, you are not progressive. You are not left-wing. You, centrist Democrat, are a conservative. Get the fuck out of the left-wing party. You do not belong here. Your good fortune in having captured this party does not make you the person that belongs here. So we are not in the wrong for getting savage in fighting for it. But you would be. If you behave the same way as I intend to behave, centrist Democrat, you would be in the wrong. Why? Because you are the imposter. You have forced your way in here. Your ideology does not align with these voters. And you can spend tons and tons of money to trick voters. You can work against Mamdani. You can do all these things, but it does not change the fact that you are the imposter. And you make a mockery of what we stand for. You are the reason we have MAGA. Things I'm considering. However, we cannot jump straight to fighting when it might not be necessary. Thing number one, we are not yet at the place where we have to totally give up on running as Democrats. There still exists the possibility that we run as Democrats, win in the primaries. Not quite yet. Win in the primaries. Oigavolischmir. And then make our enemies pay for our campaign. Gentleman by the name of Zoran Mamdani is doing that right now. Here's what everybody should have in their town. In your town, well, let's say it like this, actually. In your town, make sure you've got a progressive running for office. Then, look at your state, your district. Who represents you at the state level? Do you have a progressive? If the answer is no, at any stage of this, person who's the mayor of your town, person who's representing you at the state, etc., get one. Then look at your national representation for your district. The House of Representatives and whoever's got the Senate seats. Do you have a progressive option? If you don't have a progressive, you must find one. That means sit down, Google search it, but you are responsible for your district. You are responsible for your neck of the woods, your state. You have the responsibility to make sure there is a progressive running. And then support them. If they look like they need support, support them. If there's a progressive running in your neck of the woods, for example, here's your homework for this week. Have it ready before next week so that we can talk about it with a call-in show. Who is the progressive candidate running for mayor? Who is the progressive candidate running to represent you in the state? Who is the progressive candidate running to represent your district at the national level? who is the progressive candidate running to be your senator. Here's how you can check to see if they are a good progressive candidate. What is on their website? Hopefully they have a website. Locally speaking, what you're more likely to get. Locally speaking, what you're more likely to get is like a Facebook page. That's fine. If they're running for city council or something, or a mayor of a small town, yeah, you probably get like a social media page. That's fine. Just make sure you can see what they're about on it. Zoran is a real easy one to decipher, so let's use that as the most obvious example. Freeze the rent, he says, with his platform. A majority of New Yorkers are tenants, and more than 2 million of them live in rent-stabilized apartments. These homes should be the bedrock of economic security for the city's working class. Instead, Eric Adams has taken every opportunity to squeeze tenants with his hand-picked appointees to the Rent Guidelines Board, jacking up rents on stabilized apartments by 9% and counting, the most since a Republican ran City Hall. As mayor, Zoran will immediately freeze the rent for all stabilized tenants, not for everybody, for stabilized tenants. Please note that for the worry-warts that complain. And use every available resource to build the housing New Yorkers need and bring down the rent. Fast, free buses. Public transit should be reliable, safe, and universally accessible. But 1 in 5 New Yorkers struggle to afford the ever-rising fare. Adding insult to injury, our city's buses are the slowest in the nation, robbing working people of precious time for family, leisure, and rest. The Department of Community Safety. All New Yorkers deserve to be safe, but the Adams administration has failed to deliver the sense of safety and security that everyone should feel walking down our streets, riding our subways, or taking our buses. Zoran will create the Department of Community Safety to prevent violence before it happens by prioritizing solutions which have been consistently shown to improve safety. Police have a critical role to play, but right now we're relying on them to deal with the failures of our social safety net, which prevents them from doing their actual jobs. Pause, gang. So not too terribly long ago, when Trump took office, I said to y'all, hey, next up, we have to concentrate on local races. And I told you, there is such a thing as local progressive politics. Zoran Mamdani is doing a better job of that by running than I ever did by flapping my lips. Congratulations, Mr. Mamdani. But this is what we're talking about. These are local progressive politics. Well, let's get it up there a little prettier. This is local progressive politics. So go to your candidate's website and see if they've got progressive stuff on there. Now, look, maybe in your city, you've got let's just say a centrist Dem who you suspect doesn't really understand politics all that well. Now, here's something you're going to have to brace yourself for. You, as a regular watcher of stuff like this, will probably know more about politics. I mean, the actual United States political scene than any of the candidates you talk to. Any of the candidates you deal with, you will probably know more about the political scene than they do. That's not to say you know more about the job than they do. You know, you might be a nutritionist who knows more about what's in a pizza, but you don't necessarily know how to cook a pizza. Understand that the city clerk even though they don't really get what the Republican Party's about, big picture, they know how to pass legislation. So I'm not saying discount the opinions totally of the people who are running in your area, but do understand that their expertise will be different than yours, and your expertise will be significant. And if you come across somebody running in your town who has a platform that is, you're on their social media page, they don't have their own website, it's small potato stuff, and they've got a platform which is 80% good, 20% alarming, try talking to them. Try offering to them, the person running for city council, the person running for the mayor's seat, whatever. Try talking to them about local progressive political things you would like done. For example, free buses. If you don't know how to pay for free buses, look it up. Obviously, tax dollars are going to have to pay for this in some way, but whose taxes? You could write the legislation yourself, sitting here right now, knowing nothing else than you know now, but just being willing to think about it creatively. Let's say in your town, you want a free bus program, and it must be paid for. What are ways you can pay for things? Taxes. How do you make sure you are taxing only the people you want to tax, and not just angering everybody? You can do a millage. That's how you do property taxes for people in town. You could put a tax on the cost. What is it? Taxable property land. Anyway, you could tax property with a millage, or you could put a tax on businesses in town, or you could do a sales tax on luxury goods, or you could do a tax on gas stations. Make the other drivers pay for things. The point is, you don't need more training than you have now to start getting involved. And you should be looking for a progressive at every level of government. Now, if you find that you have a progressive at your local level, go up and look at the next level and the next level and the next level. And make sure there will be a progressive available. Make sure they are running. At the very least, you're one. So make sure they are running. If anywhere in that chain of people you don't see a progressive, put one there. Put somebody there that has these kinds of ideas about how a city ought to be run. Let's start there. How a district ought to be run, how a state ought to be run, how a country ought to be run. Put somebody in there that has these ideas. If you, at the local level, don't know what you would make as your platform, go look through Zoran Mamdani's website. Steal from him. He's got great ideas. If you don't see anybody running on anything like this, go to your go to the next event with the person who's most likely to do this stuff and say, yeah, we want no cost childcare. We want city-owned grocery stores. We want housing by and for our city. We want to crack down on bad landlords. We want taxes on big corporations and the wealthiest people in our city. We want to sign up for Zoran Mamdani's newsletter. No, I'm kidding. Doesn't just have to be that. Go up. Here's Abdul Al Said. He's running for Senate in my town. Let's look at an economy for working people. Ooh. Here's one thing I don't like. This is too wordy. You're asking people to click through a lot of stuff. but he's not wrong. Trade deals like NAFTA have been a disaster for American manufacturing and have rotted out our towns and destroyed our communities. Abdul believes in American ingenuity, grit, and know-how, and he believes that we need to build the future of the global economy in Michigan. That means investing in the research, development, and growth of the technologies of the future while using tools like tariffs in a steady, thoughtful, and targeted way to protect them as they grow. Oof. I'm actually not totally against that, but he must have. I really wish he would have been smarter about his choice of words. He believes that unions must have a decisive voice at the tables where the decisions about the future of our economy are being made. This leads me to my next talking point, but we'll get there. Abdul believes in holding corporations accountable. Muscular FTC. So the point is, look for people that share your beliefs at every stage. If they are not there, if you don't have anyone in place to run against the centrist Democrat, put one there. If you can't find anyone to be there, run there yourself, because you don't stand to lose anything. You don't stand to lose anything. Even if all you do is make your Democrat opponent respond to one press release that you put out where you say, I'm for this thing, I think this thing is a good idea, and they have to go explain why they think, say, state-run grocery stores are a bad idea. At least you get them on the record. It's a hell of a lot better than just having no one run against the centrist Democrat. Bleed these pigs. So, let's see what the wicked community has to say. A mill levy. A millage is what I was trying to say. A millage. It's for every $1,000 of, what is it? Property taxes, some percentage. It's not, a millage is not a great example of how to fund things, if I'm honest. But you have local ways you can essentially say tax the rich. Got a lot of folks. Rich P1K, good to see you. Letterhack, good to see you. Johnny Too Late, good to see you. John Lithium, we need national rent stabilization. Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. My neck of the woods has one district. Well, that'll be easy then. Here's something else that we need to reckon with. If you are in a purple area, you have a better chance. Nah, not purple. If you're in a red area, you have a better chance of getting a progressive in office than you do with a centrist Democrat. Let me say that again so you learn it in your soul, so you take it home with you. If you're in a red area, you have a better chance of getting a progressive in office than a centrist Democrat. The nonsense that centrist Democrats put out, MAGA's already braced for. What they're not braced for is the actual populism of progressives. There's the faux populism of MAGA. There is the just general nonsense of Democrats. But the actual populism, the actual concern for the people's concerns, the progressives are the only ones that have it. So if you are in your red area, by God, go progressive. You have a better chance as a progressive, I would argue, than a centrist Republican in a red area. This is my sincere belief. Natchikit, Bernie being on Rogan happened for that reason. Correct. Bernie on Fox News. You guys remember that? He was killing him. Absolutely, just the audience eating out of the palm of his hand. They hadn't had truth in their whole lives, and they thought it was delicious. Yeah. Letter hack. A progressive actually promises a better life versus a centrist telling everyone, this is fine. Yeah. And that's, let me go a little deeper. Centrist Republicans and centrist Democrats tell you the status quo is currently fine for different reasons. So, they'll spin it, but they do say essentially the status quo is fine. And Republicans might say it's fine because it's hurting the right people. And Democrats will say it's fine because we've managed to protect the right people. But they will both say this is all fine. MAGA will say we need to make things worse so we can hurt more people, basically. Whereas progressives will say we're going to try, I don't think promise, but we are going to try to make things better for everybody, and this is how. The only messages worth talking about are, should we make things worse to get revenge on this group or that group? Or should we make things better? Because everybody knows the truth. Everybody who lives in America and is old enough to vote, which means they saw better times and are living through these ones, everybody in America knows this is not fine. Everybody in America knows centrists are the comfortable doom, which has actually become rather uncomfortable. Centrists are the passivity that kills the frog in the pot. Everybody knows this. So the only conversations worth having are progressives or MAGA. We're living through MAGA right now. This is MAGA. This is the world MAGA builds. It is the philosophy easily boiled down to as much cruelty as we possibly can. And then question mark, and then profit. That's MAGA. That's what they offer. Progressives have a real great opportunity to show that we can run things better. To show that we at least have a plan that is sane and not cruel for sport. This is the time. Why am I back on the politics train? Because America has failed at every level. And I recently sat down and said, where does it need to start working to fix all of these things? And unfortunately, I hated the answer. The fundamental failure was on the part of the American voter. The DOJ leaders were not fired because the politicians who protect them were not fired. Whose job? Whose job was it to fire the politicians? When you see this and you ask yourself, how does this happen? How do we have a piece of evidence like this sitting in an office somewhere of somebody who's a police officer? with what appears to be a drawing of a prepubescent gal with a poem admitting that Donald Trump has a secret with a well-known diddler, child sex trafficker, with his signature where the crotch should be. How do we have this and no action? Ghislaine Maxwell is the only one in prison. Jeffrey Epstein dies mysteriously. DOJ sends us clearly edited, provably edited, in fact, proved to have been edited tapes that don't show a prisoner walking to Epstein's cell the night of his death. Then we see the rest of the tapes. Oh, there was a prisoner or somebody, an unknown person, walking to Epstein's cell the night of his death. Oh, Bill Barr was in office when this happened? Whose Bill Barr working for? And whose signature is on that drawing? So, how do we get here? How did this happen? It's not complicated. We didn't have, every time an evil person with power did something wrong, there was no punishment. That's how we got here. Why was Nixon run out of office? Not because anybody actually punished him, but because they were so sure we would. His party was so certain that punishment would be coming that they ran ahead of us. Looking back now, having seen America behave the way it behaves, I don't think any punishment was coming for Nixon. Hell, he got pardoned. No punishment came for Iran-Contra. No punishment came for Clinton. No punishment came for Bush. I will grant that Clinton only lied about consensual sex, but he still did, lie. In the court of law, he lied. No punishment came for Bush. Thousands, tens of thousands of deaths are on his hands. Maybe 1 million Iraqis dead because of him. 1 million people dead because of lies he told. No punishment. No punishment came for Obama. He killed a U.S. citizen. Look it up. Extrajudicial killing. Killed a U.S. citizen. Barack Obama. Murderer. Let me say it again. Barry Obama. Murdered a U.S. citizen. That's what you call it. When you kill somebody, extrajudicially. That's the technical term for that is murder. Usually, especially if it's premeditated, well, they have a phrase for that. Barack Obama participated in the premeditated murder of a U.S. citizen. No punishment. No punishment for Trump. He tried a coup. Do you see that there has been a breakdown? The checks and balances are not working. Now, here's the tough medicine I'm going to ask you to deal with. I'm going to ask you to swallow it on down. You're one of those checks and balances. You. The American voter is. I would like very much for somebody else to come here and take care of all of this. I would like very much for us to have a political party that does represent our interests, that we can simply join up with. But it doesn't exist. The people that are supposed to represent us work against us most of the time. There's a chain of responsibility. It ends with people who broke the law going to prison. But it begins with people who have failed to enforce the law getting fired. some of those people who will go to prison in the perfect world must first be fired. For example, if you want to start making America a decent place, Donald Trump must be impeached and then imprisoned for his behavior up until now. Not just January 6th, but for his abuse of power, his running America like a dictatorship, his murder of a boat full of people near North Korea. Or was it Venezuela? He recently killed a boat full of people. He ordered their deaths. Remember how I said extrajudicial killing? That's a murder. Yeah, that's what Trump just did to a bunch of foreign citizens. But nonetheless, he simply accused them of something and then ordered their deaths. Had no evidence. Certainly, even if he had the evidence, it wasn't enough to justify killing them. They were no immediate danger to us. They were thousands of miles away from us. Yet, it's what you can do. WYCD. But good to see you, December. The point is, we must start by firing. Great news. We can fire Trump in 26. It's doable. We need to have nothing but candidates for office who agree that they will impeach Trump for his actions up until now. If they're not willing to acknowledge they will do that and say that out loud, they are simply not worth our time. We also need him prosecuted. That means you should have an idea of the sort of person you would like in law enforcement. At the very least, of your demands for law enforcement. I know we can't affect law enforcement directly this time around, but we can certainly tee it up for them. Donald James X. Trump has already proven he's immortal. He hasn't been shot at by anybody but right-wingers. So I don't think he's proved it. Right-wingers can't do anything correctly. Centrism is like, I know you want to Holocaust trans people, says Nadia. Let's Holocaust half of them. Yeah, that's it exactly. I mean, look, we need accountability. That's not strange, but I'm telling you, the truth of it is, accountability begins with you, and we keep, when we talk about a better world, we keep fantasizing. When I hear people talking about what they want, we fantasize about accountability beginning with somebody else. At the very least, we imagine some Hail Mary where we get a progressive, it has the president, and that changes everything automatically. It's just unlikely. I'm not even saying impossible. I'm just saying that's not a good plan. That's a plan that allows for 3 more years of torture for trans folks, for brown folks, 3 more years of becoming more of a dictatorship. So, what do you do? Well, make sure you got progressives at every level. Make sure they understand the assignment. Get in a room with them. Step 1, make sure there's a progressive on the ticket. Step 2, follow their campaign events. Follow where they say they're going to be. Sign up for their press releases, etc. Step 3, be there and talk to them and make sure they understand, if they are going to represent you at the state level, you intend to impeach Trump, and you have no time for anyone that is not on board with that. You intend to take power back. This should be something new we add to progressives thinking. We are going to take power back. We're not going to use every dirty trick, but we will use every mean move available. No tricks, but perfectly happy to be mean. We will absolutely impeach anyone who deserves to be impeached. Anyone. We will work to impeach most of the Supreme Court. We will work to impeach the president and the vice president. The vice president for, if we can make the case, having been a collaborator in Trump's crimes. Hammer these motherfuckers. Treat them like they are what we say they are. Because right now, Democrats say that Republicans are behaving like criminals and then not treating them like criminals. Of course there's confusion. Of course there is confusion. We need progressives in office. We need, crucially, centrist Democrats out of office. Something else to consider. If you have older folks, this is cruel and I'm not happy about it, but nonetheless, if you, in fact, not even older folks, but if you have centrist Democrats that say they're running and you know them to be centrists, go ask them not to run. Say, hi, I'm one of your constituents. I'm familiar with your record, and I would like you not to run this year so that there is space on the Democratic ticket for a progressive, because you don't belong here and you do not have my support. That's disheartening to hear, especially said so callously like that, so clinically like that. Now would be the time to make them start thinking about a different future, because I'll tell you, if you wait 8 months and they say, yeah, you know, I was in office, so I signed up to run again, of course. They're already in. Whereas they've already turned down the other job offers they might have gotten. They're already out of time to look for something else to do. Now they need this job. Now they've made plans based on having this power. Whereas if you tell them now, if you go to their office now and say, hi, oh, it's so good to meet you. I just wanted to say, I'm one of your constituents, and I looked at your platform. I got really familiar with it, and I was going to come ask you, please don't run this year, because you don't belong here. You don't belong in this party or in power in any way. And if you do run, I'm going to find someone to run against you, and I'm going to just make sure they run, even if they lose in the primary, because you don't belong here. You don't represent me. I'm a progressive. I'm left wing, and the Democratic Party should be the left wing party. And you, I want out of office. And I hope that you retire with dignity this year. You say that to them, that will gut their confidence. But just generally, if you take nothing else away from this, understand that these people are not nearly as big a deal as they pretend like they are. With their little henchmen around them, with their, oh, I'm very busy. Oh, you want to talk to me? Yes? Yes? No. I'll make a little bit of time for you. Yes? I'll let you know I'm annoyed. I'll put a little tension in my voice. Yes? They want you to think they're a big deal. They're not a big deal. First of all, they're your employee. Yes, you're part of a board of a couple of 100,000 that get to vote on whether or not they get to stay your employee, but they are your employee. Second of all, they are designed to have enough time for you. And if they don't have enough time for you, well, then we need to expand the House of Representatives, which I'm also totally for. But the whole point of this thing is that they should have enough time for a constituent of theirs who themselves has enough time to get this educated on politics. If you know what you know, then you are worth their time. Educate, bring them cookies while you say that. It might work. Look, the point is simply, they are not such a big deal. And you are a bigger deal than you think you are. We have had a failure to take responsibility at every level. And when I sit here and I write down who must take responsibility first to get all this started, go down the line. Who must be the first person to take responsibility? It's us. It's us. Anybody could, at any point in this chain of events, somebody could choose to take responsibility. But nobody will before us. Because right now, at every level, somebody's getting away with something. And the only people who are consistently fucked over are you and me. And of course, the people we care about. So, consequences must be telegraphed. We need to use this upcoming election as either a great triumph or a death blow. I'll tell you, I am finally at a place where I can agree with the people that were willing to be more destructive to the Democratic Party last time around. Because this time around, it just doesn't matter. If we get another centrist Democrat in office, it doesn't matter. The marginal amount they help, the votes we can maybe count on them for. Are there any? Are there any votes we can count on a centrist for? I don't think so. It's not, I mean, it's just not worth it. If we got a 2/3 majority in the House of Representatives, but half of that 2/3 majority was centrist Democrats, we wouldn't be able to impeach Trump. Because half of these treacherous bastards would not vote to do it, even though it's the right thing, even though it's the obvious thing. So now, it's worth it. It's worth it to say, I don't care that they didn't win in the primary. Now they're going to run as an independent against you. Because I want you to suffer. I want the Democratic Party to suffer. It's a conservative organization, and I'm not a conservative. If you didn't want me doing this, you should have put a lefty in the lefty space, but you didn't. So now we fight mean. That's what I'm thinking. But you know what? We're a long way off. We got primaries first. Let's win these primaries. Let's win these primaries. Let us get accountability starting here, starting with you and me. Let's get folks in office who are going to put DOJ in office, who will actually enforce the rules. Let's get folks in office who are actually going to impeach. And basically, let's get strive for, I don't think we'll hit it, but by God, if we could, strive for enough people in the House and Senate that we can impeach the president and hold the next one under the threat of impeachment if they break further rules, that we can get rid of Supreme Court justices who have no interest in the law, and so we can actually start building a country that is worth living in. Accountability shouldn't have to start with us, always, but it always does. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. And I'm told on good authority that my name is Jake.
Hello, humans. Welcome to your power report for this, the 4th of September, 2025. I am Dan. I am joined here again in the other bunker here with Bam. And yeah, that's just basically the two cold opens we had were Chuck Schumer celebrating one building in the Bronx being saved from destruction by a wealthy developer. And yeah, that guy talking about killer sushi or something. I don't know, man. We out here.
We out here. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing well. But you know, RFK's trying to kill us.
Yeah. Among other things. There's lots of things. Million ways to die out here in the West, as we're finding out here in the world. Again, like still working with the new setup, still gonna have to figure out the backlighting and everything. So bear with me a little bit here. But as you know, as we've been doing usually, there's a bunch of different things going on. We can go local with some updates on, you know, different people on the left who are insurgent, from Zoran Mamdani to Maine has a candidate for senator who was able to fill Maine's largest arena, which, to be fair, is a high school auditorium for 400 people. But still, is no. It was thousands of people, so it was definitely good to see. There's Trump deploying troops to Chicago. There's things going on in Washington, D.C., which is not a lot necessarily having to do with crime. Not that Trump was doing anything about that, but you know, different types of crime that Trump has many things to do with. And also RFK Jr. getting testimony, and it's like the more he talks, the more even Republicans want him to shut up. The thing that gets away, I won't be able to do that anymore, and everyone loves that voice. Of course, there's things going on in Gaza that is just like kind of the main thing here, as I can't tell if things are intensifying or just still intense and just getting worse in all directions. I think one of the latest, you're definitely getting again, conservative estimates of about 100 people a day killed in Gaza by Israeli forces, to say nothing of people who have not been recovered, who have not been able to be identified, who are dying of starvation as well. These are just like direct attacks and what can be counted. So yeah. Also, we're taking down to Bam's bedtime, so there's a lot in the news. I'm curious what Bam is interested in discussing on this.
All of it. There's a lot going on, man. This September.
You got to pick one first. You got to pick the most important. I mean, I'm not sure if the first story is the most important anymore because it depends on how streams work. But you know, pick a story that calls to you right now, where you're like off the rip. Muriel Bowser is never mind. No, what you got?
Well, I don't know if we wanted to talk about everything going on with the Epstein stuff right now, but
we can if you want to. It's weird that you have this obsession with the Epstein stuff that should just, you know, go away, that there's nothing involved in. They released 68,000 you know, documents that I read every single page of with the time that I have. And no, I'm just like not even gonna do the sarcasm, but like, yeah, it's very. I want to see if I have one of the videos. Oh yes, I do. I'm not sure if it's like the video, but the quote was just. Oh, I do have it here. I can play it. I hope. Let's see if it works this time. Well, let me. Sorry, 1 second. But you basically had some of the survivors who were speaking out in front of the White House during this, you know, joint thing where Ro Khanna, Robert Garcia, but also Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. The first two I mentioned are Democrats. The second two I mentioned are Republicans. And I think there's one other Republican and more than 30 other Democrats who joined on this like sort of like let's get Trump accountable to the Epstein list stuff, and actually released not just like document dumps like I was alluding to earlier that like are legal gish gallop, like just overwhelming people with an amount of information and just saying, well, as you can tell in like the full library that we just threw at you just now, there's nothing to see here. But there's this quote here from one of the survivors who was speaking about Epstein that I think is especially powerful, you know, in the vein of the program. Let's play this here.
And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you.
Bam.
Yeah, the press conference was powerful. You know, I like that there's people going around what Trump is saying. I mean, you know, once they told him about the press conference or whatever, you know, he's still referring to everything as a Democrat hoax. And it's just a shame. Like, it's just, you know, everybody's being like careful with him. You know, there's people saying, you know, we don't know if we're not accusing him of anything, or, you know, and I think that Massey said, you know, I don't think that Trump did anything illegal or whatever, but it's just like we're all just like waiting for somebody to like say what he did or even more of what he's done. But sadly, I just don't think it's going to matter that much because he's just going to deny it. I think that there's going to be so many, Trump supporters that just believe his denial, regardless of any details that come out or, we've seen, obviously, it's not a secret that he was friends with the guy, but, I still stand on this. Like, I really want to know what the MAGA people have to say about them moving Ghislaine to a nicer prison. Like, what do they have to say about that? Like, for me, that's still like the biggest thing going on here. And we heard her interview with Todd Blanche. We heard it. She didn't say anything in there other than like, I never saw Trump do anything and he's a nice guy. But she said that she never saw Jeffrey Epstein do anything either. So, and obviously she was still convicted and found guilty and sentenced to 20 years. But for me, I'm just like, how is that not so obvious an admission of guilt? This woman all she said was, Donald Trump was a perfect gentleman. I never saw him get a massage. And I'm happy. I'm proud of him that he became president. And she got hooked up and moved to a nicer prison around her family in Texas. Like, what do they have to say about that? Like, because she also said that Jeffrey Epstein didn't do anything. She literally said, well, why would they be coming back if he raped them? And she was found guilty of not only being a trafficker, but also being a molester herself. So many of those women testified that she was also touching on them and everything. But I'm really curious. Can somebody find a MAGA person for me? I want to know what they have to say about that. How do they twist that? Because I can't even hypothetically come up with something for that. Like, I don't even, I can get into the MAGA mind, but I can't understand how they would kung fu her getting to go to a nicer prison after being literally she is guilty.
I mean, it's the whole, we elected Donald Trump because he was going to Freudian slip. We elected Donald Trump because he was going to make sure that Hillary Clinton paid for being a government employee and storing emails on a private server. Oh, it turns out not only did Donald Trump store emails on a private server, he was literally running out of the White House on moving day in 2021 with papers flying behind him as he was getting, not literally, but
literally.
He might as well have, because we found out that these boxes and boxes of classified documents were sitting in his spare bathroom at Mar-a-Lago, the same place where Jeffrey Epstein met girls. And that part is literal.
Literally. I just,
and it's like to your point, those people, I went through all that to just say, this is like the existential crisis summer for me with a lot of things when it comes to media. But one of the things I figured out very early on is pointing out, there's no point in pointing out hypocrisy, because these people don't care about the hypocrisy. They're just what can I get away with so that people who don't pay attention, which is the majority of people across the board, left, right, and center, what can I say so I can just get the rubes to ignore this or let this pass for the week that their attention spans allow? And so the Hillary Clinton thing didn't matter. The whole we hate vaccines. Also, Trump's bragging about getting vaccines into people faster. Like, that doesn't matter. Trump saying he's going to lower taxes. Oh, taxes got so high under Biden. I can't believe it. Same tax plan. Like, it's just all of this stuff doesn't really, like, facts doesn't matter is also a cliche, but like, we're just like way beyond that. They're rounding people up in the streets. You can get a 6-figure salary to do so.
I wonder what Jimmy Dore said about it. But because I literally don't know.
Jimmy Dore's been active this week, actually. If you want to go there, not right now because I need some time on the Hollywood, but like we can go there.
I don't know anything that goes on with him, like zero actually. So I don't know if he's like going on to like start criticizing and being like very critical of Trump, because it wouldn't be bad for him.
I want to say well, first of all, he's definitely pro-Trump. Second of all, I want to say he's like starting to be pro like immigration or something. I need to get to it really fast. It's really
right now being critical of Trump wouldn't be bad for him and his audience, like right now. But we know that obviously at some point, he would never have been very critical of Trump, other than just saying like he's an idiot or something like that. But I wonder if like someone like him, who is like a pretend lefty that like, is not very critical of Trump, and he's curated an audience that is like, has blinders on for Donald Trump. Like, I wonder if he is like going hard on that, or what's his name? Or Joe Rogan or any of these guys. Like, because I honestly, like, for me, like, I can't get beyond that. Like, why did they send this lady to a nicer prison? She wasn't even allowed to go there. Like, that makes this fool look so guilty. We already know he's guilty. But, like, that's, like, such an admission of guilt right there. So, yeah, I don't know. And maybe the MAGA people can just ignore it. And Jimmy Dore and his like are basically MAGA too, so maybe they can just ignore it as well. But like, I really don't even know how somebody with a big platform doesn't just mention that like every other hour during their shit. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, there's something good.
Was that old noise in Family Feud when you get something correct? It's like the bing. That, like I just nailed it.
Not the not that one.
Well, it's Jimmy. Yes, me. I get the dings. I found the clip. So here is Jimmy Dore and his hostage wife, who are allegedly who we report, you decide. Who are going to be, I really got to take the autofocus off of this. Here's Jimmy Dore and his hostage wife, who are going to be talking about, there's a lot of talk about different like left-wing influencers and different people on the scene who are like, up and coming young Gen Z who are, leading the movement for things that Jimmy Dore cares about, legalizing pot, ending the wars,
more on that later.
Cheap grifts. We now present to you Jimmy Dore endorsing Hassan Piker. I think that's who he's talking about here. Let's get into this a little bit more here. 1 second. Sorry for the long setup, but I'm realizing I'm on the wrong computer. Okay. No. I've got it. Here it is.
Nick Fuentes, boy, he's really stirring it up. He's been
Oh, wait a minute. That's not Hassan Piker. Or is that like, did Jimmy Dore did he go to another like European country and did he like learn another language? And so like, that's a new way to pronounce Hassan Piker. Let me play that again. Cause I know Jimmy Dore's dad's a cop from Chicago, but I don't think he's as racist as to support someone who's sounds like he said Nick Fuentes, but you know, I'm on a slow stream or whatever. Maybe my ears deceive me. Let's see.
Nick Fuentes, boy, he's really stirring it up. He's been accused of being a CIA plant to divide to prop up neocons and take down people who are fighting the neocons. So Nick Fuentes is a firebrand. He's a young, I think he's 25 years old. He's been accused of a lot of things. He's been accused of being anti-Semitic. Who hasn't? He's been accused of being racist. Also, a lot of people in that boat. A little more evidence to back it up on his side, though. But he really has a hard time. He doesn't like race mixing, but none of that has anything to do with this. He's now coming after Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA. He's a major influencer on the right. He could get an audience with the president and stuff like that. So he's coming at him right now. Let's listen to Nick Fuentes. He goes right at Charlie Kirk. Let's listen.
We're not going to do that, but
Yeah.
I just have a couple. I have a couple of things to get out really quickly because we all know my story with Jimmy Dore. Although I'm going to keep it brief. My only points are and also
N-word.
Stupid.
And actually, I will do one more. It's the old. That's the sound I'm playing for the nirvana that Jimmy Dore reached when he just gave up and just decided, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, sure. I'm a Nazi. I hate blacks. It was very obvious. I hate minorities. I hate women. I just want to go for the money. I want to get my own bag so I can pay for my medical bullshit. Like he has reached. You start at why I left the left, and you end at what Jimmy Dore just did. Like I there we go. I promise I'm going to keep it brief. Like I really don't know what to say anymore.
Well, it's really funny because I'm like, dog, you're still talking about neocons? Like you're still running that play? Like nobody's
right-wingers talk about that to other. Well, I'll put it like this: neo-Nazis talk about that to right-wingers who are like, "Oh, I don't know. I mean, Russia did kind of invade Ukraine. Like, you know, that's a neocon to them because they're like, unless it's like the, you know, Azov battalion, fuck the Ukrainians. Like, yeah,
it's just like what, like, it's like shocking to me. Like you're still running that. Like the neocon thing is over, dude. Like John Bolton is like the last neocon left, and he has more principles than you guys. Like, I would much rather sit down and talk to John Bolton than like somebody like Jimmy Dore. At least I know where John Bolton's coming from. Like he had not that I respect or condone his ideology. I do not, but I can understand it. And like somebody like Jimmy Dore is like, oh, because this freaking person who refers to themselves as a Nazi and is racist and is proud to be racist is coming at Charlie Kirk for something. Now I like him too. Like what? Now let me just.
First of all, I'm sorry. First of all, Bam, you're entirely right. That like, but like your entire point makes sense. Like I'd rather talk to John Bolton at this point because at least he's like. I get what he's saying. He's not trying to hide it. He's not trying to do some like newish, like liberal, like whatever. Like I know what I'm getting with this. It's a bacon, egg, and cheese, if you will. But yeah, we're gonna have to play that like one Mogan, maybe two Mogans, because there's definitely at one point where, to paraphrase lightly, he says. And, you know, he's got some opinions on race mixing, but that's neither here nor there. Not that's bad.
Right.
Yeah, which, by the way, like, I'm out. Like, again, if Nick Fuentes ordered my go-to, if Nick Fuentes was in front of me at my local deli and I didn't have any razor wire on me and I just had to sit there and just let him order his meal, and he was going to order the exact same thing that I usually get, I would order something else right after him just to not agree with him on that.
Literally, like, thank you.
He wants
like, yes.
mustard. He wants mustard. I would literally get that disgusting ass mayo.
No, like
for that one. Honestly, if we know Nick Fuentes to be the other way around, and
Right.
also a white man. Oh no. But like, literally, again, I don't have to explain this. If you agree with Nick Fuentes on so much as even your favorite day of the week, I'm kind of like, because of everything he's already said, which is like, ridiculous stuff. I'll put it like this. Maybe here's the last thing I have to say. Recently, he, stirred up some fake controversy among his own audience because he said that Donald Trump was being very beta and that Gavin Newsom was very alpha, which to me says everything about both of them.
All three of them.
Yeah, actually all three of them. Yeah, like I don't know. Also, I feel way too much like I'm in like the pit of hell with that light off, so got to
Yeah, I was like, wait, is the light off or is there like a different background? I couldn't tell.
No, we're preparing for the great New York blackouts of 2025 when either the weather or the National Guard get us.
Yeah, or Saw 7. Yeah, like that's what Jimmy Dore's doing, I guess. Like, that's unfortunate. I haven't watched him in a very long time. Not to rehash this whole thing, but like, Dan, you remember when like, I did used to be subscribed to him, and I don't remember what year it was, but it was a while back. This is like before COVID, I want to say, probably, but I remember specifically him and Aaron Mate were like the two people that I was just like, what is going on? Like, this is supposed to be like the left media though. And I'm like, how come they never talk about the right, like, ever? Like, the real, like how come they never talk about Trump? Like, or they never talk about like somebody like Nick Fuentes or whatever, like these very influential people on the right. And I was like, I remember like I would like ask you in the group chat, like what am I missing, dude? Like, what is going on here? And I think that's when we started talking about how the left media is so white, and then we're like, okay, we got to do something about it. But yeah, going back to, because fuck Jimmy Dore, but going back to everything going on with the Epstein files, the survivors, like, I think the political ramifications won't be much for Donald Trump, but it'll be good to see, like, whatever evidence may or may not come out about him, or like what just what realizations there are, like, just to see like people's principles. Like, there's going to be people that are like, damn, like, all these Republicans are covering up for Trump. Like, it's really a shame, honestly, because it's like, like, Trump is like threatening Republicans. Like, if you sign on to this releasing of the files thing, like, you're showing opposition to the administration.
Well, like, here's, I'll be, Bam, I don't think you've seen this like vintage cynical Dan in a moment. So like, get ready, because this is gonna be wild. All right. We're so fucked, especially from this environment. And by we, I mean, like, people who are like left of center, who are consuming most of their social media most of their news on social media, we're cooked. Like we're done. Thanks for playing. The reason why I say that is because we have these like short windows of opportunity to be able to do things, and then they kind of leave us, and then we start to look in the polling, and then Trump's able to work his magic, and then we just kind of forget it. Like we saw this happen a lot in the first administration, but that's been a blur just in the past 6 or 7 months. So I'll recap this off the dome real quick. The Epstein stuff, that was a big issue on the right. I think the best thing the Epstein stuff will do is not really get right-wingers to snap out of it, but it'll depress turnout the same way Kamala and Joe and all the stuff they were doing supporting Gaza depressed turnout among the Democrats, allowing someone like Trump to win, and it depressed turnout among independents. I think the best the Epstein stuff does is depress turnout, but if all the stuff comes out, Trump still has that base of fascists who is going to support him. We saw that with the tariffs. All the business people were like, hey, dude, tap the brakes. And to some extent he has, but he allowed it to bake in. A lot of people were able to pump and dump during that time. And now here we are in September. The tariffs are actually kicking in. People are getting their orders delayed or canceled. Small businesses are getting hit and hurt. This is the season right before
holidays.
The holidays. Yeah. So by the way, stocking for the holidays and shipping for the holidays started in July. And ports were starting to empty up in May, June. Okay, so like these are staggered impacts that are only getting worse. And the business community is still with Trump. Like the whole like Teflon Don thing, even though it's kind of laughable and ridiculous, he just sort of like, lashes out, waits a minute, and then just kind of like moves on. Everything kind of like goes along with him. It's if you look into how his relationships are, that might be kind of very indicative. But last thing I'm going to say, like my last example I'm going to give just to make this whole like final point. Then you had the rumors of him dying. I said earlier today, and like I have to just like break to everyone again. Grab yourself your favorite libation, your favorite smokable, your favorite edible, your favorite drinkable, and sit with the fact that Donald Trump is going to live to age 115. Okay, like evil never dies, it just multiplies. And you're seeing it right now, and you can kind of, ward it off a little bit or, embarrass it a lot, but not in this environment. Not in this environment where we're chasing, these little bits of, memes and fake hope and scandals in an environment with no media literacy whatsoever. That world is not going to save us. It's going to be not the online liberals and the online left, but liberals who happen to be online and leftists who happen to be online, who are like actually organizing it in the streets every weekend and doing community things every like month or so whenever they can. Or just like even communicating with their neighbors and figuring out certain things, just letting people know like when and if ICE deploys to my town, like here are your like options and things you can do. Here are your rights. Like it's going to be those people who are actually doing the work, but that's going to have to be done in almost complete ignorance to this online ecosystem. I'm like realizing, not in complete ignorance, but like more ignorance than not, which is also not a good thing, because the only thing is that it's also not a good thing because my only addendum and like to kind of like counter argument and steelman the argument is that the internet is still a great source for information. Like I think what I just said while kind of meandering along is a bar, right? But algorithms are going to promote who this streamer with an even messier room than mine is beefing with this streamer over, allegations of behaviors or whatever that have nothing to do with politics necessarily. And people viewing politics through celebrity, through the kind of celebrity reactionary, what happened today? I forgot what happened yesterday or last week. I forgot what happened, here's this worth throwback. The context of everything that came before you. In that environment, it's not going to work. But I hope there's some counter revolution that's starting to bubble up of people who are sick of AI, who are sick of technology, who are craving that in-person sort of action, and also seeing that result as things get worse. Because unfortunately, that's kind of my only optimism, is that as things get worse, people will start to learn a little bit faster. And another thing, no.
Well, I don't think what you said is really that cynical, honestly, because I mostly agree with that. But I do. One of the things you said, I think, is really important. I think that there is gonna need to be people that are not so online. Sorry, I forgot the way you said it, but when I heard it, I just thought about people not being so susceptible to
there's online leftists versus leftists who are online, right?
Right. But the people not being so susceptible to the viral narrative. Because I think that had a lot to do with the last election too. The viral narrative, which, wherever it starts, can have some truth to it, but not be productive, But yeah, I don't really find that cynical, because for sure, the right and, embodied in Donald Trump does get a pass. Because I truly think this country skews to the right, it skews conservative. So there's gonna be a lot more leeway for the right and for conservatives than you have for the left, center, or whatever. But at the end of the day, I guess we'll see. And I do believe I think we kind of all said this, or maybe at least I said it after the election. It's well, people are just going to have to find out what they let happen or what they voted for, because apparently people forgot last time. I don't think people liked when Trump was president first time. And it's just he sucks up all the energy of the room. And it's just there's this tension all the time. I don't think people like that. And I think that's why people came out for Joe Biden the way they did in 2020.
That's exactly the thing. The effect was, also what you're going to say, but the effect was, remember, people were saying they don't want to think about his tweets. They don't want to think about what he's doing. But guess what? Now we're in 2028. And now we're in 2025. Right?
The conspiracy start.
It's lips go like this. It's no, now we're in 2025, and we're numb to it, which is not, it's not the tweets in themselves are bad. It's he's considering them to be official decree is, not great. And, got so obsessed with it, he made his own Twitter.
Right.
Right. That's somehow still less schmucky than Elon Musk, who whatever Truth Social is, and however Truth Social honestly got to a better result of being a Donald Trump echo chamber for way less money. Oh, I will say that. I will say that. Elon, X is just a lot of money. It's not worth that much. And every single day it exists, it's just a lawsuit magnet. Or a regulation magnet. The only good thing about X existing is that it's going to make AI worse. But anyways, the other thing, there was the one piece of people just being sick of Donald Trump, but there's also the other thing you were mentioning.
No, yeah, people came out. Well, I was gonna say also Trump didn't help because he was saying shit about mail-in voting, and he kind of suppressed his own vote in that election. But I think people forgot about how bad it was under him the first time because COVID happened at the end. And so they just kind of remembered that and didn't really remember everything that was happening before that. But it's like, okay, well, now we're getting this time. This shit's happening again. Like, it's not like this is like the cool Trump presidency, like where we're just kind of chilling, where we can kind of, breathe a bit. Like, no, it is every single day or damn near. There's like something that even if you're a little bit politically inclined, you're worrying about. I know people that are not really like they don't pay attention to the news every day or even every week, but like every other week or so, it's like, oh my God, like, did you hear about this thing? Or did you tell me about this thing that's going on? Because the shit is crazy. And
only thing you're wrong on is that there's 30 things every single week.
Right.
Every single day, honestly.
Right. And the thing is, this is like in the world. Like in the world, people do not want to be having to worry about the president. That's how it is in the world. Like most people, like the president doesn't have much to do with their life, and that's how they want it, dude. Like they don't want to be having to think, what is the president gonna do today? But for whatever reason, that's the situation that we're in. And yeah, I agree with you. It might have to get worse for it to get better. And that has been the case in certain times throughout history. But the sad thing is like we're living that history, and it's like I don't want to have to go through that. But I mean, again, who the hell am I? I guess it's my turn.
That's just the way it is.
No, literally.
That's just the way it is. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what cliche I'm more angry about right now. From what I learned from my childhood and paying too much attention in history class. But like, always wondering how populaces would let atrocities happen. And it's like, oh, because the people in power want it to happen, and the people who are the petit bourgeois want it to happen too. And the people who don't want it to and the people who don't want it to happen are systemically killed, and the people who they want to systemically kill are systemically killed. It's just like, okay, got it. I wish that was on the AP exam, so it really kind of stuck with me.
No, literally. I think that I'm not going to get all historical, but hopefully we avoided any more domestic atrocities, because I do feel like the what ICE is doing is definitely an atrocity, and it's trauma, and it's also traumatizing a lot of people. But hopefully we avoid anything else. But if we have some Kent State type of thing on a larger scale, it's not that people necessarily voted for that, because I don't think that people know that, people like, actually going back to Jimmy Dore's dumbass, him and Glenn Greenwald and Aaron Mate and these guys are so like there's something that is appealing to them about MAGA, because it is quote unquote against the neocons, even though Trump did bomb Iran, whatever. But these guys are against the neocons. People like how the hell did I forget this fucking who's the guy? I talk about him all the time. Jesus, I'm seeing his face. The ugly guy who got arrested. He was trying to do the fake wall building. He was
Michael Tracy.
No, he was like in the boat with the Asian guy. Oh my God, why can't I remember his name? I'm so mad right now. The international right wing dude. He's flying around the world. Why can't I? No. He was in Trump's cabinet.
In Miles Chong.
No. The guy. Yes, Steve Bannon. Thank you. Jesus Christ, I could not remember his name.
Okay, how am I supposed to get? He's in a boat.
He was living in the boat. He was living in the boat with the Asian guy in Connecticut or something like that. Miles.
Okay, even I didn't remember that. You could have just gone with like pudgy, racist finance bro who like loves the like French. They got the immigrants out of the country by killing them all. Book like. I don't know about that.
Steve Bannon is against neocons and against like foreign wars, because he wants to bring the war domestically. Stephen Miller is against foreign wars because he wants to bring the war domestically. Stephen Miller is calling the Democratic Party a terrorist group. Like these people they want to go to war domestically against immigrants first, then like black people next, and then like, you know, they want to enslave the women, and like that's what
combo.
Right. Ultra combo. Like they want to do that. And the fact that somebody like Jimmy Dore or whoever either can't see it or just turn a blind eye to it, like either you're dumb or you're racist, basically.
As someone who produced for Jimmy Dore, so like I'm not saying I know for sure, but I'm saying I have like a good sort of sense about some of these things. Both. It's both. I remember we were gonna do my whole thing's fucked up right now. I'm just like getting anal about the camera setup. Things you should have done just like before the stream, Daniel. Anyways, I remember we were doing a story for his, like, you know, Jimmy Dore show that was a version of, I was on TYT, but it was on like the YouTube channel, the YouTube TV channel, which is complicated. But anyways, we had a story that was like, for the sake of argument, something really close to like a kid was selling pies or something like that because his school district was, or his school was out of money for school supplies. And so these kids all got together and, like, you know, spent some time on like a weekend to make all this, like, you know, food, let's call it pies, right? And this is supposed to be like a feel-good story. And, you know, I still hope Jimmy was being sarcastic, but Jimmy said so much other fuck shit and was just like somewhat other dumb in some other cases. I just don't know, right? But he was like, well, what's wrong with this story? And I'm like, the kids shouldn't have to do manual labor so they have their school supplies. Like, duh. Like, I don't know. Like, this is supposed to be progressive comedy where, like, a liberal would say, look at those kids picking themselves up by their bootstraps. You know, like, they're learning the value of $1 and they're learning ingenuity. And, you know, look at these little girl bosses who are going to become small business owners. And don't you love how the black people are helping but making money at the same time? Like, you know, that's liberal shit. A leftist is supposed to go, hey, yo, I don't like the system that lets any of that shit happen. All of their time would be better spent learning. And, you know, after spending more of that time learning, that time would be better spent socializing and relaxing and, yeah, having some stupid iPad video game time and all the other stuff that, like, kids normally do, right? But no, instead they're like fundraising for that, right? And so on the one hand, I'm like, okay, you're kind of stupid. On the other hand, I'm like, there's just so many moments of bigotry. And, you know, Bam and I and every black person in the space has joked about what our right-wing pivot would look like. And, like, there's still a line, okay? Like, no matter how bad my right-wing pivot will be, you're not going to catch me pulling a Candace Owens. Well, the only thing wrong with Hitler was he had visions outside of the Reichstag. Like, you know, like, he wanted to go beyond Germany's borders. He was Germany first, which I like. But then he was like Germany first plus Poland minus, you know, 6 million Jews plus a bunch of other minorities. And that part was kind of sad face frown. I'm sorry. I just need an excuse because, like, I've been wanting to play this again because there's so many whompers in it. The Jimmy Dore clip. I just want.
Play
like,
it.
Yes, please. Oh God, I don't. It's not my normal screen. Anyway, there we go.
Nick Fuentes, boy, he's really stirring it up. He's been accused of being a CIA plant to divide to prop up neocons and take down people who are fighting the neocons. So Nick Fuentes is a.
Okay, I just want to stop there because, like, yes, you did talk about this a lot, but like, there's no one on the left who refers to Nick Fuentes as anything Jimmy Dore's about to say here.
Really? Like, who's saying he's a CIA plant? Like, what is he doing as a plant? Like, what?
He's not even like the Alex Jones plant, where like the Alex Jones plant theory was always like he plants 98 ideas in like conspiracy theorists' heads and says like one or two that like have some like teeth to them, and that's just enough to get like, you know, a nice hum of 1% of Americans distracted.
Well, the thing is, like, the people that called him a plant were the other conspiracy theorists. Like, they were like, no, like, this guy's a plant because, you know, because like this reason, or he said this about like the water, and that's bullshit, and that's like
precisely
CIA.
Bam. So you follow the pattern. The people calling Nick Fuentes a Nazi or like a CIA plant and you know, not a real like, you know, Nazi are the other Nazis. Yeah, that's correct.
So that's who Jimmy Dore's listening to, because he's hearing the other Nazis call him a CIA plant.
Listen, I did not make that assumption. I'm just saying. For folks who don't know, that was like the little like intro and outro that used to play in the beginning and end of his videos. So you know, we just have fun with that. Anyways, again, I just gotta like the first 15 seconds are like Nick Fuentes just rocks. He's awesome. I'm not gonna go there, man, but like, you know,
Nick Fuentes, boy, he's really stirring it up. He's been accused of being a CIA plant to divide to prop up neocons and take down people who are fighting the neocons. So Nick Fuentes is a firebrand. He's a young, I think he's 25 years old.
Can you pause it for a second? I just can't, like, who's making their living fighting neocons anymore? Like, that shit is so old, dude. Like, the neocon shit is done for so long.
All the neocons are dead.
Like, literally,
I haven't heard the name Dennis Kucinich in so long.
Like, the last person left is literally John Bolton, and like, he is not in politics. He does not have any influence. But also, you know what John Bolton was cheering when Trump bombed Iran? Nobody else did that. Like, that's what you're not going to say that's neocon activity, bombing Iran. Like, what the hell are we he didn't need, John Bolton wasn't there, and Trump still bombed Iran. And I think these people forgot already. He also was bombing Yemen too. Like, goddamn, like, these people have no memory, or are they just giving this for, well, Trump bombed Iran when? Like, what the hell? Shit was 2 months ago.
But Bam, you don't understand. We're against regime change wars. Iran's a totally different thing. They have nukes.
Like, oh my God, dude. Like, okay, I'm just gonna say this so we can play it. You know, even I guarantee you, I would destroy Jimmy Dore from a neocon perspective about the Iraq War. About the Iraq War. Like, he doesn't know
Abu Ghraib Bam.
He doesn't know shit about the Iraq War. Like, he doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit about the Afghanistan War. Like, he doesn't know anything. Like, I could destroy him because, and I'll just leave it here. Like, the difference between, I mean, I hate that I'm even saying this, but let's just keep it a stack. The difference between the Iraq War 2003 and what Putin is doing in Ukraine is that there was actually so much popular support for the American invasion in Iraq within Iraq. Like, I'm not saying it was a majority, but there was a lot of support in Iraq for that American invasion. It ended up being terrible, but like, I don't know like what these people think, dude. Like, of course, we're against the neocons, and they're gone now. But they're gone, and Trump still bombed Iran. So what are we even talking about? Like, even actually, okay, let me just say this actually too. Because I think the reason why I started watching, or I ended up watching Jimmy Dore, was because I was against what was going on in Syria, and he was having the people that were against that on his show. So that's how I found out about it. But even that, like, I was totally against the Obama administration supporting those rebels in Syria and Libya. I was against it. But the entire Arab world supported that. There was so much popular support for that. Me and Jimmy Dore and Max Blumenthal and freaking whoever else, we were in the minority by a lot. Because if you went to any mosque out here and you said that you supported Bashar, they're gonna beat your ass, actually. Like if you said that, like they would start fighting you, actually. Not me. I wish somebody would. But you, yes. So even like this idea of like the neocons being so terrible.
Alhamdulillah, Jimmy Dore in a mosque.
Like even this idea that he's trying to talk about the neocons like 20 years late. Like one, you don't know what you're talking about. And this guy who's supposed to be against the neocons bombed Iran a couple months ago. Anyway.
I forgot. You were making a lot of great points. Rapid fire. You were going off. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm just going to continue playing here.
Who are fighting the neocons? So Nick Fuentes is a firebrand. He's a young. I think he's 25 years old. He's been accused of.
That miserable liberal Chiron just really hits different. I'm just going to say that.
A lot of things. He's been accused of being anti-Semitic.
This is okay. We're about to hit some whompers real quick, so I just got to remind you. This is a ostensibly brown woman.
Right.
Who's like listening to her abuse. I'm not sure abusive to her, but definitely abusive to staff and crew. Publicly so. Abusive to women. Publicly so. He's not to listen to this guy go. Again, let's roll tape.
Accused of being anti-Semitic. Who hasn't? He's been accused of being racist. Also, a lot of people in that boat. A little more evidence.
Okay, so here's the thing. People have been accused of being anti-Semitic. On the left, if you're talking about anti-Semitism from the left, then you're like what Bam and I have been talking about. There is real anti-Semitism out there. It creeps in everywhere, regardless of ideology. But the left position is in opposition to a center and a right wing that's trying to define anti-Semitism as simply criticism of the government of Israel when they are committing a genocide against another people, multiple other peoples. Actually, they're less successful because they haven't gotten a full-scale invasion of like Lebanon or Syria. All right, but like this is still ridiculous stuff. All right, Nick Fuentes, under the guise of like America first, or regime change was, he might be against the war in Gaza, but Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite. Like Nick Fuentes is actually an anti-Semite. Like the thing, he's against the war in Gaza because
he wants it reversed. He wants it reversed, actually.
No, his opinion is somewhere along the lines of let the Jews and the Muslims kill each other. And let's save some money while we watch, basically, right? And like that's again, it requires no introduction. We did all this like Groyper, Nick Fuentes stuff during the first Trump administration, dude. Like, it's yes, it's exhausting. I'll be honest, it is. It's just like, this is only working on, again, people like, this is your brain on too much internet. Everyone who's like a liberal on the left thinks, oh, the more I'm on the internet and the more I communicate, the more I'm going to harden in my politics. No, Jimmy Dore is your future.
Literally.
You're going to keep reading shit and you're going to keep getting into random online beefs. And then one day you're going to find yourself agreeing with Baron von Schnitzel-Nazi.
I'm assuming that's like a real handle on Twitter.
I mean, it was from the Key and Peele sketch.
Okay.
Like at this point, okay, I'm not even halfway through, but like there's just so much there. Let's try it.
He's been accused of being racist. Also, a lot of people in that boat.
The only people who say that, and sorry for the siren, but the only people who say, oh, a lot of people have been in the boat of like being accused as racist. I'll be honest, like, you know, as someone who's accused a lot of people of being being racist on the left too, I tend to spend more of my time saying about that about the right. And usually it's the people on the right who complain less about racism. They mostly complain about being called racist. And, you know, Jimmy, I would love to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that this is one of those rare times where you're complaining about people being called racism when it doesn't make sense, instead of, you know, actual racism, because usually you talk about racism all the time. I would give you that benefit of the doubt, but A, I don't watch you all the time, so I don't know. B, I don't need to, because you just called Nick Fuentes a good guy. We're done.
Hello, you are listening or watching ID from X to Z. That's infectious disease from X to Z. My name is Austin Wallace. I have a master's of public health, and I'm joined here with my co-host, Dr. MARKALAIN, DERY, infectious disease expert.
Thank you, Austin. My name is MARKALAIN, DERY. We are broadcasting here live from the WHIV studios, also in New Orleans, Louisiana. And I'm Gen X. Austin is Gen Z, and we have these conversations from two different perspectives, two different generations, talking about all issues public health. Today we have actually a very special guest. Also, I think another Gen Xer. If I could do my math correctly, and that is Mr. Richard Kuhn, which is a very Louisiana name. If you know Louisiana, you will understand that. Richard is now an interior decorator, but is suing the New Orleans Archdiocese for sexual abuse. For sexual abuse that occurred to him as a child and as a teenager. His story is quite remarkable. I remember reading about it when it kind of first hit the papers here locally about 5 years ago. And Richard has been encouraged by both his psychiatrist and his attorney to get his story out there. Richard actually came to us several times, and we were a little hesitant to kind of put his story up, but given the environment that we're in right now, I think it's important for us to actually hear survivor stories, especially those who want to share their stories and are actually being encouraged, not only by their psychiatrist, but also by their attorney. So I just want to lay that out there, that everything that we're going to be talking about is actually, Richard has actually been encouraged to get his story out there. He's been very vocal about his story, and I remember being in shock because what you guys are going to hear over the next 59 minutes is going to leave your mouth kind of agape as to not necessarily the actual abuse that occurred. Of course, that's quite shocking in and of itself, but the drugs and the mechanisms by which this abuse occurred is just mind-boggling. And so with that, Richard, with that introduction, why don't you just tell us a bit about yourself? And let's just start with how you got into the Catholic Church to begin with. You're from New Orleans. Listen, I would not be living in New Orleans and talking to a New Orleanian without asking
I'm a Rummel boy.
What high school did you go to?
I went to Archbishop Rummel.
Okay. So for those of you who are not in New Orleans, which is pretty much everybody, it is if you live in New Orleans, it is an identity as to where you went to high school. That is how every New Orleanian, I am not from New Orleans, I'm from Los Angeles, I've lived here for 20 years, but every New Orleanian will approach one another and the first thing they ask is, what high school did you go to? So, Richard, I assume that you grew up in a Catholic home.
I did. You know, my
Okay.
parents were very staunch Catholics and very active in the church. They received numerous awards. They wrote the pre-Cana program for the church and received the Order of St. Louis medals. My oldest sister, Louise, she was actually the most outstanding Catholic youth for the entire Archdiocese in 1967, I believe. And I was most outstanding Catholic youth in 1982. So I taught catechism. I taught. I was an altar boy. They asked me to start the CYO, so I built the CYO up.
The CYO is Catholic Youth Organization.
Catholic Youth Organization. So I was a leader in my church for the youth, and you know, I was recognized and given awards by the Archbishop for everything I had accomplished. So I had just, you know, my parents, they did not make family decisions without consulting the parish priest. And even you'll hear consulting them about me going on a trip with some priest.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that in a moment. I'm gonna just jump real quickly, Richard, to kind of like at one point you came out as gay. Did you know at this point that you were gay? Like as you were kind of like, when did it start to kind of? It was at the kind of trip that you were talking to me earlier to at 19. Was that kind of the first time?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you were going through the Catholic Church and you were kind of consuming all of the Catholic Church kind of education.
Exactly.
You were consuming all of the kind of all that went with it, with the, you know, the very conservative mindset probably. And you probably grew up in a probably very conservative household as well, I would imagine.
Very.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Got it. And then
Absolutely.
obviously I would imagine all the issues regarding kind of abortion or sex before marriage or birth control, all of that stuff. And here's something that's really fascinating. So I grew up Jewish. In Austin, did you grow up Catholic or was that your?
No,
Got it.
no, I think a pretty a-religious household.
Got it. Okay, I grew up in a super religious Jewish household. My family is super, super, super religious. I actually had a break from that at a very young age, and still. But I refer to myself as a Jew-theist, a Jewish atheist. So but one of the things
I'm a recovering Catholic.
There you go, recovering Catholic. So one of the things that I always found to be quite interesting was this idea of, especially for children, sending children in for confession. What does a child confess? That you cheated at playing jacks, pickup jacks, or during spelling, at school you looked at somebody else. What do you and then how do they punish you for stuff like that?
Yeah, you don't really get punished. You just have to go sit down and say, 10 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys and pledge not to, to try and do good in
Call
the
it
future.
a day.
Yeah. Also, they indoctrinate you really early. Like it's your first communion. That's when you first start getting little envelopes that you can put your tidings to the church in. So you're 7 years old when that happened. And and yet you
They-
don't know all the ramifications of the church that you're contributing all this money to. Like if we're old enough to be giving you money when we're in second grade and 7 years old, you should explain to us that, you know, if you grow up and identify as a gay man, we're gonna cut you off and cut you out.
Right,
you know?
right.
Then, you know, you might not want to be a thing. But so you're indoctrinated very early on. And you know, people ask me when the grooming started. It started before I was born, because they groomed my parents to raise me to be the obedient Catholic child. So it had my parents, you know, I say the grooming started long before I was even born, because my parents
Sure. So then you're going through all the you're going to Catholic school. You got
Catholic school.
all the things. You're an altar boy. You're at one point, were you thinking about becoming a priest yourself, or was that
I
something
did
that
think
was on the
about
table?
becoming a priest, and I just wasn't sure about it, you know. But I definitely, you know, I had a close relationship with Jesus, you know, my whole life, and certainly admired the life he lived and wanted to try and live a life similar to his. So,
Hey, listen, you know,
I'm
from
like-
what little I do know about Jesus, like I say this to my wife all the time, I'm sure I would have been friends with him. You know, I would have tried to live my life I try to live my life in what I think Jesus is. Like, I would be friends with a guy named, I am friends with people that are like Jesus. In fact, those are my closest friends. And so I agree 100%. So so you get into your teen years and then kind of like start walking us into kind of how things started unfolding.
Well, I was in elementary school. I was 10 years old. I had won the school social studies fair. I got first place. And so I was able to take my project to the citywide fair. And at the citywide fair, my mom had dropped me off, but she needed to go. I have 9 brothers and sisters. I'm definitely a Catholic family. And so my mom needs to run and do some other errands, but there was the vice principal from our parish school was in attendance, John Alexander, and she said, you know, if I need anything, I could trust him and go talk to him. And she had introduced us, and he had taught all of my older siblings social studies and stuff. So as soon as my parents left, he gave me like $5 for the candy machine, which back then you could buy the whole candy machine for $5, you know, and brought me out to his truck and just started talking to me and kind of befriending me. Then he needed like yard work and stuff done and offered me to do like cut grass and things. He owned some properties. And it was during those times when he started approaching me sexually and wanting like blowjobs, and, you know, he would pay me money and, you know, doing the yard work and all that stuff. But there was always like sex involved, and he would.
So you were 10 years old. Did you even know?
It started when I was 10. Yeah,
I'm sure that the idea of a blowjob probably never crossed your mind as a 10-year-old.
Yeah, and it didn't happen right away. It might have not have even happened until I was 11, but there was definitely a build-up time. Right, there was.
Right.
I mean, the friendship started, and he started like doting on me and befriending me, you know, from that day forward. And he's actually the one that got me to teach catechism, because he was running the catechism program at the Catholic.
And what is catechism for the non-Catholics?
It's Catholic school for kids who are not in Catholic school. So like it's on the weekends when you're at
it's
church.
like Hebrew school or Sunday school or something.
It's Sunday school. Exactly.
Yeah, Sunday school.
So
Got it. Okay.
It's Sunday school for kids that aren't in Catholic school. I actually, my twin, I'm an identical twin, and I guess, you know, it was too much to send both of us to Catholic school. So we actually went to the elementary school next door to the Catholic school. And, but all my brothers and sisters had attended the Catholic school.
Got it. So a couple questions before I get into a little bit more detail.
Okay.
At home, are you now, like, I'm sure as a 10-year-old or as 11-year-old being doted on by, did you say he was a priest as well as the vice principal?
No, he wasn't.
He was the vice principal.
He was the vice principal.
Wow.
And he ran the Sunday school, the catechism program.
Right. So is this something that you go home with, like, proud of? Like, you're proud to be the one that's kind of being doted upon, like,
Well,
the
yes.
somebody of authority or of power or stature in the Catholic kind of church or what have you. You've been kind of
Absolutely.
selected to be that. So you're wearing that a bit as a badge of honor, if you will, or
For
as
sure.
you're able to
And
go
it
home
seemed
and
to like really please my parents, which,
that's exactly what I was going to say. You're
I
able to
wanted
go
to make
home
them
and
happy.
they're
Right.
happy that they're seeing you being kind of selected, and maybe you're making a little money at the same time, or what have you.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, they were thrilled. And like, if I was going to be cutting someone's grass, no better than, Mr. Alexander was a perfect person for me to be cutting grass for, because they knew him well. He taught all my older siblings.
And none of your he never had the same relationship with any of your older siblings that we're aware of, or none of them have said anything or
no.
Got it. In fact, just let me take just a quick little detour. Is your family upset with you, or is there have you had any issues with your family that you're doing this and shining a light the way
No.
that you are in such a public way?
No, I didn't. I would have never told my story till after both my parents were gone. Like, my mom and dad had passed away. I could have never, I didn't have a great relationship with my father, but my mother, I just adored her, and she loved me, endlessly. And it would have broken her heart. It would have killed her probably if she had found out that she had introduced me to the man that was abusing me.
So she would have completely 100% sided with you. She would not have been somebody who would have been like,
my father probably would have blamed me.
Right. Okay. That's what I'm getting
my
at.
mother,
Yeah.
I think she would have believed me. And
wow.
Wow.
So you waited until they had both passed before you came out with your story.
That's right.
Wow.
I didn't, it wasn't even I was waiting for them to pass. I mean, I wouldn't really plan on telling my story. I didn't realize how profound the impact was on me. I had actually seen, stories about church abuse survivors, and they're talking about how it impacted their lives. And I was one of those people that's saying, it happened to me, but it didn't really have an impact on me like that. But at the same time, in a parallel, I'm believe, my whole life I felt like something was wrong with me. And I was always searching for what was wrong. Like, why am I in a crowd getting all this attention, but I feel completely alone? And why, I was uneasy in crowds and making connections and forming relationships. It was just awkward for me. And I didn't understand it. And, I mentioned I lost my twin brother when I was 17. I even went and joined a group for twinless twins, thinking that was probably what was wrong. But that wasn't what was wrong. I processed the loss of my brother pretty well.
Right.
But life got really difficult and hard. And, eventually in 2013, I wanted to end my life. So that's when I got the help that I needed. Then everything kind of came out, and
oh, I'm sure it must have been gushed.
Yeah.
It must have been like a fire hose. It probably all gushed out.
Yeah.
So take us back to when you were 11. So take us back to lawn mowing and how, kind of looking back now as a 50-something-year-old, looking back, what were the tactics? Like, how was he, quote unquote, grooming you? I don't like to use that word, grooming you. How was he kind of training you? Or like, how does he get to the point where he feels comfortable enough to take off his clothes and ask you to perform oral sex on him without, well, first of all, that's completely, it's bonkers to even think about or even asking somebody to do that, especially a child, but clear, either they're completely delusional, which I will assume that they are, and they're psychotic, which I assume that they are, but how does he feel that level of comfort in doing that, knowing that you're not going to go tell somebody? How did he bring you into that level of comfort that allowed him to have that level of security to know that you weren't going to tell anybody?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because he would always get me candy, get me, when I would go cut the grass, he always paid me good money, like, a lot more than what normal kids would, when, I was getting like $35, but this is in like the late 70s, early 80s. So
You were getting $35 to cut his grass.
yeah. And back then it was like a $5, $10.
Yeah, no,
job.
I was alive then. I know what the currency was in those days. That if I cut grass, it would probably be like $3. I would have been happy with $3 or maybe $5 if I did a good job, and I didn't bother anybody, But yeah, 35 is over the top. That's almost like 2020 prices.
Yeah, it was a lot of money at the time. So he knew I wouldn't want to jeopardize that, and
this guy.
I didn't realize, I had actually been sexually abused when I was young by an older sibling, and I was like 3 or 4, and so now that I know what I know about abuse, it's like when my parents told me that you had that conversation before I went to school about don't let anybody touch your pee-pee, don't all that stuff, it's gonna fall off if you let somebody touch it. Well, when they're telling me this, I'd already been touched, so I knew it wasn't true. And so I didn't realize that, it kind of lowered I didn't have the boundaries that most normal kids would have because, when
you had already had been.
Yeah.
And has that ever been discussed openly or this previous?
I haven't really discussed it openly because I don't want to go after.
Sure.
My
we could leave it
older
there.
brother.
Of course.
But it did happen, and it's not that I don't. It's like I love his daughter too much, and she's been through so much that I don't have a relationship with that brother. I don't talk to him.
Understood. Understood. We could, but you're answering the question that I was asking, which is essentially how, in a weird kind of way, he was lucky, lucky in huge quotes, that he selected somebody who had already had a warped, if for lack of better words, or a misunderstanding of what appropriate touch was, because you had already that had already been violated in your world, and that then skewed what your level of normalcy was at that time.
And I told you, like, I mentioned that I'm a gay man, but like I didn't know I was gay. I didn't even know what gay was until I was in my 20s.
Of course.
But people like siblings and all said that they knew I was gay because of my mannerisms. So apparently then, growing up, I had more effeminate mannerisms. And so I think, he might have picked up on that. He certainly knew my parents were staunch Catholics and would side with him or the church over me.
Right.
And
And how long, and is that something like, I know, not necessarily me, and I'm sure Austin is probably the same way. Austin and I are cut from very much the same cloth, but I know that like at 15, 16, 17, as like my guy friends started losing virginities and started having relationships, they were the biggest, if you had a secret to tell them, don't tell them, because they were going to tell you everything. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if they were to kiss and tell, they were the ultimate, chatty Charlies and stuff. And so, but I'm wondering from your perspective, that's probably stuff that you don't share with anybody, obviously, right? Like you don't, you keep that with you. And did he, like, what did you think in the mind of an 11-year-old? What were you, did you see that you were bringing him in a warped, and again, I forgive me for asking such personal questions, but you told me it was okay. But did you, was there an element as an 11-year-old or 12-year-old that wants to please people that are higher or have an authoritarian, position in your life, or you clearly probably saw that he was enjoying what you were doing, and did that in some weird feed forward mechanism kind of encourage you to continue doing stuff like that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I don't think I did it for that because I didn't really enjoy doing it. And so, but I think, the public perception of,
your
me
stature
with my parents and with the church and all. It just, I think it made me look good, like that. I
Right.
was like working and trying, and
so that was like
I was an altar boy at that time.
So you would cut the grass, and then after that, there was probably some understanding that you
paint.
would then go in the house, and then he
Yeah,
would
so
pay
if the
you.
house
Then
was vacant, he would like maybe proposition me after the work was done, or he had a home on Tulane and Kenner that had a sex room. That's all I can describe it as. It was like the master bedroom was sectioned off from the rest of the house. He had tenants in the rest of the house, but there was a exit to the backyard, and so you get into the master bedroom, and the door to the hallway was just blocked off by the sofa, so you could hear the tenants in the other room. But he had just a console with a TV. He had Penthouse and Hustler magazines, and that's where he would bring me and want to like jerk off, or he'd always kind of grab my head and force my head down and give him a blowjob.
Right. And then how long did that go on for?
It went on for till I was 15, a sophomore. He had got me to teach catechism when I was in 7th grade to first and second graders. And I remember feeling like, oh my gosh, he thinks I'm so good and so my faith is strong that he believes I'm good enough to teach first and second graders. I'm only in 7th grade. So
that must have been a mind F,
it was like a feather in my cap. Like I was just like, wow, like, this is
right. You had money in your pocket, you had
awesome.
esteem, you had prestige amongst your colleagues, your friends probably all looked at you thinking, wow, you were
and the church community doted on me, like the men's club and ladies club. At one, after I taught the catechism for 2 years, I got called to the pastor's residence, and the president of the men's club and ladies club were there, and they approached me and my twin brother and a friend of ours, Amy, and said that they wanted to form a Catholic youth organization, and that they wanted me to lead the charge. They were going to give us some money to throw a pizza party for the 8th grade graduating class from St. Philip Neri School, and try and recruit kids to be members of the CYO. And in 3 years, I built it up to over 150 members.
Wow.
And, so the church was my life.
Right. You were clicking on all gears.
Yeah. I didn't understand the whole sex thing, but like at the same time, I was like serving the church. Jesus was a great friend of mine. I talked to him all the time, and I just felt, I was proud of my life, like in the direction it was going. I didn't understand the sex abuse, but you don't realize it's hurting you when you're a child. You're so resilient. You think it's just a momentary thing and it's over and it's done.
Right.
You don't realize the lifelong impact and how it, changes your brain chemistry and, affects. You don't realize, what happens in your developmental years, what the crucial role that plays throughout the rest of your life.
Right.
So you don't understand what's happening. And as long as it didn't hurt, it was okay.
Right.
It wouldn't hurt. Right. Like what happened was when I was 15, he brought me to his home and raped me. And I never wanted to see him again. I couldn't understand how a man could sit there. I was crying and he wouldn't stop. He like pinned me down with his arm across my back and raped me. And I was just, I didn't know what to think of. It was like, a piece of me died that day, because like he didn't care that I was hurting. It was all about whatever he wanted to do, and I didn't understand why he was doing that. It just didn't make sense, and I was ashamed. I couldn't tell anyone, Like I get home, there was blood on my underwear. I had to throw it away and get another pair, and like probably my mom didn't notice that a pair of underwear went missing, you know, 'cause it was, I never went to see him again after that. It was just, that was the day it all ended. It was like, I never went to see him again. And I didn't.
Right. Austin, I know you wanted to ask a question a moment ago.
Yeah. You know, you've been talking about how this abuse has this impact of like making you feel singled out and special. Did you ever get the sense then, or maybe now looking back on it, that this was happening to anyone else your age or had happened before, or is just you?
I assumed it was happening to other kids, but I didn't know of any.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I assumed that, you know, I could, you know, I didn't think I was the only one. And the sex thing was just like, it was like a byproduct. I mean, he taught me how to drive when I was 14. You know, you can't even get a learner's permit when you're 14. And so he treated me to things that, you know, any kid would want to, you know, learn how to drive when you're 14. That made me feel special, you know. And he just built me up, you know, and I didn't think anything of like, I was just proud to be like teaching, you know, the life of Jesus to these young, you know, first and second graders and introducing them to it. It just made me feel special and made me feel like Jesus was proud of me, you know, and I just continued forward on that path because, you know, I wanted to please Jesus, wanted to please my parents.
Right.
And, just live a good life.
Richard, so the rape happened at 15. You go home. What happens? Like, you don't go back to him. Completely understandable. How did you carry that? Did that not register as sexual abuse at that point at 15?
Oh, it did.
Or
it did. And
okay.
you know, I told my twin brother, I think, suspected something had happened because he had the neighbor across the street asked me if I was being sexually abused by point blank, if Mr. Alexander was abusing me. And I just said no. I knew that, like, and because I knew if I had told her, she would have told my parents. And, you know, my dad, you know, would have beat the shit out of me and, you know, called me a faggot and blamed me for, you know. But she had asked me, like, probably 10 times. I mean, it was like something she just, you know, I think my brother knew something happened and he told her, and she tried desperately to get me to tell her, and I just couldn't. Like, I thought that it would just, my life would be destroyed. You know, my dad was kind of abusive already, so that would have just like set him over the top, and, you know, he would have blamed me for sure.
Right. And then so you're now carrying this horrific, just like this horrific act that occurred to you.
I was in a daze for months. Like that semester in school, the first time I ever got an F, and I got 4. And
wow. Right, of course.
I also came down with hepatitis B. I don't know if I got it from the rape or not, but like,
I could, as an infectious disease doctor.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't sexually active at the time.
Right, of course. And then you're not using IV drug. You weren't using IV drugs, right?
Not at all. Not at all.
I think it's pretty sure to say that.
And everybody was kind of confused that I was had
how did you, so what happened? Did you just like one day have like yellow eyes, or how did they find out that you
I told my mom my urine was really dark, and my sister worked in the biology department at LSU, and she brought home a test, and they did a test and found out, you know.
Hold on, let me ask you this. So as a 15-year-old, your pediatrician, whoever, like, listen, there was a major F up here. So if you don't mind me saying, if you're not using IV drugs and you're not sexually active, any pediatrician worth their weight in gold should have assumed then that you're likely being sexually abused and should have gone down that pathway.
I didn't go to my pediatrician. My mom, my sister worked in the she ran a lab at LSU and had access to the test, and she did the test, and I was just put on bed rest. But all my friends, I was a cheerleader at Rummel, so all the cheerleaders had to get the gamma globulin shots. All my close friends had to get the gamma globulin shots.
Nobody thought that it was like hepatitis A. Yeah, that's
and nobody
foodborne.
questioned
Yes.
when I failed 4 subjects. Like nobody.
Yes, and how you failed 4 subjects.
Pulled me aside and said, "What's going on?" Like,
Right.
Yeah, it's just
that was a major failure in the system.
Yeah.
Do you think that was oversight, or do you think that was like that happens to kids that are abused and then that they don't want to go, they don't want to open those doors, so they don't want to know the truth, especially in those days where they hid a lot of that abuse?
I think that might be the case. I felt, I wish they would have like inquired or asked, or because them not doing that.
Yes.
Just made me feel like I didn't care. It made me feel like I didn't have support or care. Why wasn't anybody
trying
to find out what was going on with me? And
so I assume you have a suit out to him. So, and he's alive.
He just passed away, unfortunately.
So did he ever see the inside of a jail cell?
No, but I did make a report to the police, and they strip searched him because I had an identifying mark on his penis.
Oh, really? He had really?
Yeah. Well, I only saw his penis hard, right? So, he had a lump. I mean, and I hated that lump because I could feel it like every time he like pushed my head down, and but when they strip searched him, he was 73, I think, at the time, and I don't know, the lump probably wasn't evident unless he was erect, and I seriously doubt he was erect. They couldn't find the lump that I was telling them
Got
about,
it.
but it was there for sure.
Got it.
So they couldn't press charges, but had they found the lump, he would have been in jail, But it felt good that they strip searched him and believe me. And I felt good that he had that humiliation,
Good. Good. I'm glad that you found justice in that.
Yeah. 'Cause I felt like, they listened to me and
Right.
So
what happened after? So the next set of abuses occurred a couple years later.
Yes. So when I was when I was 17 on Easter Sunday, my twin brother was killed in a car accident. And
in New Orleans, or
in New Orleans, him and his girlfriend both died.
Oof.
And it was 3 weeks before graduation, and I just really needed like the church. I needed I didn't know. I spent all my developmental years with my twin brother, and now I've got like exams and graduation, and that's it left of high school, and I'm supposed to be starting college in the fall, and I didn't know how to really interact with society without my twin brother. He was like a mirror image of me. Like he was on the football team, I was a cheerleader. He was a fighter, I was a diplomat. He vetted all my friends for me. Like I think maybe that was also something about like the sexual abuse I had when I was young. Like just growing up, I was always timid and afraid of meeting people, and so I wouldn't really befriend people unless my twin brother said it was okay. So it was really difficult, like losing him right at that stage, because I was off to college, and I had never been in the world without my brother. Like, he always validated everything for me. So I was struggling. I was on the diving team, and my twin brother and I had been divers since we were 6. He always beat me. and he was fearless and I was always timid. But when he passed away, he transferred everything that he was that I wasn't was transferred to me. Like, I knew the instant he died. I was actually on the floor crying in the bathroom at the hospital, and all of a sudden I just calmed down, stood up, looked in the mirror, and I said, he's gone. And then, you know, I heard him calling my name a few minutes later. I knew why they were calling my name, looking for me. But, you know, all of a sudden, you know, I started excelling at diving and you know, improved a lot. And, you know, I became more fearless, and, you know, all the qualities that he had, I started, you know, acquired. And that was really interesting, but still I didn't know how to be in the world. You know, I never experienced, you know, the world as an individual. I was always part of a duo. And this group of guys joined the country club where I was the diving coach. I was actually state champion in '85. And one of them approached me and told me he was a photographer and wanted to take pictures of me diving for his portfolio. And in exchange, I would get copies of the pictures. And he also told me he was a Catholic priest. And so I trusted him instantly, befriended him. And we did the photo shoot. And he brought me the pictures, met me at the country club. It was August 7th, I believe, and showed me all the pictures. And then that's when he told me about he was going on a trip with the other guys that were at the country, that he would come to the country club, and a few other priests. They had a private yacht reserved in the Caribbean, and they were going for 2 weeks. And there was a priest that couldn't go, and his tickets were non-refundable and prepaid, and they were offering it all to me. So all I needed was my passport and so I was still living at home with my parents, so I had to get their permission. So I went home and told them I met this priest. He's a photographer, and, you know, the proposition. And they called Monsignor Kenny at the church and said, listen, this guy is befriending Richard and wants to take him on a trip to the Caribbean. He says he's a Catholic priest. Is Vincent Behan a Catholic priest? And Monsignor told him, I know who he is. He is a Catholic priest. I don't know him well, but he's definitely a Catholic priest. That's all my parents wanted to know. They never asked could they trust him. They just wanted to know if he was a priest. And then for my birthday, they left. The trip left on my 20th birthday. And for my birthday, my mom and dad gave me the money to get the passport. And I think I had to have a visa at that time.
Richard, can I ask real quickly, like, Catholic priests usually, I'm not a Catholic and I didn't grow up Catholic, but from what I know in society and pay attention to literature and whatever, don't they take like a vow of, like, maybe not a vow of poverty, but they live a very, very, very humble life, and the idea of
definitely
Catholic
take a vow of
priests
celibacy.
celibacy, right? Going down to the Bahamas to go party on yachts does not.
You know, I didn't think
and I
we were
remember thinking this
Yeah.
when I first read the story in NOLA.com or wherever I read the story. Like, what? Catholic priests are going to party in the Bahamas on a yacht? Like, that struck me as odd when I first saw that. So
yeah,
was that like another that like
I didn't think anything of it. Like, I was so excited.
Okay.
I had never been out of the country. I was like a fish in the water. I grew
Fair,
up on the diving team, so I was just like, oh my god, I've never been on a plane. You know, I mean, I came from a poor family, you know, and so it was just like, you know, I was just excited. I couldn't wait to see the water in the Caribbean and all the fish and go swimming in the ocean. And
you were a swimmer, right? You're a diver. You're a water person.
That was
I'm a
my
water
thing.
person. So yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
So I was just, you know, and then blown away that they were asking me to go on the trip, you know, so I was just couldn't wait. And, you know, it's funny because had it not been a Catholic priest that invited me on that trip, I wouldn't have gone because I had already been raped. And there was no way I was going to put myself on a boat with 8 other guys in the middle of nowhere and with no escape route. Like, it just wouldn't have happened. The only reason I went was because he was a Catholic priest, and I just felt totally.
You still had trust. You still had
Oh, I had
trust in
so
the
much trust.
system. Right.
You know, this was a priest. You know, John Alexander was like the vice principal. He wasn't a priest. He wasn't a
Right.
deacon. He wasn't, you know, I didn't look at him and consider him a member of the clergy. These were priests, so I knew I
Right.
could trust them.
So the education system had failed you, but the Catholic Church hadn't failed you at this point. You still looked at the Catholic Church as a point of trust, of authority, of respect, or
Oh, absolutely.
there was no reason for you to feel any fear at this point.
I wouldn't question anything. No, I was like so honored that they asked, and just I mean, I wanted to go. I wasn't afraid. You know, I wasn't worried anything was going to happen to me.
Right.
I mean, even my parents, like, I mean, you know, when I first told them about the trip, they were like, you know, oh, hell no. And it's like, well, let's call Monsignor Kenny. And, you know, Monsignor Kenny was a great family friend. And I worked close with him when I was president of CYO. So he knew what I was going through, losing my twin brother. And he said, you know, you should let him go. You know, this would be a good opportunity for him. And he's been through so much. So yeah, it was. I was
so
excited.
you went on the trip.
So I went on the trip, and that first night, we arrived at this lodge. I mean, it was like, you know, a dirt runway at the airport, and then it was like a, you know, hour drive in a Jeep on, you know, pothole full, you know, roads. And
what year is this?
This is 1986.
Okay.
In August of 1986, and so.
And you were 19. You were 19.
I was 19. I turned 20 on the day we left.
Got it. So you were 20.
We left
Okay.
on my 20th birthday, August 10th.
All right.
And the next day, so we the first night we stayed at a lodge, and then the next morning we loaded up the boat and set sail. And one of the guys on the that was traveling with us was a professor from Tulane, but also was a captain and had, you know, knew how to charter the boat. And another guy, Eric, that was an attorney, he was like in his 30s, was on the boat and had knew how to operate the sailboat. So he was almost like a deckhand. He would teach us how to help with the sails and stuff. And so I was just really looking forward to it. I wasn't afraid, you know. I mean, I knew how to swim. I was just really excited to go. And so we set sail that first night.
And then you told me there was a guy there earlier today. You were
James. So James on the boat, on the plane ride there, I kind of suspected that some of the guys were gay because, you know, the way just their mannerisms and the way they interacted at the country club. And I had feelings about maybe wondering, like, you know, but I had been dating girls, like, you know, but I wasn't sexually active. But I'm like 20 years old, and, you know, everybody else is already, like, you know, kind of lost their virginity or whatever. And I felt like behind the time, but I just felt confused. And I didn't know what. And James sat with me on the plane. It was my first plane ride, and we kind of talked and got close. And, you know, we shared a room that night. And then on the boat, he kind of came on to me. I didn't reject it. I was open to it. Like, I was just, I just felt like I was in a safe environment. You know, I knew nothing would happen to me that was going to hurt me with the priest being there. And so I felt I was just in a safe environment to be able to explore
and
that.
you referred to James earlier when we spoke earlier today, and we've got about 14 minutes. So
Yeah.
you referred to James as kind of like, he was a bit of a groomer.
I think his role was to come on to me and to befriend me and try and get me in a sexual situation.
Right. And I earlier today said, and you said it was okay for me to kind of use the comparison, that it was kind of like he kind of acted like a kind of what Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, kind of was to what the Epstein folks were. That role was bestowed upon him. So
and I didn't realize it till I found the photographs in 2018, but the photographs were taken in 1986. But James was looking in the camera, in some of the photographs.
So he knew pictures
He
were
knew
being
the
taken.
pictures were being taken, whereas you can
You
tell
didn't know.
I'm not aware that any of the pictures are being taken, and it's obvious from the direct, the pictures that I'm not.
And
he's
presumably it
popping
was
up with
and presumably it was the priest who was identified as a photographer that was taking these pictures without your
it was
without
definitely
you
the
be
priest. Yeah, and I can prove it was the priest.
right.
Like in one of the photos, his arm, he went. So the next day, the transmission went out on the boat. We went snorkeling off the Guanaja. It's an island in the Bay Island chain. And before we go in the water, Vincent, the priest, handed out these little squares of paper and told us to put them under our tongues. And everybody did that. And it was.
And you thought it was you thought it was Dramamine or something.
I thought it was
right?
something for like motion sickness or something. It's like, oh, I'm good. I'm like, but he said to take it, so I took it. And it was LSD. And, and so it's the first time I'm going snorkeling in the Caribbean and saltwater, seeing all these colorful fish. And, the LSD just made all those colors even brighter. And like, it was kind of a amazing experience, honestly. Like, I wasn't afraid. The drug was euphoric, and, it was just, I just thought I was living a dream. Like, you're euphoric from the drugs, but also I'm euphoric because I'm in the Caribbean swimming with like all these beautiful colored fish. I saw an octopus the first time I went snorkeling. I mean, it was just like mind blowing to me. And I was just like, wow, I'd never, it's like the stuff you saw on TV.
Richard, let's just stop and just say a priest gave you acid without your consent. Like, that is, to me, I remember when I first read that story, I think that was the thing that made me go, whoa, what? Like, how does a priest have acid? And I know that you then double down, and when you start talking about the ecstasy, we'll get that in a second. But like a priest having acid and just comfortably just passing LSD out, to me is just, which was it Vince? Was it the photographer?
Yeah.
Vincent. How many priests were on the trip? Was it just one
So
priest?
there were 2 priests on the trip and a professor. And then
did the Tulane professor know about this? Did they know what was going on?
Everybody did the acid. Everybody did it. And I felt like everybody else knew about it. I would, but it was something new to me. I'd never done drugs before. So it was the first time I'd ever done a drug. And, and then that a priest gave it to me, I was like, well, it must be okay. It's like, it's like, and I'm at an age, I'm like, my developmental years are over. I'm in college. I'm entering the world and seeing for the first time what the real world is like. And I'm thinking these priests are showing me what the real world is like, and that was okay. And like, especially acid, because it like allows you to think on a higher level. It expands your, so that you can
Consciousness.
Yeah. And so, and it did. And it was like, and it didn't hurt. Like, it wasn't a bad experience.
Right. You didn't have a bad trip.
No. And so I just thought, my mom and dad were prudish and like, but
so you
God,
knew
that
you were
are,
taking
like, showing me the real way,
Right.
I mean,
So you knew then that what you were taking was something that was like, if you're
I didn't
saying
know
your
till
mom and
after
dad,
I took it, and then they told me what it was, because obviously I got high,
right?
And but everybody was like, "Oh no, it's cool. You're gonna be great. You're gonna love it." And so yeah, everybody else had already done it, before, but it was a new experience for me, and they knew it was a new experience for me.
Right. So was there then abuse with you under the influence of LSD then that occurred?
Well, that afternoon, so I mentioned the transmission went out on the boat. So they put out a SOS. Everybody on the boat, there's a guy that owns a key, an old man of the sea, I'll refer to him as. But he came and then invited everybody back to his little island, which was you could see from the boat. And James and I decided to stay on the boat. And Vincent said that he would join them later. He wanted to read a book. So everybody that was on the boat went to the island trying to figure out how we're gonna get the boat fixed. And James and I laid out. I'm high as a kite. Got me naked. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere. I've been on the diving team and wore a bikini my whole life, so I wasn't really had any body shame issues or anything like that. So we were naked and laying out on the front of the boat, and Vincent said he was going to be reading a book. I later found out that Vincent was popping up through different hatches, taking pictures of James and I, and we were like, we weren't having sex, but we were naked and cuddling and kissing and,
engaging in whatever.
Foreplay,
you guys
I would
were,
call it, maybe.
yeah. You were engaging in intimacy.
Intimacy, for sure. And,
right. And
I'd never experienced any of that. Like, I'd never been intimate with anybody. And so, I certainly didn't think Vincent was watching us, or but we were just in the middle of nowhere on the front of the boat and private
and
time.
certainly you didn't think your partner was in on it as well, which is just a really horrific, like really taking from you not only a huge part of your innocence by giving you something without your consent, but then also pulling you into this level of intimacy while you're being photographed without your consent. That would come out later, which is just, again, it's just like the story is like unraveling an onion. It's just layer by layer. There's just like more and more to it. And
it was
then
devastating.
I'm sure. I even can't imagine. We have a few minutes left. Let's just like, and I had predicted that we were going to have you on again.
Yeah.
So,
Part 2.
yeah, we're going to have a part 2. So I guess let's just kind of hold off there. Then take us to then how you found the pictures then, because I think in 2000, you said in 2008,
Okay. So
how did the photographs surface?
2018. Okay. So
2018.
well,
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. 2018. So, and, in 2002, I moved to California. Another boy that was on the boat, Michael, was living in California. I bought my first house, and Michael was looking for a place to live. He came to live with me. We were talking one day about the trip, reminiscing. At that time, it was just good memories. And he told me, I told him I lost a bunch of my pictures in the May 5th flood here in New Orleans. And he says, I have all the negatives. I'll give them to you. So in 2002, he gives me all the negatives that he had from the trip. They were put in an envelope, and I put them in a memory box that I had. So in 2018, after going through like a lot of therapy and unraveling like what my issues were and realizing the sex abuse had impacted me way more than I ever imagined, I wanted to file a claim, and I wanted to go meet with the attorney, and I knew that there were 4 pictures that they showed me that Vincent had taken. It bothered me because it was just James, and the focus was our faces, but you could see over the shoulder that we were naked. You could see my butt in the background. And it really bothered me that those pictures even existed. And, but I had them, and it was something that I could, show that, I had. So I was looking for those pictures, and I couldn't find the one that I wanted to find. And so I saw the envelope of negatives, and I went through the negatives, and I came across an entire roll of film. And there were 17 photographs. And
tell me about Michael. How did he have these negatives? And
I don't know how Michael had the negatives. I don't know how Michael ended up with the negatives. Vincent.
Well, he's alive. Can't we ask him?
Oh yeah, my attorneys have said not to, talk to them because I wanted to question them. Because
did your attorneys never deposed him and asked him how he got the negatives?
No, not yet.
Fair.
No.
Okay.
And I assume that'll happen. Right now, we're in a bankruptcy, so it's not a traditional trial. Like, it's not even a trial. I don't get to tell my story. That's why I'm so happy to talk to you guys, because the bankruptcy is preventing our stories from being told.
Right. Because I've been wondering, how is it that your attorneys are allowed?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the bankruptcy and get the case heard in court, because
so to be clear,
need to know what's happening.
Right. To be clear, it's the Catholic Church. We'll get to that in part 2. The bankruptcy is not your bankruptcy. The bankruptcy is the Catholic Church. It's the Catholic Church that's claiming bankruptcy to avoid dealing with this case specifically. Yes.
Exactly.
So
my case and several others, yeah.
And several others, but this one has got, there's pictures, there's film, there's a
I have all the evidence. My
you
evidence
have all
has
the
evidence.
story is very credible. It's a very, very credible
That's
story.
why Jesus is good. He's my best friend. He knew I could handle it, and he made sure I had the proof. So I'm going after him. And I'm not going after him for the money. I'm going after him. I want their church reformed. I want this cancer that's living within the church to be get rid of. I want the church to do the work of teaching about Jesus. He's such an amazing individual. I couldn't be here today if I didn't have him as my best friend.
So Richard, you're still a practicing Catholic?
I'm not a practicing Catholic, but I have great faith and I have a great relationship with Jesus. I don't believe in organized religion anymore because, the betrayal was so profound. And
of course.
And, we really didn't even get into it, but all the ecstasy and other drugs that they...
Part two. Part two. Trust me. Like there's, I did not, I thought we would get through the story. There's still so much more to do. We have another minute. We're going to have to wrap up. I promise you we'll have you back on. And thank you. You've been so incredibly generous with your time, and this story is just,
thank you guys.
I remember first reading about it, and now we get to talk to you about it. Anything you want to say in the last minute? Anything that you want to leave our listeners or our viewers with, or
just hope everybody tunes in to hear the second half of the story. There's so much going on right now currently, and I'm really blessed. I have one of the most amazing psychiatrists, Arwen Podesta, and she really has saved my life. She's a rock star in my world, and she got me to a place where I could be here today and talk. And so I've been fortunate to have the trauma-informed therapy necessary to recover. I'm still recovering. This is part of my recovery, is talking to you guys. But there's so many survivors out there that I've met that just that need that therapy, and they don't, they can't afford it right now. And I'm doing everything I can now.
And I know we got to sign off in just one quick minute, but is everything that's happening, watching all the Epstein stuff, is that also triggering for you as well? Is that something that's bringing?
I wish the Catholic faithful would act like the country is acting on the Epstein files. Everybody wants the Epstein files released. Well, where's the Catholic faithful demanding that the church files be released?
100%.
And so it just bothers me. The
100%.
Catholic faithful, they think that they're going to be going against God, but it's like, no, God, you think God wants a sex trafficking ring being run out the back office of the church? No.
Right.
We
got to wrap up. Thank you, Richard. We will have you back on. Austin, thank you so much.
Hey everybody, what I do, Hey, what's up? Look, it's my natural hair. Oh God, I gotta do something at this top. Well, I'm wearing a dress. What's up? It's Kristina's Corner. It is the 9th of September. 2 more days until the big day. We all know what that day is. Yeah, what's up? Hope everyone's doing well. It's been a doozy. I've been very, very, very stressed out. But we're still getting help for rent. I'm excited about that. Take some of the edge off. There's a lot to discuss. Florida's getting rid of the vaccine mandates. My state of South Carolina is going to ban all abortions and criminalize it. Gonna go over that. And Democrats, once again, are not understanding the real threat in this country. Also, if you're wondering, wow, what lipstick you're wearing, it's this. Wait, no, that's not it. Where is it's this one. It looks a lot lighter in the tube, but it's from Killstar. Coven Cosmetics is what it's called. It's a lot darker. I thought it'd be a lot lighter. Anyway. Yeah. So also, right after this stream, I'm gonna have to end the stream a little bit early because I have to go jump off and do Movie Night Extravaganza at 6 o'clock on the Movie Night channel. That's gonna be fun, going from one show to the next. I'm keeping busy. I'm keeping busy. I'm keeping busy. Also, I've been popping off on TikTok. Has it done anything for me? No. It's weird. It's weird. TikTok is weird. I say that. I literally am like asking people, how do you work TikTok? And it's funny as hell. And people are like, you're a millennial. I'm like, exactly. Millennials are the boomers of the younger generation, is what I say. All the time. All the time. And you know what? The more I say it, the more people get it. Which is true. So, I want to go over something that's happening right now. It's coming up. It's coming up soon. The state of South Carolina is going to ban all abortions. It's a Senate 323 bill, and it's really, really not good. Not good. Not good at all. Not happy about it. I need to get the hell out of here. Just diving right in. It breaks my heart. Hearing on proposed total abortion ban scheduled for early October. In early October, proposed Senate bill seeking a total abortion ban for South Carolina will have a public subcommittee hearing. Caption, it breaks my heart. Hearing on proposed total abortion ban scheduled for early October. Senate Bill 323, also called the Unborn Child Protection Act, would repeal current safeguards under the state's current 6-week abortion ban, change legal definitions, and could create new implications for contraception and fertility treatments like in vitro fertilization. It creates a total abortion ban with almost no exceptions. The exceptions for rape, incest, and fetal anomaly are repealed, said Matthew Butler, an advocacy strategist with the ACLU of South Carolina. The bill is sponsored by Republican state senators Richard J. Cash of District 3 and Billy Garrett of District 10 and Rex F. Rice of District 2. What do these three people have in common? They are men. They're men. None of these dudes are women. Okay. News 4 reached out to the senators for comment on the bill, and as of publication, has not heard back. The bill was introduced to the state Senate in February 2025 and has been working through subcommittees outside the regular session, likely to become a top priority for lawmakers in January 2026. Wow, our roads are broken, and this is what's more important. Okay. The restrictions that we already have in South Carolina are already causing so much pain for mothers and families and people who want to start families in the state. And this is just going to exacerbate that, said Charleston mother Tori Nardon. Nardon is no stranger to the emotional turmoil and legal complexities of South Carolina's current abortion laws. I had to leave the state of South Carolina to get an abortion because we learned that as I entered my second trimester of my second pregnancy, our daughter had a fatal fetal anomaly. She said she was going to die early at birth or moments after they were shocked I hadn't miscarried yet. So people need to realize that miscarriages are more common than people that society makes us out to believe. While under the current law, it would want a legal abortion, doctors were unable to retrieve physical evidence of the anomaly, forcing Norton to seek essential health care outside the state. It's not enough to have an expert opinion and an expert word. You have to have the medical physical evidence, she explained. There is just nothing worse than feeling disregarded and disrespected in a state that you've chosen to call home and chosen to start a family and raise a family in. Well, there was your first mistake right there. Why would you want to start a family here or even settle down here? I'm trying to get the hell out. Under SB 323, a story similar to hers could carry different implications. The bill defines life beginning at conception, equating abortion with homicide, which prosecutors say could carry up to a 30-year prison sentence. What about the rapist? It's a good one. I read all this bill, and it's a doozy, y'all. The bill also makes it a felony for someone to share any information regarding how to obtain an abortion with a pregnant person and possibly criminalizes leaving the state to receive one. So not only could I not get the help I needed, but I also wouldn't be able to leave the state to get the help I needed, she said. And anyone who helped me, my husband who drove me, my mother-in-law who watched my son, would be a criminal under this law. That is not exaggeration. That is the truth. The ACLU says it raises concerns regarding a person's First Amendment rights. We have concerns about the impediment it puts on free speech, Butler said. It would make it a felony to aid and abet an abortion, including by simply providing information about abortion or referral to an abortion. This does open the door to restrict birth control. It's not your typical abortion ban, added Ashley Liddell, the chief strategy officer for the Women's Rights and Empowerment Network. This is something truly that everybody in our state could be criminalized under if they're supporting people who may need health care, whether it's an abortion, miscarriage management, or even access to contraception later on. The new language could also criminalize a mother who suffers from a miscarriage or stillbirth. My mother had miscarriages and a stillbirth and a ectopic pregnancy 30 years ago. If she were of birthing age today, she would be dead or in jail. And I wouldn't be here, mind you. Just saying. Women had more, I can't believe I have to say, women had more rights back then than we do now. I can't believe I have to say that. When you're looking at our laws and you're looking at child abuse, when you're looking at homicide, any of the kind of criminal laws that we have in other places, the prosecutor, and in this case, also the attorney general, can apply those to definitions to the statute. Explained Liddell. I would say the implications for how many layers of new law this is, it is not just a total abortion ban, but truly understanding the chilling effects of other components of law. The fact that they truly are trying to criminalize women who are seeking health care. In 2024, a 22-year-old Orangeburg woman was arrested and charged with homicide by child abuse sufferer after suffering a miscarriage. The charges were dropped after a grand jury declined to indict her. Miscarriages happen naturally, and usually within the first or second trimester. I don't understand. Like, we are so behind on women's health care and knowing how women's body operates that we still have physicals that are painful and get mocked on TikTok that require nurses to get fired over. Under SB 323, Liddell worries cases like this will become more common. It's not actually a new legal theory to criminalize pregnancy outcomes here to our state of South Carolina, but it would increase it, she said. Advocates also raised concerns about implications for contraceptives and IVF, Butler saying, we only have to look at cases out of Alabama from a couple years ago to see how these things may or may not play out. This bill changes the definition of legal contraceptive, Butler said. We are not certain how this bill will have full effects on birth control, whether IUDs, intrauterine devices, or hormonal birth control, or other types of contraceptives that are currently on the market. Would those become illegal under this bill? Butler, though, also foresee the state's current deficit in OBGYNs worsening. We're going to see probably more medical professionals leave the state who specialize in the care of pregnant women, Butler said. It breaks my heart for other aspiring moms and other moms who want to grow their families, who are simply just terrified to do so in the state, she said. I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm not. I'm hopeful that people will speak up and speak out and fight back against this bill. I don't know how they're going to keep women and families in South Carolina otherwise. Liddell says the Medical Affairs Subcommittee hearing is the only time the public can share testimony in the bill. The hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, October 1st at 9:30 a.m. in the Gressett Building, room 105 at the Columbia State House. Yeah, I cannot fathom why any person would want to move here and start a family. When I hear people like, we're moving to Aiken, we want to start, like, my town has its own Facebook group that shares all the local news and the happenings and what's going on. Apparently we had an ICE raid again yesterday, and people were like happy about that. But you're playing with fire. You're playing with your life if you want to have a family here. You are not going to be happy here. Like, so many of my friends have moved out of the state because they know it's impossible for them to have their hopes and dreams happen here, or like, starting a family. My mother had my sister. My mother had an ectopic pregnancy, but right before she had me, she had stillbirths, miscarriages. But back then, those things were not criminalized. Now they are. You're criminalized for bodily functions now, which is crazy. Even the Palmetto State Abortion Fund would be at risk because that's aiding and abetting those who want to get an abortion because it funds, the hotel stay, the travel, the gas, outside, the care in the state. It's not looking good here, guys. It's not looking good here. And again, it's sad to say women had more rights like 20, 30 years ago than they do now. It's sad. It's sad. I don't want to be here. You're more likely to die in this and also, you know, in a lot of red states, women are dying during childbirth because we're defunding healthcare. We're defunding rural hospitals. I mean, I had an appointment on the 2nd for counseling. I didn't know. No one called me. No one reminded me. I got nothing. And I emailed them. I still haven't heard back. Like, this is what Trump's administration is doing. Like, it's not. It's just. I hate it. I hate it here. It's just not. It's not good, guys. No, it just keeps getting worse. And like everyone's like, be hopeful, be optimistic about what? You know, I'm being realistic. I'm not. You know, pessimism is realism. I'm just saying. And honestly, it just keeps getting worse. Keeps getting worse. I'm here to tell you, you know what? We should just get rid of vaccine mandates at this point. You know why? Because we've had it good for too long. We need to be reminded of how bad things were before vaccines. If people are going to put their own lives at risk, their own lives or their children at risk, I'm not going to feel sorry for you if your child catches measles and dies. I'm sorry. Like that's rude. That's awful to say. I don't care. You're vaccinated, but you're not going to vaccinate your kids. The state of Florida is going to be a social experiment on that. It really is. Ron DeSantis risks letting polio, measles spread in Florida schools. How about it? Florida will be the first state to end vaccine mandates for children to attend public schools. Donald Trump's least convincing impersonator, Ron DeSantis, is bringing the president's attacks on science and the health and safety of children to the Sunshine State. More like Sundown State. DeSantis handpicked State Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo, announced Wednesday the state will move to eliminate all vaccine requirements for children to attend public schools. That means Florida will no longer need to get children will no longer need to get vaccinated against measles, polio, mumps, or chickenpox. It would be the first state to eliminate such requirements. Speaking about vaccine mandates on Wednesday, Ladapo said every last one of them is wrong and dripped with disdain and slavery. Maybe we should also bring that back to you so people are reminded what that is. Oh, wait, we still have it. Prison labor. Adding, your body is a gift from God. What you put into your body is because of your relationship with your body and God. This guy went to Harvard. Lovato is best known for spreading misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines, including the claim that mRNA-based vaccines may threaten the integrity of the human genome. God. DeSantis additionally announced the launch of a state MAHA commission. You know what? Every time I hear that, I think of MAHA from, the Amanda show. Remember Amanda Bynes? So every time someone says, make America healthy again, I go, MAHA. And they ask me what's wrong with me. I'm like, I'm just saying MAHA. Named after the Make America Healthy Again slogan popularized by Health and Human Service Secretary and one-time brain warmer, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Let me read that again. DeSantis additionally announced the launch of a state commission named after the Make America Healthy Again slogan popularized by Health and Human Service Secretary and one-time brain worm haver R.F. Kennedy Jr. Rolling Stone, you guys have a way with words. DeSantis said the state's commission will work towards improving transparency and accountability in healthcare and restoring trust in the medical profession and in the public health. Y'all doing that all your own by not believing the science. The governor's pledge is to end all childhood vaccine mandates in Florida comes as the Trump administration, led by Kennedy, conducts a sweeping assault on science and the ability of Americans to vaccinate themselves and their children. It comes as measles, a highly contagious disease that was once eradicated in the United States, is spreading throughout the country once again. Kennedy has long promoted the baseless theory that some childhood vaccines cause autism and once claimed there is no vaccine that is, safe and effective. Under RFK Jr.'s leadership at the How is that? There's some I've been practicing by watching some guys on TikTok do a good RFK Jr. impression. How was that? Let me know. Under RFK Jr.'s leadership at the Health and Human Services Department, HHS, the Trump administration has restricted eligibility for COVID vaccines and booster shots, and there's concern the administration will attempt to remove them from the shelves altogether. You know what? Bring back the pandemic so that us streamers can make it finally. That's what we need. Bring back the pandemic. Okay. Last week, the White House attempted to oust the head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, creating chaos throughout the agency. In June, Kennedy fired members of the panel that advises the CDC on vaccine safety, so he could attempt to replace them with non-experts who share his views. DeSantis is now making Florida healthy again, the same way Trump and Kennedy are doing so at a national level, by putting everyone at risk of getting diseases that vaccines have protected us from. Shit. Honestly, I'm getting better with the RFK Jr. impression. I don't know. I think I'm doing okay. But like, okay, so I don't know what the deal is, but a lot of people assume that like measles, mumps, rubella, like all these things are just skin conditions that you can just, skirt through. You just isolate yourself, don't scratch yourself, you're fine. No, these are more than just skin conditions. You will get fever. You could get you could have severe brain damage, depression, die, blindness. It attacks all of your body's systems. Okay, you need to be vaccinated. And they're like, what about the kids? What about the videos of the kids screaming when they get the vaccines? That's every 5-year-old at their local health department getting a vaccine. That was me when I was young, afraid of needles. When you're 5 years old, when you're a baby getting you don't remember getting vaccines until you get your first your school mandated vaccines. That's it. But like other than that, grow up. You've had your vaccines. You're not going to deprive your kids. You're going to deprive your kids of vaccines because, you read a Facebook article one time that's completely AI. Not only that, hell yeah. What's funny too, though, is the fact that they're blaming Tylenol now. It's just going to come to blaming women. Here's the thing, guys. You ever notice your grandfather was like obsessed with trains, had like a train or a truck collection? Chances are your grandparent was autistic. It's a genetic mutation like the X-Men. Like, people need to like chill out. Autism is not the worst thing to have. It really isn't. Most of our geniuses of history were probably neurodivergent. Nothing wrong with that. They're blaming Tylenol. Tylenol was created after autism was coined and discovered. Like, Tylenol is probably the only thing that women could take when they're pregnant, when they have pain or anything like that. But now they're saying it's the blaming Tylenol, the one drug that women can take when they're pregnant. I don't know, guys. We're like we're going through some dark times right now, and I don't know how. I don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. Also, too, it's funny to me when people are like, well, RFK Jr. is the epitome of health. I'm like, former heroin addict, probably injects his body with shit from China and eats bear carcass. That's healthy to you? And also he sounds like that. Enough said. I'm sorry, but like, that dude looks like he probably has skin cancer. I mean, but it's just crazy that they're because didn't they say around September they were going to find all the studies that connects autism and vaccines, but they really haven't? I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you're going to ban people from getting vaccines that they need, you're putting their health in jeopardy. There are people who need the COVID boosters, who need to get vaccinated against COVID. Also, too, we're not going to be able to travel outside the country. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's the end goal, is to really isolate us, because there are other countries that are like, yo, you have to have this vaccine to enter our country because we don't have these diseases anymore. You know why? Because of vaccines. It's like the Samoa measles outbreak that killed God knows how many kids that RFK Jr. was responsible for. I mean, there are people out there who are not vaccinating their animals, their pets, against rabies because they're like, I'm afraid my dog's going to get autism. You know what? Let me describe to you what happens when you can't prove your pets are vaccinated against rabies. Okay. DHEC takes your pet, puts them down, opens up their skull, gets their brain, examines the brain, and finds that they did in fact have rabies. If you cannot prove that your pet are vaccinated against rabies and other things, they are required to put your pet down. Do you want that? Do you want that? I would hope not. But rabies is making a comeback in Oklahoma and other rural states. Have you guys ever seen a video of a human who has like the last stage of rabies? Because it does come in stages. It's literally the rage virus from 28 blank days later or whatever, like 28 blank later franchise. It's a rage virus. There's a video of a man who was strapped down to a bed. He's just raging and screaming incoherently and just thrashing everywhere because he caught rabies. It's not good. Like we are going so backwards. I mean, we have another measles case in South Carolina, our third one. Three too many, okay? And it just boggles my mind to see these people, these women, these mothers who have cheek filler, who have lip filler, who got piercings in parts of the body that normally aren't pierced, who have tattoos, and I'm like, tattooing is not FDA approved. Filler is not FDA approved. Your both, none of that shit is approved by the FDA. And you want to deny your kid, you're worried about chemicals going inside your child's body? First of all, you're vaccinated. And second, what the fuck did you do to your face? I just don't think that we should be giving kids vaccines. You're more likely to die from filler than vaccines, okay? I don't know, guys. I'm just so tired of hearing all the excuses for why people don't want to vaccinate. I don't like needles, but I've gotten so accustomed to needles that when they draw blood, when I do like my blood work, I watch them put the needle in me and the blood, and everyone's like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "What? What? It's fine. It's fine. It's a little pinch, nothing major. It's all good." God damn, people are just so that doctor who came up with the doctor. I forgot what his name was, but that doctor that I think was British, that British doctor who found connections between vaccines and autism, worst thing to have ever happened in the history of medical science. I'm just saying. Like nothing comes close, I think. It's like also too, I think RFK Jr. also doesn't think that HIV causes AIDS. Like he's one of those guys too, and it's crazy that there are people like that. Like there are people who are like, yeah, I got AIDS. I had a kid. My kid has AIDS. It's fine. Like that's why I can't watch medical dramas, because they tackle those issues and it bugs me that like we're not learning even from those medical dramas where it's like, you pass something on to your kid that could have been preventable had you been vaccinated or treated or we're a lot smarter with your body. But no, it ain't happening. It's not happening. So ugh. Let's see. Okay, so I actually have some good news about wait, what? Who's breaking what? Oh, Trump agrees to consider Trump's terrorist appeal on an expanded basis. Okay, whatever. So I got some good news about Warner Brothers. They have made the most profit out of all the movie studios this year so far. Oh my god. Also, comicbook.com has a bias against James Gunn. It's really stupid. Anyway, let's read this article about my favorite, reluctantly my favorite movie studio. Because it's just, Woohoo! Warner Brothers breaks records with unstoppable box office streak. Whoop whoop! Warner Brothers has set a new record at the box office. The studio's latest release, The Conjuring Last Rites, opened to 83 million in the US and 187 million worldwide, the best start ever for the horror franchise. I think it's the Annabelle doll. I think people are like all excited about that doll for some reason. I don't know. I've never seen a single Conjuring movie. I wouldn't know. Maybe I should fix that. More importantly, it became the 7th movie in a row for Warner Brothers to debut with over 40 million, something no other studio has achieved before. Just a few months ago, Warner Bros. Was struggling. Big projects like Joker Filet de Mickey 17 and the Alta Knights lost large amounts of money. The turnaround began in April when a Minecraft movie shocked the industry with 162 million debut. Thus, that was followed by Ryan Coogler's Sinners with 48 million, Final Destination Bloodlines with 51.6 million, Brad Pitt's racing drama F1 the Movie with 57 million, and James Gunn's Superman with 121 million, and Zach Krieger's Weapons with 43.5 million. Unlike many recent releases from other studios, these films did not collapse after opening weekend. Minecraft movies already made 957 million worldwide. F1 has earned 617 million. Superman 613 million. Sinners 366 million. Final Destination Bloodlines 307 million. And Weapons 251 million and climbing. Analyst David A. Gross of Franchise Tim Research told Variety, Warner Brothers is having a fantastic run. The studio made outstanding choices and took some big creative risks, and they're paying off. The profits have been impressive as well. According to a source with knowledge of the number, Sinners is expected to bring in 60 million in profits, Superman around 121 million, 125 million, Final Destination Bloodlines 75 million, and Weapons 65 million. For F1, Warner Bros. Called it a flat fee plus bonuses tied to ticket sales, leading to about 34 million in earnings. Insiders say the studio has taken in around 600 million in theatrical profits this year, even before adding in the Conjuring Last Rites. Warner Brothers itself declined to comment. Why? So you don't want to gloat? Okay, I see you. I see you, David Zaslav. The success has taken pressure off studio chiefs Michael DeLuca and Pam Abdi, who were facing criticism early in the year after a series of flops and leadership shakeups. Gross pointed out the nature of the industry, saying, studios get hot, studios get cold. Just before this, they weathered a long, bad run. It won't last forever. Hopefully, they'll remember this run when they go on a cold streak. That'll happen too. It always does. The streak now shifts attention to Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another, starring Leonardo DiCaprio. With a budget of at least 130 million, the film will need to make around 300 million just to break even. Here's his biggest hit so far, There Will Be Blood, earned 76.4 million worldwide, so expectations are high. After that release, Warner Bros. Will close out the year and turn up to 2026. The upcoming slate includes My Girl, Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights remake, with Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi, Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Bride, and new DC projects Supergirl and Clayface. Other titles include Mortal Kombat 2, Alejandro G. and Narratives, untitled film with Tom Cruise, and Hathaway sci-fi thriller Flowerville Street, and Dune Part 3. It should be called Dune, whatever. The lineup is risky with a mix of genre movies and director-led projects instead of relying only on big franchises. But as 2025 shows, some of the year's biggest hits weren't expected to succeed either. Have something to add? Let us know in the comments. I have a lot to add, actually. I do not understand how... I don't know how Zack Snyder fans operate. Because they kept saying after Joker Filet did bombed at the box office, and they're like, oh, Warner Brothers is going to get sold. Warner Brothers is going bankrupt. They got to get sold to like Universal, whatever. They got to get bought out. Blah, blah. And then Superman actually makes a profit. Like, well, actually, Superman did not make a profit. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Shut up and just stop being mad. Stop being bitter that your universe is dead and gone. Okay? Move on. Please, seriously, dude, it's getting annoying. With the little nitpicky like financial jargon that they talk about regarding like the Superman movie has been hilarious to me. But just seeing them get mad and pissed is actually like the best thing about it, because it's just the mental gymnastics they climb. They're like, actually, Superman did not make a profit for Warner Brothers. They did. They have the number, $125 million. Shut up. I'm excited for the Wuthering Heights movie. With a lot of people are mad because It's Emerald Fennell, and her films are pure filth, and I love pure filth. I love Saltburn. I love Promising Young Woman. I love her as a filmmaker because it's like she's like the anti-Greta Gerwig. She's like, I'm gonna do like female movies. I'm gonna do stuff for the female audience and make it filthy. Yeah. Female gaze, let's go. But I feel like my theory about the Wuthering Heights movie is that it's gonna be Margot Robbie's character projecting her wants and needs into the novel and like kind of like acting it out in her life. I could be wrong, but it seems like that. I've never read the novel because of Heathcliff's dirty fingernails. I don't know. Ooh. I'm having fun on TikTok, guys. I swear to God, it's been fun. It's been fun posting pure slop and it going viral and amounting to nothing. It's so funny to me. Oh, guys, did you see? Everyone's like, it's such a. I'm like, it's such a mid novel from what I've heard. Even my own English teacher was forbidden from reading the novel by her own mother, who was an English teacher, because she found the book to be overrated. Also, did you I'm excited for the Wuthering Heights movie. Emerald Fennell, I like her as a filmmaker. She's cool. Did you guys see the press conference Andrew Cuomo did about Zohran Mamdani's association with Hassan Piker? I'm like, Zohran, do one about Cuomo's ties to Epstein, because they are there. They are there. I'm just saying, they are there, and it'll be funny. Someone photoshopped like Hassan's like thirst trap selfies. And so I post on Facebook like, I'm like, look at what Andrew Cuomo posted on his for his I would show them, but I feel like they might be too spicy for this space. You know what I'm saying? Like they're it's like full bulge on Hassan's selfies, you know? That might be a bit too much for you guys to handle. You know, we got to keep it appropriate here. Sorry, but it's just funny. It's so funny to me how like 2 days before 9/11, like look at this, like this Zohran Mamdani is associated. I'm not being Islamophobic about it. I'm Andrew Cuomo. I'm totally not being Islamophobic when I say it is offensive for a Muslim man to be associated with a Turkish man who made comments about 9/11 6 years ago. The average American does not know who Hassan Piker is. And if they did, they love him. They just like him. They do. They do. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you guys. So oh, you know what? Yo, I see Alex is in here. Do you want to pop in and help me for something real quick? Cool. Also, Alex's show is after mine. Alex's show is after mine, so this is perfect for me so I could end early and his show could start earlier. But so I want to talk about Peacemaker.
Yes, please. I just caught up yesterday.
Yeah. Do you think it's Earth X?
Earth X? What do you mean about Earth X?
The other dimension where there's absolutely positively no people of color.
Oh, that Earth X. Yeah, because there's a Marvel book called Earth X, and I was like, wait a minute. No, yeah, where with Uberman, like where the Nazis won.
Yeah, because that's the first thing everyone was sort of like, where are all the black people in this? I'm like, yeah, this. I'm like, it's too.
There's black people extras, no?
Maybe the Sons of Liberty are spelled SUNS.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely still not getting the full picture of, you know, because he's hyper focused on Harcourt. So, hey, yeah. Johnny, hello, chat. Wanda, hello, Rich.
Yeah.
Johnny.
I love how goofy Rick Flag is in this one.
Yeah, I was like, you called it last week when we were talking that Gunn did not regrets killing Flag and definitely wants to bring him back, and here he is. Playing.
I think Chris is gonna bring him into the main universe so that Senior could get off his back.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good call. Prediction.
Mhm.
Prediction,
Yes.
folks. We'll hold you to it. But I liked in the beginning, I was thinking about you when I was watching it, because they say 3 years ago, right? And then Rick talks about still being with June Moon from Suicide Squad. And I'm like, okay, so that's the same, but then that means Man of Steel and Doomsday happened because that was Task Force X's was a response to that. I'm still confused.
I think James Gunn is picking and choosing stuff from the DCEU to add into the DCU. So him dating her doesn't have to be strictly DCEU. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what he's doing. I'm like, everyone's like, and then some people are posting, this movie is canon, and it's like, and it's Suicide Squad. And I'm like, no, it's not. Shut up. Him dating her could be separate from Suicide Squad. Okay, chill out, people.
And I couldn't believe during our whole 2-hour discussion last week that I never thought to just say that, like, DC is like this. They are very hand wavy a lot of the times, which is like, what's canon is canon. Don't worry about it. Like, don't get too stuck in the details. So if we're just doing that, like, all right, maybe we'll bring in Enchantress and give her another shot. And maybe it's a new actress, maybe, but you give her the big green witch's hat that she has in the comics and, do it up. Like, of course, James Gunn would do that. Like, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Maybe she's pissed that Peacemaker killed Rick Flag, or she's pissed at Hardcore because she finds out that they were together.
Yeah,
there's
So
opportunities.
that's why she wanted to. That's why she wanted to get him in the in after Suicide Squad, where she's like, "You killed my side piece," like
yeah. But I love Tim Meadows again. He's very short in this episode, but like whenever he says anything, it's fucking hilarious.
that he plays it so straight too. It's like, like again, chat. If you have bird blindness, please let us know. We will do what we can to help you out. Okay, no shame.
And he goes like, "Is it hilarious? Yes, it is. But also, I shouldn't be ridiculed for having this." He keeps thinking he's a duck. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm like, that's the funniest thing about it. I'm just like, oh, here he goes again with all he got with him is bird blind. Also, Michael Rooker playing a different character.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, is that Michael Rooker? I'm like, oh my god, it is him again. Playing like a Willie Nelson looking.
Yeah, really. I've never heard of this character, but it is a character, and James Gunn loves the tiny little obscure characters. Which makes sense why Tom King is working with him a lot, because Tom King is a DC author and he also loves obscure characters that nobody's doing anything with, so he can do whatever he wants with them. Because though it's going to put up a fight, DC knows that people buy the books because it's written by Tom King, not about who the character is. So they'll happily. Sometimes comics get authors like this that are like, okay, I'm going to define some characters and make them, when anyone thinks about this character, they're going to think of my work. So I get credited and I can get into the movie business or the TV business. And that's a very viable, thing to do for a writer. But, to varying degrees of success, this happens. And Tom King is doing that with like Supergirl. This is straight Tom King's Supergirl, who's going to be Millie what's her name? Last name? Alcott. She's in the trench coat. She's drunk. The story is great. You should grab it. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. But he's gonna. I'm very excited to see where they go in this piece. We get an action scene with the Sons of Liberty, and it's like, what are they fighting for? It's like that Civil War trailer, like, which America are you from?
Yeah, exactly. It's like he's all like, he's happy, his brother's alive, his father doesn't treat him like shit. Like, what's not to love? And it's like, where are all the black people at? Like, that's my thing. I was like, where are the people of color at? Where there's no lesbian couples here? Like,
and like what?
Also, like, he didn't know who the Kardashians were, and I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, it's a celebrity thing, but I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Maybe they don't exist.
They're Armenian.
I mean, yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Hell, if there's no other superheroes, this guy, his dad could have taken over the country.
Yeah.
Just with being Trump or whatever.
I saw some more stuff from the set of the Clayface movie.
Oh, did you?
They have some. They made some allusions to Zatanna.
Do you have it?
Let's see. I think I'm following so many different
Zatanna
DC.
is an awesome character. People, she's a magician. She's the daughter of Zatara, who was on the Justice Society. He was the first hero that they came up with because it's always a man. But Zatanna is much more recognizable now. She's tuxedo, corset, and fishnets and the top hat. And
very simple.
She is a professional magician who travels around the world and does magic and shit at Vegas. And that's her job. But then she also can really do magic and fights, demons and shit with Constantine and Wonder Woman.
I'm trying
and
to
stuff.
figure.
There's a really good book called Identity Crisis by Brad Meltzer, I believe. Let me make sure. Identity Crisis DC. It's a really good book. There's triggers in there. There's SA in there. So if just know that it's in there. It's a heavy plot point. You don't see any. It's not graphic, but the way it's written makes it impactful. But
I'm trying to find. I mean, they have
really
alluded to us.
And Zatanna plays a heavy part. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. There is they are alluding to Roman Sionis Industries in the Clayface movie.
Oh, yes. Good. Black Mask. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
You think it's going to be Ewan again?
I would love Ewan McGregor's. He had fun, and he's not really playing a villain. But let's see what other. Also, Black Canary.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to get, what's her name? Smollett again?
Journey Smollett Bell, maybe. Let's see what other. I mean, they did the whole Easter egg stuff. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, I forgot what account I saw. I'm sorry, but that's a good meme.
Yeah, I liked how nerdy and shit he was, and clingy.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? What happened to him?
Is he a beta male? Because Peacemaker and that kind of man is celebrated in this version of America, maybe.
Yeah, actually, let me see something. I know. I saw this Zatanna thing, but I'm trying to figure out what account I saw it from. Let's see if there's any. Oh, Joker teased in Clayface as well.
Okay, cool.
Let's see. All right, here. Corruption is the enemy of the people. Join the joke. See, look at that. March against the GCPD Park Row, Gotham this Saturday, 2 p.m. Join the Joker.
Oh, maybe he's gonna hold a parade or something. Or protest.
Yeah, I'm actually looking. I'm very stoked about the Clayface movie. The more that comes out about it.
Yeah,
attention to detail on Clayface. Taking photos of the Clayface set.
Because the Penguin show was so great, but then you go, well, why did they choose to make a movie about Clayface specifically separate too? I'm interested.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, from what I'm seeing, the lighting and everything, these people are just taking so many photos. It's crazy. I'm yeah, I'm excited. The cinematography's gonna look so good. I'm excited for that.
I'm looking at chat. They're talking about an evil Pinocchio movie.
What?
Evil Pinocchio movie. There's a Pinocchio video game called Lies of P that I've been meaning to start. I got it free on PlayStation Plus, and I might start. I might do that tomorrow on Twitch. If you jump over to my Twitch, which I will promote heavily when we switch to my show, I'll play that tomorrow on stream. Because I've been meaning to do that. But Rich says there was a horror movie of Pinocchio in the 90s. I think
I thought the original Disney one was a horror movie.
Something random. What? The Disney one is a horror. I mean, yeah, some scenes.
The original
like
one. I mean, the Island of Pleasure. Like, what
yeah,
the
the
hell? Like,
island.
why
is
would you call
spooky.
it that? I'm like, no pedophilic tendencies for that, right? I'm like,
There is 2 Winnie the Pooh horror movies. What?
yeah, Winnie the Pooh is public domain now. So is Popeye. So they're making all these horror movies about all these characters that are now public domain.
What
Even
characters?
Steamboat Willie.
What? Oh yes, that's true. Yeah, the Steamboat Willie, because people snap up okay, I'm gonna be the first one to do it. They come up with a poster, and then they're like, okay, let's get some money and some cameras and write a script and go making this movie that I just sold to a studio. What children's characters would you make a horror movie of? Bob the Builder, Blue's Clues?
Maybe, yeah.
You could do Blue's Clues like
Barney.
Cujo.
Barney.
Barney.
I love
That's
Barney.
Jurassic
That's why I
Park.
like the color purple so much.
Oh, do you? You like purple?
Yeah,
know.
my favorite color. Yeah. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, Alex, I'm gonna give you your show because I gotta head out and jump onto Moon Extravaganza StreamYard. Yay! We're gonna be going over Francis Ha, Greta Gerwig's one of Greta Gerwig's early
What is
masterpieces.
that movie about? I remember that was in the Oscar talk years ago.
Yeah, it's basically like the peak of mumblecore, like in film. Mumblecore is like a whole genre of films. It's a whole thing. We'll discuss
Really?
it. Yes, it's in black and white, which I love. I'm gonna try to see if I can edit my my camera to make me in black and white
Is
for the
mumblecore
show.
just movies where people talk a lot,
Something like that, yeah.
like Casablanca and shit?
Yes. But
Okay.
anyway,
Take care.
see you
Bye,
guys
Kristina.
later. Bye.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? I am Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, politics, whatever I want to talk about on this channel, on this space. I'm reminded with my banners up there, I still need to make make my version of that banner and put in my YouTube videos, which I make, folks. I make YouTube videos. I stream on Twitch. I'll promote that right now. Here you go. Also, this book. I was just talking to Kristina about this book, Identity Crisis, which is a fantastic book that y'all should read. Brad Meltzer, Rags Morales doing the art, and Mike Baer, I think, probably colors. Yeah, it's a fantastic book. And I made a new video today. I did a reaction to Outkast's second album, ATLiens, because I did their first album and I fucking fell in love with it. So I was like, ooh, I'm very excited to do the second one. I've been waiting weeks to listen to it, and I finally did. And this is my reaction. I also made a video yesterday or 2 days ago. No, yesterday about Hollow Knight and Silk Song, because I wanted to. I don't know how to make video game videos for my channel yet, because I made some Let's Plays, like one or two in the beginning, like over the last couple of years of Resident Evil 2, and Fall Guys, and Tekken a little bit. But like I want to make more reviews and like actually breaking down the game and talking about my impressions and stuff. I wanted to make my Donkey Kong video like as I was playing it, but then I thought maybe I'll make it after I beat it. What's better? I don't know. So I still have yet to make that Donkey Kong video, but with making this Silk Song Hollow Knight one, I feel like I should get to work on that at some point soon. Anyways, hi Chad, how are you? How are you guys doing, folks? Have you been watching the news? Tekken is goated. I started writing a Tekken video. And I might still make one. I should make one. But like that's what I mean. I have the Twitch footage of me playing through the story of Tekken. So do I cut that up and make a Let's Play? Or do I make a review and just use that footage while I'm talking about the game? I don't know. Or both. You know, like how do I mix it together? Hey, MIDI doctors. I know you're a mod from Majority Report. Hello. Welcome in. Shout TV's YouTube. What do you say? What? Farscape too. Ooh. Anyways, let's talk about the news a little bit. Because that's what you're here for, folks. Well, you're here to watch people talk about shit that you care about. Whether it be movies or TV or music or video games, or it be the real world and shit that's going on. And, you know, as crazy as the real world is, this is some fucking craziness, man. So y'all know about the picture. First, let me bring that up. Trump letter. Here we go. Okay, so y'all have seen this letter, right? Boom. Nope, wrong. Put that in there. There we go. Okay. So this is the birthday letter that was reported on months ago. And Trump was like, it's fake news. I never wrote a letter. I don't draw, you know, whatever. And we knew he was lying, but here's like proof, right? Fucking Epstein estate gave it to Congress. So it happened. This is a signature. Now, first of all, I'm sure Letterhack can break this down better as a piece of art, which it technically is. But, you know, there it is. There it fucking is. So when asked about it, you know, they've been ignoring it as long as they can. But Mike Johnson, seemingly on cocaine or some shit, was asked and answered. Manu Raju, I believe. I think so. I don't know. But yeah, this is what he said a couple days ago.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago. And he's not. All
right. So he said in there, I didn't even watch the clip yet. Damn, dude. He really, I've never seen him more jazzed up. But he's slipped in there that he's an FBI informant trying to take this whole thing down. So that goes into the like QAnon conspiracies that Trump's been fighting all along to be the superhero who's going to save the day and take down this evil ring of people. But there's other people like defending the ring itself, which is crazy. And then, but the next day, today, Karen Levitt, the PR, what the fuck do you call it? The press secretary. Boom, I got it. Press secretary. She comes out and answers the question. No, he is not a White House, an FBI informant.
You know, Mike Johnson, he came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that, if it's not true?
I can affirm that is not true. I think the speaker was referring to the fact that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago property for reasons the president has already discussed. John.
You know, Mike Johnson.
All right. I just got to say, dude, this lady, this, got to be careful what you say on the internet, but this lady, every time she comes out, and she gives her like statement to the press, it's always in this like huffy, this is what I'm demanding attitude, Karen energy, as I'm sure you all know. But like there's different levels and species of Karen, and this is the indignant, angry that you're not agreeing with her level of Karen. There was actually, we're watching Love is Blind UK, and Sophie, Love is, yeah. This lady, first of all, they look similar, but the way they were acting is similar too. Hang on, let me make me small again. How do I do that? Nope. Boop, boop. And we'll move it around. Nope. Whatever. Anyways, we're playing with StreamYards, folks. You like that? I put you on a ride, chat. It was a funky move. Anyways, my point is, Carolyn Levitt comes off like an angry Karen, just frustrated, doesn't want to be there, frustrated that she has to explain to this press what the official line is. So yeah, that's their answer, is that Trump was an FBI informant. Oh wait, no, he's not. Yeah, here, this is the clip I wanted to play of her coming out. Just check out this energy. Okay, she's talking about cashless bail and like violence, right? Because this is the story, by the way, that they're using to distract. Bosie, she's LARPing as Sarah Huckabee. She's trying her best. But she's really going like Huckabee Sanders. Even though she was indignant and mad and angry and also lying and an evil person, she came off softer to me, like just objectively as a human being. Like I could stand to listen to her more than I could Carolyn Levitt. Again, just like objectively as a human talking, you know, their mannerisms and whatnot. But this clip, this is her like coming out talking about so the story that they're using to deflect from Epstein is this Iranian woman, not Iranian, Ukrainian. Important difference. There's either a Ukrainian woman who was brutally murdered, I guess, by a black person in Carolina, I think. And they're, you know, we got to get rid of immigrants. We got to lock up black people, blah, blah, blah. Democrat cities are horrible. This is also a shot towards Mamdani. They're scared of Mamdani, and we're going to get to that soon. But this is her coming out, and just check out this energy that she brings, dude. Because you do, as the press secretary, I understand that's the job. You come out, you speak first, and then the press has questions, right? Either about what you were talking about or about whatever the fuck is in the news. So I get that. And every press secretary, including Psaki and all those, you know, the Obama ones, come out and they say their shit, and it's kind of forceful, and there's a tension between them and the press. Fine. But check out the energy she brings, dude. Tell me she's not yelling at a barista in Starbucks.
Many outlets in this room decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here is the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years. Many outlets in this room decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative.
All right, so she brings up Danielle Penny there, the fucking murderer who murdered a man on the train having a mental episode here in New York. And so she's already kind of advocating like, hey, citizens, if you suspect someone of being a violent criminal, take it into your own hands. Be vigilantes, which is nuts, right? She's also, people have pointed out that Republicans don't give a fuck about Ukraine. They've been on Russia's side of this whole thing, right? They love Putin and whatnot. So the fact that I think this was a Ukrainian refugee, maybe, I don't know. I'm sure a difficult truth or someone else on this space who does real journalism knows the details of the story. But the point is, she's a white woman killed by black people, and she's an attractive white woman. So the crazy right-wing incels are already fetishizing her. She's dead. She's known now as a public person because she's fucking dead. And they're already like, I'm sure, oh, what a waste of pure white genes, whatever the fuck, crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's gross already, but prepare to hear about this. Prepare to hear about this story for weeks as they try to bury the Epstein shit. And the Danielle Penny thing is like crazy, dude. Again, encouraging vigilantism. They're already doing it. Like literally, if you're a vigilante, sign up for ICE because they'll pay you. But speaking of New York, and the mayor's race that is heating up. What's 1K, letter hack? First of all, hi. How you doing? What's going on? I told everybody about Identity Crisis, to read that, and to read Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. I'm doing my due diligence with the comic recommendations. But this New York race, folks, is heating up. And Eric Adams had to come out and, campaign a little bit. So he says, Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar. I am the only one who can beat Mamdani. NYC Mayor Eric Adams says he intends on staying in the race, which I encourage. Stay in the race. Where's the soundbite from Majority Report? I'm staying in the race. Stay in the fucking race, Eric. So that it divides the vote between him and Cuomo and Silwa. Silwa's going to stay in the race too, because he always stays in the race. And yeah, divide the vote three ways and fucking dude, there are polls saying he's won already pretty much. Now he's campaigning. We're leftists. We're used to losing. You remember fucking election night. That was like week 2 or 3 of this space. And we couldn't believe it that he won. And then it was just a landslide after that. But so he's staying in the race, and we're happy about that. Speaking of Mamdani, our old friend, and I do mean old friend in that he's old, and boy, when I first got into news, O'Reilly's show was one of my favorites because he had it down to a science. He'd clearly been doing it for years. I understood why he was so popular. it feels like, oh, this is like my grandpa telling me what happened today. Or if you're an old person, this is my friend from across the cul-de-sac telling me what happened today. And Jesse Waters came out of the show. That's why he's, got the time slot that he does, because there's nobody else. They don't have a staff of a bench, that deep of a bench, dude. Like when Tucker Carlson jumped off, like Ben Shapiro should have had a show and did have a show on Fox News. But I guess it wasn't that popular, or people didn't like him that much, his personality. I don't know. But or Ben was also doing the Daily Wire, and he's like, well, I'm not giving up my whole internet thing. Like, that's valuable. So I'm doing Fox News on the side. And Fox is probably like, pick one, and I don't know. So I don't know the details there. But Tucker had a personality and like raged, right? It fueled that rage and that waspiness that fucking Dieter talks about every week. That waspiness of like, I'm entitled, the narcissistic entitlement, right? O'Reilly had that too. And by the way, I disagreed with O'Reilly when I watched him. I would shout slurs at the TV when I was watching him. But I would flip between him and who was on at 8:00 on MSNBC? Chris Matthews, I think, which, balance each other out. And then Tucker was on after, which kind of balanced out with Rachel Maddow, because they, first of all, Tucker would have Rachel on his show when he was on MSNBC. And if you watch them back to back, like I did, you notice how much Tucker learned from watching Rachel Maddow. The way he tells stories, the way he feigns ignorance and shit. But anyways, I wanted to play this clip of fucking Uncle Bill, old Uncle Bill, on News Nation, talking about Zohran Mamdani. And we're gonna react to this together. I usually don't watch them on there. Oh my god, it's a fucking commercial. I know Andrew is somewhere raging at me for not getting an ad blocker, but I don't know how those work, and I don't want a virus on my computer. So here we go. So again, even the cryon is about the Ukrainian refugee murdered. So it was a refugee. Again, they're trying to kick them out actively right now, these refugees, because they hate Ukraine. And they're making this the story that they're going to distract everyone from Epstein with. Okay. All right, here we go. He does not sound good. Oh, man, he's old. Oh, he's super old. No sound. My bad. I got you. I'll take it back. Old Uncle Bill deserves his peace, because old Uncle Bill worked at Fox News. He worked in New York. He lives in New York. He lives in Jersey, I think. Yeah, and this is the city.
We're about in New York City to elect a mayor who simply will not enforce any laws. Any laws. It is going to be anarchy and blood in the streets. And anybody who votes for that man, Donnie, is, in my opinion, committing an act of evil. Pull a lever for that man. You are responsible for what happens later.
Oh,
the other thing they touched upon is, I'm sorry.
You're going to blame people who are voting and saying, hey, look, I can't afford groceries. This guy's talking about giving me and my family a better life, and they're evil?
Huh.
If you
first of all, okay, his face, first of all, but I'm surprised this is pushback at all. This guy, I know this guy's a right winger. I've seen other clips of him. I'm surprised there's pushback at all. But he's right. You're blaming voters who were like, hey, man, I can't afford groceries. And this guy's, offering, he doesn't even get it right. He says a free grocery store or something. But like cheaper groceries, affordable groceries. You're going to tell them that they're wrong for wanting to vote for this guy? I can't believe it. I'm fucking stunned. Let's take it back a little bit because, dude, O'Reilly's face. Look at that shit. Look at it, bro. He is not well, man. And also, the whole blood in the streets thing, that's what Chris Matthews said on MSNBC about Bernie Sanders. So, again, not that far apart, folks. Anyways.
Giving me and my family a better life, and they're evil?
Look, he's shocked. He's shocked.
If you are not smart enough to know, the man you're voting for has said out of his own mouth that he does not believe in incarceration.
Oh, my God. Confronting evil. His special. What is it, Hitler? No. I don't know who that is. A communist? I don't know.
Believe in incarceration, that he has called the NYPD racist, that he wants to knock out the gang investigation unit. And you pull that lever, you're enabling evil. In 1934, Hindenburg died in Germany. The president, Hitler was a chancellor. There was a referendum. Yes or no, give Adolf Hitler dictatorial powers. 90% of the German population voted yes.
Okay, so
they have blood on their hands.
Dude, Trump's the president and is doing dictator shit actively. What, New York is going to rise up against the country? Is that like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Okay, so
they
we
have
get
blood on their hands.
So I'll agree with you there.
I'll agree with you there. I want to move on. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. And also, yeah, he definitely looked like Mitt Romney, that guy. Definitely. I don't know who he is. Can we apply that to everyone who voted for Trump? Yeah, he had a hand in it. Now, look, there was a news story recently over the weekend about like farmers. These farmers who voted for Trump, who are losing everything now, they're going to lose their farms and whatnot, their livelihoods. And there's a lot of like, haha, told you so happening, which I understand. But I think we can do that like here on this space, so long as, until we grow to a certain size. And I think we have a responsibility. If you're a certain size or have a certain big platform that that, again, you have to know the audience too, because the audience, you're speaking to the chorus mostly, right? Is that the phrase? The choir. But we're speaking to the choir. We were just me and my wife were just watching an Olayemi video with Kenny JD. Both of their audiences are very much into them. They have much bigger and they do get like new people and whatnot saying like, oh, what's this? Or I disagree. I didn't, I don't know that you talk about this shit all the time, or really no, they're criticizing or whatever. But if you go on CNN, like what Kat Abigazela does when she goes on CNN, NBC and whatnot, and she stands 10 toes down on her socialist principles of like, yeah, fucking everyone deserves a right to housing. Everyone deserves healthcare. Everyone deserves like a peaceful like existence. Their people's problems should come from trying to achieve your goals and family drama and friend drama and there's crazy people, there's fucked up evil people and whatnot, but your basic fucking needs should be taken care of. What was next? Oh, this is oh yeah, I got something fun at the end, I forgot. But this next piece is just, again, more Mamdani shit. Mr. Mamdani's proposal to freeze increases on red stabilized units wins particularly strong public support. Nearly 70% of voters, including majorities of Cuomo and Adams supporters, favor the policy. Increasing taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, as Mr. Mamdani has proposed, is also widely popular, the poll found. Like, these policies, you can't beat them. And when you get good communicators like Mamdani, look, dude, good communicators like Obama, he sold people on this shit too, right? That was the hope and change that we were hoping for. And he was just kind of like vague with it while he was campaigning and didn't deliver because he didn't really believe in it. He didn't care that much. Not enough to, he didn't care enough to fucking do it, right? He wanted to be a celebrity, really. But switching gears here a little bit, this has come out. There's a petition that a bunch of people in the film industry have signed on to no longer work with what is it? Let's read it together. I feel like we should read it together because I haven't read it, and I want to know like how much these celebrities give a fuck actually, and like what would this do for real? As filmmakers, actors, film industry workers, and institutions. Oh my god, how long is okay? We recognize the power of cinema to shape perceptions in this urgent moment of crisis, where many of our governments are enabling the carnage in Gaza. We must do everything. All right, they say carnage. They don't see genocide. Do everything we can to address complicity in that unrelenting horror. Now, does it matter? Does it matter? It's arguable. It's arguable. But I noticed it. The world's highest court, the International Court of Justice, has ruled that there is a plausible risk of genocide in Gaza. Okay. Boom. I should have read. I just did the Tim Pool thing, folks, where I was like, I noticed it. And then the very next sentence. So read the fucking article first. And then we talk about it. The world's highest court, the International Court of Justice, has ruled that there's a plausible risk of genocide in Gaza and that Israel's occupation and apartheid against the Palestinians are unlawful. Standing for equality, justice, and freedom for all people is a profound moral duty that none of us can ignore. So, too, we must speak out now against the harm done to the Palestinian people. This is, again, something Dieter talks about in his American Wasp videos. The, creativity is inherently leads you towards left wing if you're a creative person, because it requires imagination and a level of intelligence and emotional intelligence that conservatives just aren't interested in. It doesn't matter. We answer the call of Palestinian filmmakers who have urged the international film industry to refuse silence, racism, and dehumanization, as well as do everything humanly possible to end complicity in their oppression, inspired by filmmakers united against apartheid who refused to screen their films in apartheid South Africa. Okay, we pledge to not screen films, appear at, or otherwise work with Israeli film institutions, including festivals, cinemas, broadcasters, and production companies that are implicated in the genocide and apartheid against the Palestinian people. All right, so the bold is there, it's bold. This has an asterisk that says implicated means examples of complicity include whitewashing or justifying genocide and apartheid and or partnering with the government committing them. Answers to frequently asked questions can be found here. Okay. If you're a film worker, you can join the more than 3,400 others by signing the pledge. All right. So good. And, does that sound anti-Semitic? No, look, I'm half black, half white, half Christian, half Jewish. So I'm never going to be seen as fully Jewish by certain people, especially talking about this, right? First of all, it doesn't fucking matter. It's a country. It doesn't matter what the majority religion is in any country. It Doesn't matter. It's a country. You can criticize them as a country. Secondly, what they're doing is fucked up. Obviously. Thirdly, I identify as all four of those things, right? That's why I say it like that. And I say it like that because Christianity is a fucking religion. Judaism is a religion. Islam is a religion. They're religions. What is a religion? They're fucking ideas told and stories told down through the generations. It's a fucking story. Okay? It's whatever you want to believe. You can believe in anything. Okay? I talk to God sometimes. I pray for things. Does it mean I hate gay people or like whatever? Like and I also am like, there's highly, and it's improbable to me that there is a God, right? I can hold both of those things because I have a mature view, I guess, of religion and what it means. All right. But ultimately, I know factually what religion is. It's stories. And whether those are used by governments to oppress people, whether those are used by people to discriminate against other people, because why not? Because you're not a different color than me. We're the same color. So how else am I going to discriminate against you? That was an old George Carlin joke, I think. It sounds like one. But people invented religion to be racist against people who were the same color as them. It's been used for evil, right? But it's also been used for good, charities, fucking. I'm sure religion has helped a lot of people. I know it has. I listen to a lot of rap music on my channel. There's a lot of religious themes in this music. I know religion helps a lot of people, but my point in all of this is just that this is not anti-Semitic, and I have the authority to say that, as if I needed authority to say that. You don't, and that's my point. Like, you don't need authority to say that. Okay, you don't need like a black person can say this is anti-Semitic, and people are like, well, what do you care? Or what do you know? You're a black person. You know what racism is. You don't know what anti-Semitism is. It's like, well, it's the same fucking thing. It's bigotry, you stupids. Anyways, there's names on here. I'm not gonna go through them all. Again, it's a lot. They're not surprising. I guess they have like the important ones, or the ones that people want to know in bold, and then like everyone else who just signed it is down here. But that shit's good. I'm glad that's getting news coverage. I'm glad, we saw the Venice Film Festival. I talked about this last week. There was a standing ovation, the longest standing ovation, which are all performative. All the standing ovations are performative. No one naturally standing ovates for 15 minutes. Okay. It got the longest one on purpose is my point. Like, the tide is turning. Okay. Israel knows this. Hell, it came out a day or two ago that Trump told Netanyahu to like get it done fast. Like, hey, get it done. Stop letting this linger. I want to be the anti-war president. Get it done. So that's why they're going hard again, right? Israel just killed someone in Qatar. Crazy that they're just bombing all these countries around them indiscriminately. It's a wonder. It's a wonder they've lasted this long. Now, again, America is giving them the weapons and the defense and sends troops when they're in trouble and whatnot. So the other countries know, like, hey, we don't really want to fuck with America, and we don't want to fuck with like Russia. Russia also and China have interests. They're stuck in the middle because they got all the oil. We already drained all of our oil. So it's bad for the planet. That shit that matters. But like, it's a wonder that they're still around, and all the countries around them haven't just been like, you know what? Let's just fucking point into the middle. Just, but I wanted to shift gears here one more time. I mean, we're halfway through my show, so I might play a game for the rest of this, or just look around Twitter, see what other stories are going on, hang out with chat. Hi, chat. How you doing? If it aligns with an organization that calls beliefs a name, then great. Yeah, I went on a rant there, boy, did I. Oh man, I love looking at chat. Yeah, speed up the war. Totally Peace Prize material for sure. I mean, people are already arguing, right? Say, hey, Nobel, give Trump the Peace Prize. Republican crazies. Let me just, once again, Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube. Devil's Advocate Productions on Twitch. If you see this symbol, it's me. Most likely, if there's someone copying me, that'd be crazy. I have like no followers anymore. My banners here that you can see. Silk Song trailer, Silk Song review, and first impression. South Park. Last week's South Park was great. Talk about that. So last week's South Park, they called Trump fucking Satan. They said literally Trump is fucking Satan, and the way they said it was Donald Trump has been having sex with the Prince of Darkness, Satan, since this season has started. So they just kept saying it throughout the whole show. Donald Trump is fucking Satan. So, if it was ever a question for these idiot Republicans, they made it clear. They hate him. They're not on your side. Go fuck yourselves. But yeah, this last thing I wanted to talk about before I really just start scrolling Twitter or playing Vampire Survivors here is this video that I saw. It's from 2007. Okay, let's clip this one out because, look, this is a story about Jeffrey Epstein, and it's going to be uncomfortable to watch, but it's hilarious at the fucking same time because this is a video from 2007 on VH1 with a show called The Fabulous Billionaires. Here. Let's watch it together, folks. There's another minute or two in another video, but watch this with me. This was the culture, by the way, of the mid 2000s. All right. In conjunction with Flavor Flav and Kardashians, might even been before Kardashians, Paris Hilton, fucking Jersey Shore. This was the attitude, and left over from the 80s, by the way, because I think it's the same voice over guy. Yeah, I know, Johnny. Crazy. It's been so long.
Financier Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse.
First of all, isn't that fucking crazy? I didn't know that his mansion was a former schoolhouse. That's got to be some sick fucking, so deep-seated that he's like, I want to live in a school. Oh my God. This guy's a fucking demon.
And transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000 square feet.
Oh, yeah. The school cost about $20 million, and he's dropped $10 million just renovating it.
It has incredible bells and whistles, closed circuit televisions, a heated sidewalk out front, so the snow melts.
But only one man truly rules the Wall Street skies. Because for former school teacher turned billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, one private plane won't do.
I also forgot that he was a school teacher himself, which again, not a good look. Not a good look. I'm sure the right would love to be like, yeah, school teachers are a problem. We got to make sure we have only priests because they've never done anything bad with kids. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
He's got a small fleet.
He is
a Gulfstream 4, a Cessna, and a Boeing 727 with, of course, an in-flight trading room.
He has a Boeing 727. I'm just wondering now, what do you need a commercial size airliner for?
Yeah, what do you need one for? A commercial size airliner. Except for parties. Sky parties, dude. Oh my God.
Believe us, it comes in handy when you've got powerful friends to fly around. When Bill Clinton organized a week-long tour of Africa in 2002, Jeff gave him a ride in his personal 727 and took actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker along for the trip.
Now, for former President Clinton, it was a chance to investigate the problems.
First of all, sad to hear that about Chris Tucker. If you know, I'm waiting for more information about Chris Tucker. But Jesus Christ, the fact that they just hard cut to Bill Clinton though is hilarious, is it not? Watch this.
Believe us, it comes in handy when you've got powerful friends to fly around. When Bill Clinton organized a week-long tour of
even they got him doing the Andrew Weiner guilty white man faced him. That's that face that you put up that when you want to make someone look guilty.
Africa in 2002.
Also, to Africa? Oh my God. Those poor fucking kids, dude.
Jeff gave him a ride in his personal 727 and took actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker along for the trip.
Now, for former President Clinton, it was a chance to investigate the problems of AIDS in Africa. And for Epstein, it was a chance to hang out with some of his big shot friends.
Jet setting with Bill, all in a day's work for Wall Street Local.
Hold on. This is a part 2 that I haven't watched yet. Yeah, I know, Rich. Rush Hour. I'm like, I still love it. That's what I mean, man. I still love it. I love that Friday, you know. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to hear confirmation about him.
He unwinds in his $6.8 million Palm Beach villa. But no Wall Street island hopper grabbed a sweeter spread than our friend Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my God. The language, dude. Grabbed a sweeter spread, dude. Jesus Christ.
With an estimated annual take of $75 million, he had more than enough cash to buy his own piece of the Virgin Islands.
Jeffrey Epstein owns a 70-acre private island called Little St. James. It used to be a resort.
And now it's sort of lovingly called Little St. Jeff.
Why not? It's all his.
Yeah, boy!
But when
My
Jeff
God,
is back,
the fucking yeah, boy. The fuck. Oh my God. The context is so fucking hilarious. Yeah, boy. He ain't my friend, buddy. No, he's not anybody's friend. He's not anybody's friend. I know that reference. And he's not your buddy guy. All right? He's not your buddy guy either. He's not your friend, your buddy, nor your guy.
back in the States, he retreats to the Santa Fe mega ranch he bought back in 1993.
Epstein is said to have the largest home in New Mexico. His property is 7,500 acres.
Can I have it like? So he was in with the cartel because they would have to let him. Something like that. A drug dealer doesn't own this?
Acres.
Can I have it like that?
It's just a trafficker. That's what it's human. Oh my God, dude. This is like demon shit. Who is this lady, by the way? Is that Miley Cyrus? Oh shit. Is it? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Someone in chat find out who that is.
All of his homes.
Is that one of his
all over the
victims?
country and the world are equipped with
Oh, yeah.
trading screens, so we can basically just wake up in the morning and start trading.
Next, Brett just kissed me, and I think I heard angels sing. While Brett.
Oh, this is an ad for Rock of Love. Okay. All right. That's it. But dude, like Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That was just like they were bragging, you know. I mean, the context is just fucking insane, man. Insane. Yeah, let's do a little, you know, impromptu shit. Let's do some impromptu shit. Because this is what I always wished, okay? I'm doing what I always wished. When I do on stream sometimes, I just hang out on stream and I look at Twitter and then I bring up stories and watch them, right? What else can we talk about? I'm checking here. What's trending? Because I gotta also figure on Twitter, you gotta check you gotta check just United States trending to get the actual trending. Because this is for me, right? That's why there's Nightwing. But like actual trending, iPhone. This is the new, right? There's an Apple event today in there. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me make sure to do this. Okay, here we go. New iPhone, folks. iPhone 17 starts at $800. You know what's funny? I brought my Switch to work yesterday, and I was like nervous about having it on me in the subway. And just like around, I'm always nervous with my game consoles. So I'm like, I don't want to lose. The biggest thing is like my save data. I don't want to lose my progress in these games. But also, yeah, they're expensive in money. But, you know, I had a moment yesterday that calmed me down where I'm like, dude, my phone is worth more than the Switch and the games and shit. Because phones are fucking expensive as shit now, man. iPhone Air is $1,000. iPhone 17. Well, what is the difference, dude? Like, look at this. This is new. This is new. This is the iPhone. Let's see. How do I check my? This is the iPhone 18. Wait. No, 14. Because I was like, wait a minute. 18. iOS 18. iPhone 14. This is a 14. And I got this year. Okay. This is a 17. What is the difference? It's still got the 3 camera holes. Right? Yeah. It's just got like bigger ones or more camera options. That's all they're doing is just sticking more cameras on it. It does not make sense. It does look like plastic, doesn't it? You know what? Maybe they're doing a nostalgia thing because this kind of looks like the old MacBooks. You know what I mean? The clamshells. Here. These. You remember these? Or am I old? Am I old? Yes, the save data is the most important thing to lose. I'm not doing all that again in Silk Song, okay? I'm not doing all that again in Final Fantasy VII again. Or Donkey Kong? Are you kidding? Fuck that. Fuck that, dude. I just beat it. Say LimeWire? No, LifeWire. But yeah, maybe the Maybe the new iPhone is an homage to that. What else we got? Daniel Penny. Well, let's see. Qatar is 2. It's trending 2nd. Nepal. What's going on in Nepal? Oh, right. This shit. This is what's going on in Nepal. Within 48 hours, the Gen Z-led revolution in Nepal. First of all, the fact that they're constantly, everyone is mentioning that it's Gen Z. I'm like, don't incur more hate against Gen Z than needs be already. Burn down the parliament, burn down a bunch of their politicians' houses, force the prime minister to resign. A revolution done by Gen Z for the next generations to come. I mean, that is good that happened, and it is good that I just don't want more hate towards Gen Z than they're already getting. All right, I'm a millennial. I remember that shit. First of all, I'm Gen Y. Okay, that was our first name. Because Gen X came first, then us, Gen Y. And I was like, man, X is a cool letter and Z is a cool letter. Y sucks. And that's perfect for my generation. Because it's like, why? Why are we here? What is going on? What did you do to the planet? Why? That's us. Okay? And we're doing good shit. Hey, Chris Ruth, Gen Z are definitely smart kids. But we are doing good shit too, us millennials. Fuck, I hate Gen Y. Gen Y. But yeah, this is footage from this. And there's no sound. So, but yeah, man. Good. But yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this. This is fucking crazy, dude. People from Nepal are rising up against the PM has already resigned. Oh shit, dude. Look at that. The presidential palace has burned down. Along with all the prime minister's documents, the army now threatens protesters with force. Now they're threatening? I mean, again, I'm an American, man. You weren't threatening before? You weren't threatening anything before this happened? Not that they should have. Not that they should have stopped. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's good that this is happening. I mean, yeah. From your lips to God's ears. Yeah, you're a Gen X. We're happy to have you. We're happy to have Gen X and boomers and people of all ages. Again, they're not kids. We don't want kids watching, me cursing up a fucking storm or whatever. But and calling people cunts and whatever. But it is important that we unite. All right. Like fucking not Mitt Romney said to Bill O'Reilly. You expect people not to lean towards someone who's offering like free groceries or no, not free groceries, cheaper groceries, free bus rides, cheaper commutes, like a better city. You expect them not to lean towards that when the other guy, what policies has he come out with? Cuomo or Adams? The city's a wreck because of those two, because of many mayors and governors before. But, what do you expect? I don't know why this happened. I wish I knew why, but it's happening. Can we find out why? We should find out why. This is a news channel. This is a news channel, folks. We should find out why this is happening. All right. I'm going to find out why this is happening. Well, play this sick footage of a fucking parliament burning. Nepal. Oh, yeah, let me put the music off. social media ban, housing, food, dignity, jobs. Yeah, okay. You know, the shit that people fight revolutions for, actually. Not storm the Capitol because your fucking orange man didn't get elected again. Anonymous said, literally no one in Nepal said, I'm going to sit this out, I've done enough, or I'm going to wait for the next election. They saw a problem and they resolved it. You know, Anonymous said that. Anonymous said that. Not saying I'm saying that, not saying anyone on this space is saying that. I'm saying Anonymous said that. Okay, here we go. Here's some context. Shameful to see international media framing Nepal's Gen Z protest as merely against the social media ban. It's not what it's about. The protest was and still is against the corrupt system, unchecked government privileges, and years of exploitation. Reducing it to just the ban is dishonest and insulting to the movement. Word. All right. So, like, dude, revolution's happening. Right? This is like when Obama was president and the fucking the Arab Spring happened, right? And Gaddafi got fucked up. All right. What else is going on? George Floyd, why is that trending? Hold on. End wokeness. A bunch of articles about George Floyd and zero about the Ukrainian. Oh, okay. This is just Elon retweeted because Elon's an idiot. Right. All right. So they're just going like, oh, the media is not paying attention to this Ukrainian woman who was murdered. Because they don't, because what? They don't, because Trump is right about immigration. Is that the point? But why are you trying to get rid of the Ukrainian refugees then? Like her. What? Like, again, just the minimal questions to tear the whole fucking argument apart is hilarious. Ooh, Bill Burr. Why are you trending? What did you do? Oh. The new punter for the Bills looks like Bill Burr. Kinda. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. What's the Daily Signal? Oh, okay. So the Daily Signal is what they're going with in the Epstein thing. So this is Carolyn again. I'm sorry to subject you to her fucking voice, but this is her defense of the Epstein letter that we all have seen that, you know, is clearly signed by Donald Trump.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to.
About the Epstein case.
So she says that they've gone to a forensic. The Daily Signal published a piece with a forensic analyst saying it was not his signature. And the retweet. So the Daily Signal was created by the Heritage Foundation, the same people who created Project 2025. So again, Heritage Foundation, these foundations, these PACs, these dark money things, they can just afford to be like, here's, I don't know, let's allocate like 40 grand to like 3 people and we'll call it like a newspaper. And they just churn out content for this blog newspaper thing. And then that's a source. Now the Daily Signal exists and it's a source. Dude, I worked for one of these places. All right. There was a place that was talked about school choice. And all they did was talk about school choice. They had a fucking, not a big studio. It was in like a weird building that was kind of like empty, but like along a main street. And it looked like, you know, an office space that no one really did anything with. It just had a couple desks for the main guy who owned it, and then a couple of the workers. One worker only did booking and like booked guests for this podcast thing. And the other 2 were researchers who would also be anchors on the show or like co-hosts, whatever. But, you know, people for Tim Pool to talk to, people for Steven Crowder to talk to. And he had 3 cameras. Yeah, he had 3 or 4 cameras shoot. And like a switchboard, like a fucking real television switchboard that I have to switch the cameras, and we'd shoot it live. And I'm like, why are you shooting this live if it's not actually going out live? Like, what does it matter? But, shooting stuff with StreamYards on my computer, I kind of understand it now. But anyways, it was this rinky dink, like literally 4 people plus me makes 5 operation. And I was like, you know, my career in film has been all over the place, working for like a guy here, you know, a little startup here for internships or stipends or like minimal tiny pay. Right. But so I didn't know how legit he was, but I knew I was getting paid and I was going to work every day and whatever. Fine. But the minute I knew, when I learned that he was legit, was when Fox News came to interview him as an expert in school choice. And I was like, oh, that's what this is. Because then I started like trying to find where he was getting funding from and like whatever. Not because I was, you know, an activist or cared. I was just interested. You know, again, this is around the time I was getting super interested in politics. And I was just like, what is this place that I'm working for? You had a local Fox reporter come and interview you as an expert for a piece. And what are we doing here in this little building? Like, what, like, this doesn't make sense. And it turned out it was some like billionaire hedge, you know, I don't know, PAC or something, some kind of dark money group funding it. And yeah, it's weird that they can just create, you know, a network and pretend that it's a legit source, and not just, you know, PACs and lobbyists and shit. It's just, dude, libs of TikTok. Like, that's just some lady reposting TikToks that she's seen. Right. And clearly for a certain audience, enough so that they picked up on it and she became a huge like influencer. And now she's like press, like she could claim press credentials. Hell, anybody can. Send your fucking video to TMZ. They'll publish it and you're press now. That's what people are filming. I'm TMZ. Then when they see a celebrity, you know, it's fucking crazy. Now, again, you shouldn't need like credentials. Like, look at us, dude. We're a bunch of random people. Like, some of us have credentials. There are doctors on this space. There's a pastor on this space. There are real journalists on this space. One is coming up next in about 5 minutes. But there are also people like me who are just interested in, I'm the Joe Rogan. I'm the Joe Rogan in this space where I talk about whatever the fuck I want and feel like for the duration of my show, and hop on everybody else's show. I was on with Pep and Jake on Jake's channel. I was on Dieter's channel. I was me and Kristina did the DC breakdown last week in lieu of movie night extravaganza. So I'm all over the place, man. I'm all over this space, man. and I will be reacting to whatever the fuck I want. Okay? What else is going on? I'm looking at Twitter. I'm just having it off screen because I learned from watching Hassan. Hassan's very strict about that. And I'm like, oh, that's a good point, because you don't know when like naked is going to just show up, or like violence, graphic, something to get you pulled down. What's happening with GameStop? Is the GameStop stock back? I did fall for that when that happened. I don't know. Oh my God. Dude, they're just people who just didn't give up. Like that's the thing. It's the gambling. Like the whole Wall Street is just gambling, man. It really is. Look at this. Sydney Sweeney, everyone's favorite. They love her. They love her. What else is going on? What's going on in chat? They were fantastic for conversation, Alex. It's no wonder you're invited on. Oh, thank you, Edge. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching my stream the other day, by the way. Appreciate that. I was playing Elden Ring. I was getting my ass kicked. But tomorrow, Lives of P. My Twitch is right there in the bottom left. Lives of P tomorrow. I don't know what time, but like afternoon, before I'm on with Dieter. I'll try and I don't want to like step on anyone's toes on this space, but I guess that's the whole point. Like, we're all doing our own shows anyway at various times, but eventually we come on here. We got our own spot on here. So if you're like, I can't catch Gina, or I can't catch, Jackson White on their own channels, but I know they're on this space, and then they'll remind me when their shows come up. I mean, what Matt and Ben and Andrea and Jake and Dan and Nick and everyone, I don't know who even created it. So it's a mystery. All of them. No one. What they put together is something magical, man. I really do think we are going to be like TYT or Chorus or whatever they're trying to actually do. You know what I mean? Like we'll be that thing where lefty creators can come and have a time slot or get a guest appearance, or get your name out there, and also deliver the news, deliver some great news, and some not so great news. I'm trying to see what's going on with like what's trending or whatever. I mean, Israel bombing Doha, I'm sure Difficult Truth is going to cover that. Check Blue Sky. See what's on Blue Sky. I can never. Ooh. Oh, good. Here's something. Here's some good news to end my stream. Here's some good news, folks. Just in. This is Alejandra Carabello. Follow her, squeer.net on Blue Sky. She does great reporting, mostly on trans issues. Just in, a judge quashed the subpoena to Boston Children's Hospital by the DOJ that sought records of trans patients. So a judge said, hey, DOJ, you cannot get records of trans patients from our hospital. So good. Because, they're making lists, folks. They're doing Nazi shit. All right. They are. They really are. And we're going to survive, though. We will survive this time. That's the biggest thing I want to leave you with. We will survive. It's going to be hard. We're fighting. But there's a rising tide. I've been saying this every week. Graham Plattner in Maine, Zoran Mamdani here in New York, Kat Abu-Zell in Chicago, Omar Fetta in Minneapolis, I believe. Was it Abdul El-Said in Michigan, California? I forget. But, there's a rising tide. Look, Nepal, if Nepal's any indication, it's gonna be bumpy, but it's gonna be fun when we get to where we're getting to, folks. And we take back these colors for us, for fucking true Americans who give a shit about other Americans. All right, whether you're documented, undocumented, whatever sex you are, whatever gender you are, whatever age, race, whatever fuck you want to fucking do, because you should be judged by whether you're an asshole or not, and not by any other fucking characteristic. To paraphrase something Martin Luther King said. Anyways, Difficult Truth is up next. Folks, thank you so much for fucking watching me. Thank you for watching this space. Like, share, subscribe. We got clips, we got shorts, we got fucking everything. And sign up to all our channels and give us money on Cash App if you can afford it. If you can afford it. Anyways, take care.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to clear through.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you for that awesome show, Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. Folks, thank you all for being here. Great show indeed. Great show indeed. Thank you all. It's the top of the hour, folks. So the usual, if you want to support this space, one of the best ways of doing it is spreading the word, folks. Spread the word far and wide. We stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We have live content and syndicated content. So there's definitely something for everyone. So spread the word, folks. Just going to say hello to some folks in chat. Johnny, the reference frame. Chris, Etchbox. Rich P. Welcome, everybody. Alex. And now for some real news. Welcome, everybody. Let's get started. Let's see how much we can do today. We have lots to talk about, folks. I talked about this yesterday, but I feel like this is something that we probably need to be talking about more. As many times as possible, wherever it comes up, this needs to be talked about. Has anybody played the game Papers, Please? If you haven't,
I would suggest to get very familiar with that. Unfortunately, just by reading the headline, it doesn't really convey the severity of actually what happened here. Because if you read this headline as just casual normie, it doesn't really sound that interesting. It just says, well, I guess the Supreme Court is backing Trump's more aggressive policies on immigration. When the reality is much, much, much worse. I know about that game. Very good concept. Yep. There is definitely a huge difference between a solid right-wing libertarian and a solid left-wing libertarian. 100%. The original libertarian ideology was a left-wing ideology. The right just kind of co-opted it and turned it into what we see today. The Supreme Court again backed President Trump's hardline immigration approach on Monday, letting agents proceed with the Southern California raids targeting people for deportation based on their race or language in a decision that a dissenting justice said makes Latinos fair game to be seized at any time. So I would imagine that a responsible way of framing this from the get-go is to actually lead with that, because another way of putting it, they have legitimized, and police have been doing this forever, but they have legitimized racial profiling. That's what this is about. And because they have this precedent, it is not out of the realm of possibility that this will not stop at Southern California. I mean, why would you? You have the Supreme Court backing you, that they have greenlit racial profiling. So why would you stop at Southern California? Ladybug, welcome. Hansmanick, welcome. Appreciate it. Is this a surprise to anyone? Nope, not necessarily, no. It's just shocking nonetheless. The court granted a Justice Department request to put on hold the judge's order temporarily barring agents from stopping or detaining people without reasonable suspicion that they are in the country illegally by relying on race or ethnicity, or if they speak Spanish or English with an accent, among other factors. The administration quickly vowed to continue these, quote, roving patrols. The Supreme Court's 3 liberal justices publicly dissented, directing pointed criticism at its conservative majority. The administration, quote, has all but declared that all Latinos, U.S. citizens or not, who work low-wage jobs are fair game to be seized at any time, taken away from work, and held until they provide proof of their legal status to the agent's satisfaction, said Justice Sotomayor. Which, yeah, that's kind of the point, right? And what are you going to do? What are you going to do as a, say, American citizen who doesn't carry, their papers everywhere and who can't produce, proof of legal status on a whim, because this is supposed to be a free country. Citizens don't need to carry proof of citizenship. And that doesn't hold true anymore at all. They've been doing this for many decades now. Yes, police and law enforcement have been racial profiling forever and a half now. The difference is that now the Supreme Court is greenlighting it. That's the difference. Or another way of putting it, your citizenship status, you being an American citizen, does not guarantee protection. Because if you are an American citizen and you get stopped by ICE and you can't produce proof of legal status on a whim because you are an American citizen, you may find yourself in a detention center, if you're lucky, for hours, maybe days, or the way this administration is going, you may find yourself on a plane to a completely different country, as they are trying to take away the due process to try to deport people as quickly as possible. John Ross, welcome. We are at a junction where the next step is legal justification for segregation in the coming months. I mean, the way things are going, during slavery, free black people had to carry freedom papers. This isn't new. Nope. My point is, even after, which supposedly the 4th and 14th Amendment should protect us from this, the Supreme Court has kind of turned that on its head and has legitimized this racial profiling. Yes, I vaguely know of Pierre Poilievre, thanks to the Rational National and the Serfs. He seems pretty terrible. Rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent. Well, thank goodness. Thank goodness we have we have a dissenter. Los Angeles District Judge Mame Frimpong found on July 11th that the Trump administration's actions likely violated the Constitution's 14th protection against unreasonable searches and seizures. The judge's order applied to her court's jurisdiction covering much of Southern California. The Supreme Court's order was brief and issued without any explanation, a common way it handles emergency matters, but one that has generated confusion in lower courts and criticism from some of the justices themselves. The court has a 6-3 conservative supermajority. Trump appointed Attorney General Pam Bondi called Monday's decision a massive victory, writing on social media that immigration enforcement officers can now continue carrying out, quote, roving patrols in California without judicial micromanagement. And again, this is not going to stop at California. They've got the precedent set to just do this anywhere they want, essentially. Because if you try to fight this the legal way, they'll just point to the Supreme Court decision that allows ICE to operate this way, and that's it. In other words, we're cooked. Like this of all the small death by 1,000 Supreme Court decisions that we've been witnessing, this one is pretty big, and This needs to be talked about at every point, anytime you can. Because I guarantee you, again, it's not going to stop at California. Tropical Ding Dong. Tuesday, Newsday with Timu Sam Cedar. Glad to see everyone. Ice is very scary. It is. Polygraph lie detector. We need to be calling our reps daily to demand action. We need to be marching and protesting. We need to be posting memes this year. You have to act. Oh well, I mean this is a 5-alarm fire. Yeah, this is not just this is not just talk about it kind of stuff. You're right. People should be on the streets. Excuse me if I don't have as much faith in our representatives. Nonetheless, yes, you should be calling them daily, talking about this kind of stuff. But yes, you're right. The time for action it was January. The time for action has been since January of 2025. A lawsuit challenging the raids accused the administration of using roving patrols by masked and heavily armed agents who have conducted interrogations and detentions based on racial profiling that resemble brazen midday kidnappings. Because they are. They resemble brazen midday kidnappings by armed masked men or law enforcement, because they are. Individuals with brown skin are approached or pulled aside by unidentified federal agents and suddenly and with a show of force and made to answer questions about who they are and where they're from. Again, you being a legal citizen is not a guarantee that you will be left alone. A group of Latino people caught up in raids include some who are U.S. citizens, filed a proposed class action lawsuit in Los Angeles in July. Mohammed Tajar, an attorney at the ACLU of Southern California who represents the plaintiffs, vowed to continue to fight the administration's racist deportation scheme. This decision is a devastating setback for our plaintiffs and communities who for months have been subjected to immigration stops because of the color of their skin, occupation, or the language they speak. And make no mistake, this is 100% what's happening. This is 100% happening. One plaintiff, Pedro Vasquez Perdomo, said in a statement that he joined the case because what happened to me is happening to others every day just for being brown, speaking Spanish, or standing on a corner looking for work. He said agents did not explain why they grabbed him and they did not have a warrant. I was treated like I didn't matter, locked up, cold, hungry, without a lawyer. Now the Supreme Court says that's okay. That's not justice. That's racism with a badge. 100%. 100%. I'm a huge doomer. I'll try to make a list of people who give me hope. One of them is Heather Richardson Cox, who just addressed the issue today. Part of the problem is for many of us is we're siloed off. Yep, but I mean, look, it's okay to be doomer and accept that stuff isn't great. Just make sure that we channel that energy as Sandy from the Environmental Coffee House says, to do more, right? So yeah, it's okay to acknowledge, that this is where we're at, and it's okay to feel that way. Now channel that, and let's do something about it. Concurring with Monday's decision, conservative Justice Brett I Like Beer Kavanaugh said that apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion, but it can be a relevant factor when considered along with other salient factors. I mean, this is a wild statement coming from coming from a Supreme Court justice, given the context of the case. Kavanaugh added, if the officers learn that the individual they stopped is a U.S. citizen or otherwise lawfully in the United States, they promptly let that individual go. Oh, well, I mean, well, shoot. I mean, hey, I guess if the very honest actors here at ICE figure out that you're a U.S. citizen, then they'll just let you go. That's it, promptly, because I think that's how it works. You aren't kept in a concentration camp for hours or maybe days while they figure this out, in inhumane conditions while your constitutional rights are being violated. But hey, I guess as long as you produce your papers, please, then I guess it's all good. My Left Eye raid. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome raiders. Welcome. I appreciate the raid. My Left Eye. Thank you so much for bringing in your wonderful community. I appreciate that. Folks, go show some love to My Left Eye. Appreciate it. This is wild rationale. From a Supreme Court justice. Evening this space solidarity from the UK. Thank you. I have a question. After a mass shooting, which over 95% of mass shooters are cis white males. So after a mass shooter, do police, I have a question. Do police stop every white male that they see? And if they're not the shooter, then they're promptly let go? I can tell you the answer to that is no. The follow-up question being, well, why not? Trump's administration has repeatedly asked the Supreme Court this year to allow it to proceed with policies that lower courts have impeded after casting doubt on their legality. Like, for example, shipping hundreds of people off to a foreign concentration camp in El Salvador without any kind of due process. You see how this quickly can get very scary, right? Because if they're allowed to racially profile you, it means that you can be detained for looking brown, right? For speaking Spanish or any language, really, for just being a person of color. Because I guarantee you that it's not just going to be like, it's not going to just be brown people. They'll move. They'll move to other people of color too. But nonetheless, if you speak Spanish or maybe another language that isn't English, they can stop you and just deport you. As they've already established, they can deport you to a third country that you probably have never been to, just like that. And with no due process, you won't know if citizens are going to be deported. They are. For instance, it has allowed Trump to deport migrants to countries other than their own without offering a chance to show harms they may face and revoke temporary legal status previously granted by government on humanitarian grounds to hundreds of thousands of migrants. Trump won the election last year to a second term with promises of record level of deportations. He literally had mass deportation now signs at the convention. His administration's immigration raids, including in LA, have prompted panic in immigrant communities as well as protests and have drawn lawsuits over aggressive tactics. From this point on, yada, yada, yada. Here we are. Frimpong issued the temporary restraining order halting stops or arrests based on race, language, presence at a particular location, such as a car wash or tow yard or type of work to establish reasonable suspicion of illegality. The judge was appointed by Democratic former President Biden. The San Francisco-based Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals refused to lift Frimpong's order, which inevitably led to where, the Supreme Court, which ruled that, I guess it's okay to racially profile people. And again, we know that police have always practiced racial profiling. We know this. There's been studies on this, actually. But to have the Supreme Court say that this is okay, and again, and this isn't going to stop either with immigration, because you can then extrapolate that argument and say, well, I guess like just across the board, like police can just racially profile without any possible recourse. You can't sue them. You can't go to court because they'll just reference this precedent that the Supreme Court has established, right? Jake, welcome. Please, folks, take a moment to spread the word on this, because, like I said, I know that we've kind of been keeping up with all the decisions and all the little things that the Trump administration, that the Supreme Court has been doing, that the Congress has been trying to do, the shenanigans that have been pulled throughout these 8 months, close to 8 months coming at this point. But I do believe that this one, this one is a big one. This one is a big one, and I think it will have huge ramifications across the board. All right, folks, let's shift gears over here. Death by 1,000 decisions is probably the theme of this stream. Death by 1,000 decisions. Michigan judge tosses the case against the 15 accused fake electors for President Trump in 2020. A Michigan judge dismissed criminal charges on Tuesday against a group of people who were accused of attempting to falsely certify the President Trump as the winner of the 2020 election in that battleground state, a major blow to prosecutors, as similar cases in 4 other states have been muddied with setbacks. In other words, the people who tried to cheat and tried to steal the election in 2020 they're being let go. they're being let go. District Court Judge Kristen Simmons said in a court hearing that the 15 Republicans accused will not face trial. The case has dragged on through the court since Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, a Democrat, announced the charges over 2 years ago. Simmons said she saw no intent to commit fraud in the defendant's actions. Well, I mean, hey, okay, sure. And that defendant's actions, whether they were right or wrong or indifferent, they seriously believe there are problems with the election, the judge said. I believe they were executing their constitutional right to seek redress. Oh, well, I mean, okay. So I guess the next time, there's an election like this, and I don't know, Democrats put forth their fake electors, right? I guess the way to skate on this is to just say they just to be a true believer, okay? It's to be a true believer. Let's be so for real. Come on. We're talking about a conspiracy, not just in Michigan, but in several battleground states. A conspiracy of the Republican Party from top to bottom, right? To attempt to steal the election in 2020 by using these fake electors, this scheme that they had going on. And the defense here, or the reason why they're being let go, at least here in Michigan, is they were genuinely true believers and therefore they were trying to go about it the right way. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. No fraud in trying to sneak into the Capitol at night. No fraud in signing a document that claimed them to be real electors when they dang well knew that's not the case. I'm ashamed. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, can we again, you know, not to be that guy, but do we honestly believe that if this was the case with 15 Democrats trying to push a fake elector scheme, trying to pose as fake electors, in the 2016 election or something or whatever, and they would be like, oh well, you know, I guess they're just I believe they were just executing their constitutional right to seek redress. Does anybody believe that they would just be let off the hook? Because I would bet real American dollars that wouldn't be the case. The letter hack. So if I just believe hard enough that the money in the bank is mine, which I do believe in fact is mine, I'm not liable for my actions. I mean, you know, extrapolating that logic to its conclusion, yeah, sure, why not, right? I mean, I can't be charged for fraud. I genuinely believed that the money, like the intent wasn't there. I genuinely believed that there was $100,000 in my bank account, Your Honor. So I believed that I was just I was just exercising my right as a citizen to that money. This judge is greenlit impersonating government officials as long as you truly believe in what you're doing. Yep, basically. So, in other words, expect more of these type of shenanigans later down the road, right? Because if all you need to do to skate on this is just be a true believer, it's not that hard to find a couple of true believers, right? To sign off on a fake elector scheme. Phenomenal stuff. Each member of the group, which included a few high-profile members of the Republican Party in Michigan, faced charges face charges of forgery, conspiracy to commit election forgery. The top felony charge carried a maximum penalty of 14 years in prison. And nobody's going to jail for this. They all just skate. They all just go scot-free, attempting to steal, attempting to actually steal the election in 2020 by using these fake electors. Apparently, it's okay. Supporters, friends, and families in the crowd outside the courtroom cheered when the judge said the case would be dismissed. Defendants leaving the courtroom cried and hugged, and yada, yada, yada. Investigators said the group met at the Michigan GOP headquarters in December of 2020 and signed the document falsely stating that they were the state's duly elected and qualified electors, which this was what Jake was talking about. President Biden won Michigan by 155,000 votes, a result confirmed by a GOP-led state Senate investigation in 2021. Electors are part of the Electoral College, yada, yada, yada. One man accused in the Michigan case had the charges against him dropped after he agreed to cooperate with the state attorney general's office in October 2023. The other 15 defendants pleaded not guilty and maintained that their actions were not illegal. I mean, like, laws literally just don't mean anything now, I guess. Phenomenal. Yeah, but as long as you truly believe that, Jake, as long as you truly, truly believe that in your heart of hearts, okay, then I guess, you know. A prominent Michigan MAGA activist and former Michigan Republican Party co-chair Michonne Maddock was one of the accused. Her attorney, Nicholas Somberg, told reporters that after the hearing that the case brought by the Attorney General's office was a waste of money and a malicious prosecution, there needs to be major consequences for the people who brought this. Yeah, I mean, laws and rules mean nothing, apparently. We all knew from day one that we had done nothing illegal or wrong, you know, just doing some shady stuff, signing fake documents, but nothing wrong, I guess. In a written statement, yes, we volunteered to be an alternate elector in support of Donald Trump. That is not a crime as much as Nassau wanted it to be one. Yeah, sure. Fraud and forging, and obviously not being the legitimate electors of the state, which is like, which is not legal. I guess, you know, whatever. I mean, rules, laws, whatever. This is like some sovereign citizen level of ruling. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like, literally, the law does not matter. If you can get away with attempting to... you gotta laugh, because if not... if you can get away with trying to alter the results of an election, I mean, that's it. Nassau called the Simmons ruling disappointing and a very wrong decision during a virtual news conference and said evidence would support criminal charges if the case had been brought before a jury. She said the group members knew their actions did not follow proper election procedure and specifically sought to circumvent the rules. They knew they were not the electors, Nassau said of the group. They knew Trump lost, but they lied, and then they lied anyways, and that is a crime. Yep. I don't know if it's Nassau or Nessel, said her office is considering appealing the decision to a higher court, which she could do, but the legal threshold to overturn the ruling is high under Michigan law and would center on whether Simmons abused her discretion in dismissing the charges after hearing evidence. I mean, like, if there's an avenue there, I as the prosecutor, I would say you should probably take it, because, like, this is everything here, right? Simmons, who was originally appointed by Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmore in 2019 and re-elected to a nonpartisan position the next year, took nearly a year to say whether there was sufficient evidence to bring the case to trial, following a series of lengthy preliminary hearings. In her remarks Tuesday, Simmons said that the case was not about who won the 2020 election, but about the intent of the people charged. Okay, but, like, Nestle, gotcha. With this ruling, it just made voter rights null and non-existent. But what if they like commit crime? Like, this is wild to me. So if I commit fraud, right? But the intent, if I can sell the idea to the judge that the intent wasn't there, then like I get to walk away scot-free. Like this is mind-blowing. This is mind-blowing. This is not an election interference case. No, nobody said it was. The charges were about fraud because they knew that they were signing fraudulent documents and doing some shady stuff with the alternate electors stuff, right? Like they were replacing the legitimate electors. The judge noted that people appeared in public about the effort and posted photos after the meeting. Typically, people who are seeking to defraud or deceive the public do not gather and make a spectacle. That would be weird. Oh, well, I mean, I guess. Phenomenal. Sure. Hey, look, if we all gather, okay, and make it a spectacle. Okay? And make it a spectacle. Have a press conference about how we're going to cheat in the election, or about how we're going to commit fraud, right? Because that's what it's about. That's what this case was about. Then I guess, the intent is clear. How could I be trying to deceive you if I do it in public? Whew. George Constanza, logic, it's not a lie if you believe it. Yeah, sure. We should find that George Constanza clip. I don't know if we can play that here. But also, yes, it absolutely is election interference. That's the point of the fraud, to cause confusion so Trump can interfere with the 2020 election. Yeah, 100%. It's interference with the election in the sense that they wanted to replace these these rightful electors with alternative ones to alter the result of the election. However, on paper, on black and white, what they actually were trying to catch them on was the forgery, the fraud that they did to sign those papers and whatnot to defraud people of their vote, essentially. And of course, the fraud of signing documents and lying. Apparently that's all good because, hey, they did it in the open. And made a spectacle about it. This is why we can't just operate on faith when power-hungry people would take our rights away without due vigilance. Yep. A lesson Democrats should learn. The judge said Maddox appeared to have contact with the Trump campaign and that she could have entertained her culpability, but Maddox's public statements at the time led the judge to believe she was seeking redress from her state senators and presenting them with an alternate choice of electors. Sure. Hey, real quick, do you think that, again, this would be the same outcome if Democrats do that? So, are we saying that we can now just do this? This is all cool? Are we saying that Democrats can now present an alternate choice of electors every time a election doesn't go their way? Is that what we're saying? We're saying that that's okay? The prosecution would like the court to believe that these named defendants were savvy or sophisticated enough to understand the fully electoral process, Simmons said in the hearing. This alternate document doesn't state it's an official document of the state of Michigan, doesn't contain a certificate of vote, no one attempted to forge the governor's signature, and no one attempted to create a fake seal. Oh, why? I mean, case closed then. Wow. Like, this is literally like something out of like a West Wing show or VP show, like a clip from Veep. The wild stuff. Kala Credo, an assistant attorney general, contested the judge's finding on intent, saying to reporters that the group was aligned with the actual language of the document they signed. It was not contingent on the election results, and it directly impaired on legitimate government functions. Around 24 people gathered outside the courtroom Tuesday morning bearing signs in the support of the defendants. One read "End political lawfare." Defendants and their lawyers crowded into a small courtroom in downtown Lansing for the hearing, with a handful appearing over a video call. The two defendants' attorneys said the clients could not appear because of medical reasons. Most of the accused were of age of 70. Jesus. Anyways. Yeah, because they were caught in the act. It's irrelevant if they knew it was a crime. Yep. I mean, yeah, if we're saying like, oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter whether or not like you knew it was a I mean, I guess like, hey, you know, I broke into this person's house, but I didn't know that that was a crime, so, you know, it's all good. What? They were literally caught on the steps of the Capitol while trying to sneak in. It's the easiest case imaginable, unless they were Trump himself. Seriously. Prosecutors in Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Arizona also filed criminal charges related to the fake elector scheme. None of the cases have neared the trial stage, and many have been bogged down by procedural and appellate delays. The effort to secure fake electors was central to the federal indictment against Trump that was abandoned earlier this year, shortly before Trump took office for his second term. So, I mean, like, man, just wild stuff. Wild stuff. Well, we should note the name of this judge because at the soonest available moment they should be recalled. 100%. This was Judge. I think it was at the beginning. It was District Court Judge Kristen D. Simmons. Michiganders can't trust the judge with any further decision, and its intentional miscarriage of justice to serve its own prison sentence. Yep. District Court Judge Kristen Simmons. Death by 1,000 decisions, folks. Death by 1,000 court decisions. In this continued fight for gerrymandering across the country, Missouri House has passed the gerrymandered congressional maps, and more importantly, limits on initiative petitions. Folks, pay attention, especially if you're in Missouri. This directly impacts you. But also, oftentimes, things like these serve as blueprints. So if it works here, it could come to a red state near you. Bills creating a gerrymandered congressional map, making it virtually impossible to change a state's constitution through the initiative petition process, are on their way to the Missouri Senate. This is it right here. So another way of thinking about it is the ballot initiatives, the constitutional amendments that, is one of the few one of the few, if not like the only, like direct democracy that we have. Is literally doing ballot initiatives. Well, they're trying to essentially do away with that. The Missouri House gave the final approval to both proposals on Tuesday after 2 days of contentious debate. Governor Mike Kehoe called the legislature back into session after weeks of pressure from President Trump for GOP-run states to redraw congressional districts and ensure more Republican seats before next year's midterm. I mean, like, this alone is just wild to read. This is a wild paragraph to read. To have like the president going around to red states and asking them to redraw maps right before the midterms, to make sure that they can pick up like a seat here, 2 seats there, 5 seats here. I mean, like, what would you call that, folks? What would you call that if not election interference? Like, would Republicans be okay with assuming this happens again, but assuming that we have a Democratic president at some point, would Republicans be okay with the Democratic president going around the country and telling Democratic governors to redraw maps before a midterm? Or would there be like Democratic socialist dictator 24/7 wall-to-wall coverage on Fox News? Yeah. Last I checked, the nearest red state by me actually has a person in government who believes they should invade my state. Jesus. At this point, it seems civil protest is too weak to cause any lasting change to bring any semblance to democracy. Well, I mean, protesting is all, it's still on the table. They haven't taken that away from us yet. In Missouri, efforts targeted by the 5th District, currently held by U.S. Democratic Representative Emmanuel Cleaver of Kansas City, by carving it up, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so this is the important stuff here. Republicans also took aim at the citizen initiative petition process. The House approved a plan Tuesday that would require constitutional amendments put on the ballot by Missouri voters to attain both a simple majority statewide and a majority in all 8 congressional districts in order to pass. So they've essentially made it pretty difficult to have these constitutional amendments. Based on last year's election results, that change would mean as few as 5% of voters could defeat any ballot measure. The proposal would also ban foreign contributions to any initiative petition campaigns, something which is already illegal. If it passes the Senate, the issue would go on the statewide ballot in 2026 and require a simple majority to approve. So pay attention, folks. This is very important because this is how, like, again, the ballot initiatives, the constitutional amendments are one of the rare and pretty much like I think the only like legitimate like direct democracy kind of tool that we have. These ballot initiatives where you, the citizens, get to directly affect that the legislature, essentially, because you can make ballot initiatives which are kind of like it's like a pseudo law, right? Without the state legislature, you, the citizens, do that. They're trying to take that away in Missouri. The closest state to where I live, Maine, has a person in government that my country, Canada, should stop to exist. State Representative Ed Lewis, a Moberly Republican, said amending the state constitution has become too easy. Democracy, man, is too easy, and has been dominated by out-of-state interests. Okay. His proposal said he would address both of those issues. Yeah. There should be a broad consensus across the state to amend the Constitution, he said. Democrats announced both of the proposals as a power grab by the Republican supermajority in a Trump-inspired assault on democracy. The Missouri GOP is aiding and abetting a systemic destruction of democracy by an authoritarian regime led by a geriatric conman who knows the only way he can win is to cheat, said House Minority Leader Ashley Ayun, a Kansas City Democrat. GOP State Bryant Wolfen of St. Genevieve was one of the few Republicans who voted against both measures, saying this week's special session proved that the only thing that matters in a Missouri capital is political power. Unfortunately, it's not ethics, it's not morality, it's definitely not liberty, it's just political power. If Democrats were in charge, Wolfen said that he's sure they would do the same thing. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, dude. Sure. Sure, let's be so for real. If one thing Democrats are known for is doing stuff. Come on. The rest of this is about let me see here. Okay. Missouri is one of 24 states that allows citizen initiative petitions. They can be used to either amend the Constitution or change a state law though the path to successfully doing so is often arduous and expensive, requiring tens of thousands of signatures to even land on the ballot. Missourians in recent years have used the initiative petition process to legalize abortion and recreational marijuana use, as well as expand Medicaid eligibility. So that's why they hate it. That's why they want to get rid of this. That's why they want to get rid of this. My internet just randomly shut off. Yeesh, yikes. In November, the Abortion Rights Amendment passed with just shy of 52% of the vote, driven by large support from states' urban and more populated areas. Voters in all but 8 of Missouri's 115 counties opposed the amendment. It was argued Tuesday that the process is dominated by liberal out-of-state organizations who are pushing partisan amendments that would be impossible to pass through Republican-dominated legislature. I mean, like, they just hate democracy, man. Look at this. This is it right here. That's what did it. What? People want bodily autonomy and freedom and health care? We got to do something about this. We got to do something about this liberal out-of-state influence. Do you want partisan things going into the constitutional set, or do we want something that a broad consensus of all Missourians could support? I mean, like, you know, having the issue brought directly to the population and have them vote on it, like that. State Representative Martin Jacobs, a Democrat from Liberty, questioned why the process should be changed to allow a fraction of the voters to sink an initiative petition, arguing it violates the principle of one person, one vote, i.e. democracy. Voters in one district can override voters of every other district, Jacobs said, based on last year's general election, where 2,960,266 votes were cast for governor, and only 311,915 in the first district. Under the proposed change, only 156,000 could defeat a ballot question, or just shy of 5.3% of the statewide vote. So I mean, that's pretty much all you need to know right there. So in other words, they hate this idea that people could actually have the right to have direct choices. You see, this is what happens when you give people the right, when you give people the choice directly. And Republicans hate that. Now imagine wanting free healthcare. Imagine wanting to expand Medicaid and being mad, okay, and calling that liberal, out of state liberal influence or whatever. Imagine. That got them to work real quick to try to stop this. I mean, what's next? The people of Missouri voting to raise the minimum wage? The people of Missouri voting for more workers' rights? We can't have that. Yeah, how can we exploit people if they have what they need? Gotta nip that in the bud real quick. All right, folks, it's just a little past 8 o'clock. I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys' support. Once again, folks, it's just a little bit off the top of the hour. Make sure you do all the things, folks. Subscribe, like, comment, share. We are here Tuesdays, Thursdays. Well, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We have live and syndicated content. Catch my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. And you can find me on the same handle, A Difficult Truth, on every other platform like Twitch and YouTube. Thank you all for the support. Appreciate it. Movie Night Extravaganza is up next, so stay tuned. Thank you all. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Appreciate it. See ya.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. For the Extravaganza.
Are you around this week? Ahoy, sexy.
That is actually very gay.
Am I nautically sensual? You're funny. Lep didn't laugh at any of my jokes.
You were so funny.
Previously on the show, we've done all 3 of Greta Gerwig's directorial projects: Lady Bird, Little Women, and the Barbie movie. Tonight we're going back in time to 2013 to talk about Frances Ha, the first film that Greta Gerwig co-wrote and starred in with her future husband, Noah Baumbach, directing.
It's that thing when you're with someone and you love them and they know it and they love you and you know it, but it's a party and you're both talking to other people and you're laughing and shining and you look across the room and
Back in 2007, Greta had co-wrote and starred in Hannah Takes the Stairs, although, like many films in the so-called mumblecore movement, the dialogue of the film was largely improvised. The basic details of Greta Gerwig's life have been pretty immortalized on screen at this point, both with Lady Bird, where she tells a fictional version of a story about an angsty girl growing up middle class in Sacramento, California, with loving parents but ones who didn't quite get her, and her desire to move to New York City to pursue a creative life, which she did, going to Barnard College, dorming with Kate McKinnon, and after being rejected from several playwriting programs, settling on becoming an actress. She was also a dancer and had originally wanted to do a degree in musical theater, but ended up getting her degrees in English and philosophy. She was cast in Joe Swanberg's LOL and the Duplass brothers' Baghead, which led to a creative relationship with Joe Swanberg that made Hannah Takes the Stairs, and then Nights and Weekends. In both cases, she got to both write and direct.
up until 27, everyone says, you're so young, you've got so much time. And then all of a sudden you're 27 and everyone's like, well.
Still at this point, 25, she was drifting through life in New York and became extremely depressed, working as a nanny and a tutor to make ends meet and afford rent. In 2010, she was cast in Greenberg by Noah Baumbach, who co-wrote that film with his then-wife, Jennifer Jason Leigh. She also got cast in Woody Allen's To Rome with Love, as well as starring in Whit Stillman's Damsels in Distress. After Greenberg, she and Baumbach began passing ideas back and forth for what would become Frances Ha. The story of a woman stuck at 27, having finished college at Vassar, with no idea of what to do next, stuck in this strange world between college and being a full adult.
You want to hear something hilarious?
Yes.
Lev thinks we're going to end up married.
I'm too tall to marry.
You are.
That's so funny. Why does he think that?
I did want to sleep with you when I first met you. But now, totally undateable.
Starring Greta Gerwig, Adam Driver, Michael Zegan, Mickey Sumner as Frances' best friend Sophie, Grace Gummer, and Charlotte D.M. Boyce. At the beginning of the movie, Frances lives with her best friend Sophie. They have an extremely intimate kind of friendship that girls get between high school and adulthood, where they're virtually inseparable. But Sophie, who has an adult job at a publishing house, essentially breaks up with Frances to move into a nicer apartment and then get serious with her boyfriend Patch, throwing Frances' entire world upside down. The movie is really great. It relishes these deeply uncomfortable moments as Frances attempts to connect with the people she meets, many of whom are at different stages of life and don't get her at all. And in that way, it captures something really real. She's aging out of the time frame where she can join her dance company. Money is a real struggle for her, but because this is New York in the 2010s, it slowly dawns on her that it's not for the people around her.
Lev and I were talking about getting a maid to come once a week.
A maid?
Yeah, it's not that expensive. It's like $400 a month.
Do you know that I'm actually poor?
You aren't poor. There are poor people. You aren't one of them.
She moves in with Adam Driver's Lev Shapiro and Michael Zegan's Benji after Sophie moves out. And there's this line where she says, I thought we were all actually poor. Both guys actually have rich parents who help subsidize their lifestyles. By her relationship with Patch, who works at Goldman, Sophie is also leaving Frances' authentically broke class strata. So this movie has a lot to say about class, in this time period where class actually starts to rear its head in a real way. Now alienating it can feel to actually struggle and realize that people around you are actually just pretending to struggle. The alienation of this movie really peaks at a point where Frances takes a trip to Paris alone on a credit card, and then ends up sleeping for most of the trip after taking a sleeping pill, and misses a call back from her college friend who lives in Paris.
The one moment that reliably makes me laugh the most is that moment when she's in Paris and she goes to the movie theater and asks them about Puss in Boots. because I feel like it just totally captures a very particular feeling of being lost in a foreign city, having this romantic idea of what your experience is going to be, and then the reality of it, just being bored and eating some terrible restaurant and then going to see Puss in Boots. So did you sort of start with moments like that and then try to build scenes around them, or how did that work?
Just because it's my favorite line in the movie, because I think it's the saddest line of all time. It's not even, it's when did Puss in Boots start? She's not even gonna see it from the beginning. It's halfway through. It's like so tragic. It was, yeah, I mean, we did have like the when did Puss in Boots start, and then we did have we wanted her to be eating at the wrong bistro, but then we put her in a McDonald's and it was too sad. It was like, no, can't put her in French McDonald's. That's just too depressing.
The sequence where Frances goes home to Sacramento. Greta Gerwig's real family plays her movie family, adding to this authenticity. Noah Baumbach was very inspired by French New Wave. You see that not just in the choice to make the film grainy and black and white, but for the uncomfortable lingering on these characters, often very tight shots, and the choice to make an extremely honest film about youth. Towards the end of the film, Frances must take the humiliating choice to pay off her France credit card by working at Vassar College, Poughkeepsie represent, by being an RA and working at the receptions for visiting donors and important people, which is followed by a high note where Frances is working at the Dance Academy office and puts her own choreography out there. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the front man for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is the co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Marta Djordjevic, a.k.a. Marta McFly, is an author, writer, and podcast host who is a member of the Cascadia Film and Television Critics Association, the host of Rewind and Revive, and the former host of McFly's Movie House. I, of course, am your host and an undateable New York original back in the USA after a week in Montreal. Did you know Border Patrol confiscates oranges and grapefruits from Canada? Forrest Miller. Should I text back starboard anal sex?
Fantastic. Love it.
I tried to do the last name.
How quotable is this movie, by the way? And the answer is a lot.
Yeah.
There's so many great lines. By the way, Marta, welcome back. It's so great to have you.
It's always nice to be back. I'm so happy we're covering this movie. It's one of my favorite comfort movies. So
and it was in your draft. It made it pretty far along. I don't remember the actual position, but yeah, it's definitely like, this is a fun movie. I think what we were doing, kicking and screaming, right? When we first talked, we should do Frances Ha.
Yeah.
And that was like a long time ago.
That was with Chris, but now that was
Chris Williams, who does all our
beautiful graphics, who drew the very intricate picture of Greta Gerwig for this.
Yeah, that's great. This is an awesome movie. I feel like this is kind of like the getting your ice cream, compared to like some of the stuff we cover. like it's very, very like an easy, but it's a complicated movie. And I'm curious, Marta, what drew you to Frances Ha? Originally, like when did you see it? When did you first engage with it?
I think I saw it first in maybe 2019, 2020, somewhere there. And the interesting thing is initially I didn't love it as much as I do now. I liked it. I thought it was a good movie. But weirdly enough, it resonates more with me as I get older. And now I'm older than Frances. from 32. And it hit me at this point the most, probably, especially by the end. Like, I started tearing up, and that hasn't happened. I've seen it maybe 5-6 times now. It's just, I don't know. It's a coming of age that shows that we're always kind of coming of age.
It's interesting that she was 25, like writing the script for this with Noah Baumbach. Like, and then by the time the movie was over, like by the time they released it, I think she was 27 or 28. But it's like she actually wasn't 27 writing this. Like,
yeah.
Well, and it works to some of that stuff. Like, it's interesting you mentioned Ladybird in the intro for us, because that's definitely an antecedent to this, and a coming of age story that is like what we more traditionally think of as a coming of age story. But we don't see as many of them that are like the mid to late 20s coming of age. And I know it's the third rail of moviedom to invoke the name of Woody Allen, but there are some exceptions, and some of those are some of that guy.
Who's
best
that?
work. Yeah, they're directed by nobody, these movies. Annie Hall, Manhattan. I don't even know who directed them, but we don't see those kinds of films anymore. We see them like within indie cinema now and again, right? But this is one of the better examples of like sort of that mid-20s, like figuring it out kind of movie of the last like 10, at least 10
Like-
years, if not 15.
Like mid-century life crisis or something like that. In a way.
Sure, yeah, and I agree. I like this. I really enjoyed it first time I saw it, but I really liked it this time. I was like, oh wow! And I think part of it's just you get into like Noah Baumbach's very naturalistic with dialogue. You know, that's kind of like the thing that he's known for. And there is a certain cadence to this that can be a little off-putting if you don't know what you're getting into or like what it is.
Yo, Happy.
But I was way locked in on it this time, and I think it all works.
Yeah.
But I also get it when like people find it off-putting or it's not their thing. Great, there's all kinds of stuff I don't like, you know. But I think it's so poignant and it's so real, and Greta carries this, man. She really like it all works because of like this incredible performance she does. It's really wonderful.
The cadence between the two, between Frances and Sophie, because the cadence changes, right? Like a lot of the characters have a different, like on purpose, like a different cadence to the way that they speak. Like I think Lev and Benji kind of have their own like shorthand kind of, and Frances has her own with Sophie. But like, I don't know, there's like certain people that like certain girls that have been like really close that I've been friends with, like both of them, and you like they're in and out of that cadence. And people get that kind of rhythm to the way that they talk when they spend that much time with each other. And you almost feel like you're watching it from the outside, because obviously like you can't really keep up with like the cadence that people come up with after like that much friendship or that much time spent together.
Well, you have your own language. Pretty much. You know,
it's very real. I think like the movie is just so true to adult female friendships. I mean, I can safely say probably I've never related to an on-screen character more than I do Frances.
There really aren't a lot of depictions of adult female friendships in movies that I can think of that don't have like some like weird twist to them. Because that's there's no space aliens, there's no action sequences. I mean, there's action sequences, but not the way that you might imagine. And I think that's something that so makes this so strong too, is you really get a sense of that the connection that the two of them have. That is that deep connection that I feel like gets harder and harder as you get older. Ask me how I know. But it's something that it's relatable, right? It's either something you have had in the past, it's something that you are in process of and you aren't going to recognize until it's gone, or it's something that is in your future.
Well, tackling it as if it's like a relationship, like, I mean, like a platonic friend related, but like, they break up, like it is.
They do, yeah.
Like a relationship kind of breakup, and like just allowing that to sit with you and not feeling like you have to take that and go, no, this is like feeling like you have to quantify that, I guess, right? Like feeling like you have to be like, just so you know, this is platonic, these are friends, not like just allowing it to sit with you and allowing it to actually feel those same emotions that you would have in that moment, which are similar to a breakup. If you stop hanging out with like a best friend that you've hung out with nonstop for any amount of time, like it does feel like that. Like you start to miss that person, and it's almost like I don't know. It really is like a breakup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think it's also so telling that like the biggest monologue of the film is about them. And if you were to tune in and listen to that monologue without any context whatsoever, you'd think that it was romantic, right? About a romantic partner, but it's
And she thinks it is. I mean, like in her head, like
yeah.
Yeah.
I remember for me, once it clicked for me, like later on when the moment actually happens to them across the room, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is what she was talking about.
Yeah, and that's
like,
I think all that counts a lot. I think, and
Yeah.
it makes the movie interesting in a way that you kind of have to. Yeah, kind of have to be willing to delve a little deeper into it though, because it's there's more depth to it than Outside Surfaces, which does a great job of showing like just the facile ridiculousness of like mid-20s. We'll call it charitably working poor life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which nobody on this stream can relate to, I'm sure. But
I'm living up in my $1.23 million mansion over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what are you talking about? It does such a great job of that, but there is way more to that, and I kind of feel sorry for people that only engage with it like, oh, I can't relate to these New York hipsters. Like, okay, well, first of all, do you watch the entire movie? Secondly,
Adam Driver's fedora.
Oh god. Oh god.
I mean, but also too, you think
that
about
fedora-
2012 is like the peak of like the hipster like life.
Yeah.
Well, that fedora is something you could only wear in 2012,
dude, I think at that year you were like issued one. I think. Right?
Yeah.
I think they handed it to you and you walked in the door.
Doesn't he wear one in another Noah Baumbach film?
I want to say he does, and he's in Annette, which we're doing later this month. And I started thinking about it's been a while since I've seen Annette too. That I was like, wow, I wonder if this is like a secret origin story in Annette. We're sort of like a men's right activist stand-up comic. But because I don't know, anytime I see fedora, man, it's just hard. Look, unless it's the 1940s, it's kind of hard for me to like not think you're a douchebag. Sorry, peace and love to fedora.
Libertarians, man, they really hijacked that hat.
I think of this movie as the Kylo Ren origin story.
Yeah.
Yo, but like I don't. I like that, you know, Adam. Like if we're talking about Adam Driver, like his Lev Shapiro character, which all right, like of course they're like you know who Lev Shapiro's dad is, and it's like yeah, with a name like Lev Shapiro, I feel like your dad has to be like a big gallery owner or something. Like
yeah,
but like I feel like the fact that Adam Driver also has the same kind of relationship with Benji, who, you know, like as he gets more kind of like infatuated with Francis, he gets like gayer, which is kind of funny. Like he almost starts acting like her Sophie in a way, or trying to, at least like trying to fill that role for her in like a platonic way, because obviously she's never gonna. Well, I mean, maybe like I don't know. At the end of the movie,
platonic and kind of passive aggressive way,
yeah,
too. But that is totally a thing. Like I was around people that did that. I'm like, what are you doing? Do you not know how to engage earnestly with like anybody? Like, what is?
Yeah.
Are you doing a shtick?
Yeah.
I can't tell.
It's funny that like you know when they're in the restaurant and she gets the check, which we got to talk about that sequence. But when they're in the restaurant together, he answers the phone and he says that, you know, Benji is his Sophie, but I feel like Benji is definitely more his Francis, and he's like the Sophie character because he's way more together, I think, than Benji is. He's like getting drunk and like in his boxers and like watching movies, and I love the line where he's.
What are you talking about? He's going to be on SNL unless he decides it's over the hill.
Yeah, I love that line, and then. Clearly, it didn't work out at SNL. Whatever the fuck he was making up with, like, and I love that he goes, "It's really gone downhill." And
yeah. Oh yeah. That's it. That's the reason why. Right. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure that the chocolate really makes the golden ticket really makes the chocolate taste bad. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay.
But it's like I don't know. Like one of the things in this movie that really like insidiously creeps up on you at the same time it does for Francis is like the realization that she's broke and they're not. Or like, right, and neither is Sophie.
And he starts lecturing her about, well, you're not really broke.
Yeah,
and it's like, bitch, neither are you. What do you?
That was like me and my group of friends growing up, because like all my friends had like rich parents, and I would know this because they would have stacks of Christmas presents in every fucking room of the house, and I'm over here like, I got a few things for Christmas. Like it was you know, I always felt so insecure and embarrassed. Like it's like they could throw these lavish parties in middle school and high school, and then I'm like, we're save up, we try to have fun, take us to Chili's or something like that.
It was such a New York in the 2010s thing though. Like nobody wants to it's the same thing. Like everybody makes fun of like Nepo babies and stuff, but like nobody wants to be acknowledged for having rich parents. But like if you're in the city, there's a it's true the line that Sophie said.
I made sure that I reminded them that they did.
No, but like when Sophie says like, you're a rare one because you're an artist that actually, is poor as fuck.
Yeah.
Like that's such a real thing. Like, I don't know, like growing up, my mom was an artist and like, had a studio in the city, like before, she got married and like, had me and my brother. And like, she had her artist, like she had her artist studio and like, my grandma was pretty well off, but my mom was like my mom was like a girl bossing for a little bit there and like had like this really nice studio. She tells me stories all the time about like all the people that she kind of interacted with either at galleries or like, in that world. And it's like, it's so true that like, I don't know, like nobody can afford to be an artist in New York City unless they're already rich coming into it. Like it's
and have
so
connections to help build from that too.
Well, yeah, and you think about it in terms of when people have these esoteric, I'm a painter. Oh yeah, okay, good for you. How's he paying this rent? He's a painter. Jesus Christ. Even like look, man, I'm a musician. Like it ain't much better. You know what I'm saying? And I get it when people don't want, like, there's a great derivation, like what at the party about, I forget the phrasing, but it's basically like, what do you do?
It's horrible. That whole scene. Oh,
which is so like, oh God, because like anyone that does anything creative, like that's the last thing you want to hear because you don't define yourself by like what you're doing to like, pay the power bill. Like it's not what defines you, and it's such a reductive question that in our society is just something that's so normalized that like, oh, that's a thing that you just ask in that specific way. And it's actually one of the first times I've seen that addressed in a movie, that like there's any questioning of it. You know what I mean?
And she's clearly she's trying to pass herself off in a lot of these scenes. Like, we see her alone a lot and she's not doing it, but she's always trying to pass herself off as an adult, which is something that's so relatable, like in that space when you're like when you're in that transitional period. And there really isn't like that many movies about the transitional period between like college and then being an actual functional adult. I mean, not that, who knows when people actually, transition.
They're saying it was fire, but
well, and being a dancer specifically, it's either going to be like the Red Shoes or Black Swan or like nothing else. Like it's just not something you don't ever get to see people that maybe they're good but not good enough to be in the troupe, and so they like join the front office, they become an RA, like whatever. Like this is all like new stuff that like it's not exciting to portray those things in the same way that and this is going to seem like a weird analogy, but Green Room being for bands where it's like, oh yeah, of course, there are punk rock bands that would be at that level. That's like, I know them, I have been them. And like that has just something that has never been portrayed on screen, which is one of the secret reasons why that movie is fantastic. But it is the same sort of thing that we're used to seeing a success story. People are temporarily embarrassed superstars. And that's not what's happening here. She has a different journey. And I think that's so powerful.
And I like that it doesn't, at the end of it, like, it's not really resolved. Like, it's not like at the end of it, you're like, wow, she's certainly a functional adult now.
Accomplished. Let's go.
She did a show. It was fine. Her friend showed up. Right on. You could, that's good. But like, it's not like
Benji showed up and clearly wanted to fuck. Like,
oh yeah, clearly Benji was.
Well, it's even the same way for people who want to make it as content creators. It's like, I've been posting more on TikTok, and it's amazing what like my algorithm is showing me like what you need to do. It's like, no, it's all about luck and having connections, having someone more important, bigger than you to platform you and push your content could also help. It's all about the connections and stuff like that. So it's funny when I see like the sloppiest stuff do well, and then like stuff that's more organized, professional.
Oh yeah,
don't do well. I'm like,
the more name, the better.
You have to cringe your way to the top.
I won't.
Your way to the top.
Hard pass. Marta, what do you think about literally all that, the last 10 minutes of whatever we're doing on the show?
Yeah, no, that was great. Because that was the main thing that I kind of picked up on during this rewatch was just how well, yet indirectly or subtly, I should say, like the whole film tackles class and the illusion of creative freedom. And I thought that was really cool because it's always said in passing, like little side comments. And I mean, class ultimately defines who gets to be a mess, right? While chasing their dreams.
Right,
So she's stuck in this between of like being kind of independent and then the reality that the actual system and the people that she's surrounding with is just so different from what she's experiencing, right? Like Benji, what's Adam Driver's character name again?
Lev Shapiro.
Yes, Lev Shapiro, and even Sophie to a degree too. Like all of this is just sharp commentary on how privilege complicates the narrative of just follow your passion.
Well, and she
by the way, if you're getting bored in Tokyo, you're doing Tokyo wrong.
Yes.
As someone who has not been there, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. Call it. That's the one piece of BS. I almost made that my entire review, but I'm too substantive for that. I was like,
well, no, I
assume
she's doing the Sofia Coppola.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
I assume that's her life in Tokyo, to be honest. Like,
just cold kicking in like a very clinical looking hotel.
Yeah.
The cinematography being black and white also adds another layer to this story, I think.
Yeah, and isn't that interesting? I don't know the answer to like if it was conceived that way. I mean, because it makes me think like Manhattan or something. The movie, not the city. Well, the city too.
It's like a documentarian style way of like this film. Like it's because you're learning about like what her life is like and like the ups and downs of her struggle of like in being an adult. Because again, like you point out, Conan, we don't see many movies of like people after college trying to make it. What are they doing? Like everyone thinks that once you graduate college, you're set. You got your life figured out. You got your shit together. No, I'm having a century life crisis right now. Like screw the midlife. We see plenty of midlife crisis films. What about those of us in our 20s and 30s who still haven't figured out?
Don't worry, it goes well beyond the 30s too.
Yay!
I mean, yeah, I think that the black and white during this entire process, like Noah Baumbach was going through like a really intense Truffaut thing. So
yeah,
that's
what I was thinking.
He was going through
real heavy Truffaut. That's a good call.
To the point where like and I don't know exactly when their like relationship started up and when like I don't know the exact timeline, but when they're talking to Greta Gerwig, like when they were introduced to this movie a bunch of times, and like it was either her and Noah or just her going around and like introducing it at different places. She's like, yeah, he was watching like French New Wave cinema just nonstop throughout this entire period, and then he tries to like downplay it to be like, yeah, I could see that, I could see the, and it's like, dude, I watched the other interviews, like you clearly were watching Truffaut, just. No,
it's like gender swapped
that song.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's like gender swapped stolen kisses and bed and board, right?
I also thought
and Linklater too, who of course is also Truffaut inspired.
Which by association, I thought of Romer, particularly My Night at Mons.
Sure. Oh, hell yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and also I've read another movie with female agency that. So take that what you will.
It could also be, I mean, just thinking, seeing New York in black and white, it's going to be less sort of romanticized than what we're used to with movies where New York is the main character. So maybe it's kind of almost like
just like my life.
Unresolved.
I mean,
yeah, is Pizza Rat make an appearance? I don't know. We'll see. But I think it's something that there's a very interesting austerity to it. There's a very obviously, look, anyone that's like engaging with the show is probably into movies, one can imagine. And we are the people that are like, oh, black and white, cool, instead of black and white. Which,
what's funny?
AKA Ted Turner. Thank you. Ted Turner, everybody. That's the joke.
You know what's funny though is that Forrest downplaying like Noah Baumbach downplaying like the French New Wave inspiration for his son is literally named after Eric Romer.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Yes.
Who's
that? Yes, that
Baumbach?
one. I'm like, yes, that guy. He named his son after probably his favorite French director, and I'm like,
really?
Playing French? Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's
I'm looking
cool.
up his relation with Jennifer Jason Leigh
right.
because he cheated on her with Greta. So like, there's a lot of history there.
Possibly, allegedly.
Yeah, don't come after us, Noah. We like you.
I mean.
But like, come on, dude! Like, stop trying to downplay your influence French New Wave cinema has on your life. Okay, just embrace it.
The Squid and the Whale, and we're the Squid, and Noah Baumbach's the
Whale. That's wild. So their son's named Romer. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
all right, I
I
guess
kinda like this
wrap it
stuff.
all
This
up,
is
folks. We
wild.
figured it all out. That's amazing.
Only we could have figured this out. No one else. That's why we're the best movie podcast out there.
Exactly. Well, and that's one of the reasons why we talked about it on Barbie, right? We talked about all the production design stuff and how it was like, referencing like Tati and Playtime, as well as like Umbrellas of Cherbourg and like all this other, stuff that luckily it was one of the few times that in like the monoculture, I think was it HBO Max it was streaming on, they actually had like, hey, we got all these films that they're talking about and you can see them. Did anyone watch them? I don't know. But I was like really psyched that they managed to pull that off. So like, wow, that's something you should do if you end up in the zeitgeist.
They
something
should
popular,
they
right?
should do the HBO Max really should have kept doing that, because it's like, like with Sinners or other films that especially that come out this year since Warner Brothers doing so well. They should do that, like, they talk about all these different films that inspired this big blockbuster hit. Well, here you go. Here they're all in one setting that you can watch.
Yeah, I mean,
That'd be really
well,
cool.
it just reminds me of, and again, early this week, yesterday, like 24 hours ago, I was on Afternoon Tune talking about Spinal Tap, because there's the impending Spinal Tap 2 that's coming out, and Spinal Tap is one of my favorite movies.
Two Spinal, two Tap.
Yes.
And I was thinking about that's
They really should
idiotic.
have called it that.
That is so dumb. It stopped my flow of thought, by the way. But I have the DVD. They reissued on DVD, not even Blu-ray, DVD, and the commentary. They do a commentary where they're in character, and it's basically a whole nother movie, because they do the whole and I was thinking about like, God, this is so great. And it's so great because I love this movie so much. And just hearing more of this is like awesome. But we've really lost that sensibility with the downfall of physical media, if you will. And that's a different show entirely, but it was definitely a recent example of like, wow, it sucks that you don't have that. Here's our vision board for Barbie. Here's the Leos Carax Malve song sequence that inspired, which we'll get to in a minute. But
that's why they do so many different like variety and all this. They do all these deals like, let's break down a scene from this movie and do this and do that. That's like their way of
but that's not
making up for it. But it's not the same though. I like the commentary. I like how they have fun and joke around and stuff like that, and go on just for like 15 minutes when they should be focusing on the movie.
I love the commentaries and they have where it's just like dudes clearly just high as fuck, and they're like they're like talking through the whole movie. I think that I also lost my train of thought on that one. But like, I think that this movie, like the black and white of it all, it's fun. Like, I don't think this is on purpose, but like, because 2012 had such a like specifically hipster fashion sense, like it kind of it's in like this time capsule, which like I really like. I think that time period is hilarious. Like, I think you could mine so much amazing comedy out of like 2012, 2011, because things were just
the
so,
hats.
Yeah. Yeah, just that. But also like, I don't know, just the sensibility of it all. Like, it was such a weird time where like culture was doing all this like, I don't know, like everyone was talking about like recently there was a whole like discourse about like stomp clap music, which was right from that period where it's like the hey ho luminary kind of stuff.
I mean, it looks great on you. Yeah.
Just that cultural sensibility is just, I don't know. It's just so like it was.
We were
what
so
a dark
close to
time.
World peace. We were so close to world peace. We had Gangnam Style. We had the Harlem Shake. We could have solved world peace when we had those movements happening.
Were those the cultural signifiers? I missed that memo.
And
yes,
that's also
been there.
Like within that time period, Vine showed up, and then it was like the proto TikTok.
Yeah, musically. Oh boy,
Tumblr.
All right. I don't know where to go with all that.
So
Actually, yes, I do.
Francis Ha and Sophie probably both had like crazy Tumblrs.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole black and white thing, I mean, I feel like I went so poetic in a different angle than like what you guys are saying, and what you guys are saying makes more sense. Like for me, it was like, it's a love letter to New York, but written in pencil.
Something that you would have on a Tumblr.
Well, right, totally, absolutely, yeah.
I am Francis.
But how many reviews are like, well, New York is a main character in this? I mean, God, even saying that, we're like, oh God, there it goes again. New York is a main character. All right, we get it.
But it is a good example of that. I will say.
But it totally is at the same time. But maybe the idea of like, oh, but doing in black and white, because again, other than literal Manhattan, the movie, directed by nobody. I can't think of any other black and white movies that are like from even remotely them. I mean, there's all the Jim Jarmusch early stuff, right? But I mean, that's like, you just don't see a lot of it. So it's a way to look at things differently. And I don't know, it's interesting to have done a black and white. I agree.
Was Sweet Smell of Success in New York? It was, right? That just came to mind as another.
Yeah, we just did that.
Definitely is because we talked about like the New York lifestyle that they're they're doing within that. It's like the New York as a character, right? Like I feel like Squid and the Whale is another like Baumbach movie where
I haven't seen that in so long. That's the Baumbach movie I saw. It's the first one I saw, but it's like it's been so long. Like I
avoided seeing it for the longest time because I was like, oh,
relatable.
It's the guy from Brooklyn whose parents get divorced. I don't know anything about that story. Like,
I don't need to watch that movie. I know what it is.
But the character of New York within that is it's a very different, and it's also Brooklyn. Like it's Park Slope within Squid and the Whale. Like it feels like a very different Brooklyn though than the one in Francis Ha.
With New York as a character, what do you got? I think I remember reading. I forgot. They said like the
best
movie on New York was New York, directed by Martin Scorsese. I'm like, wasn't that like a bomb though? Was that like not well received back then when it came out? Like I know it's got the song, but like I'm like, really, that's the best movie.
I spread in the news. I'm leaving
today. I feel like this would be a better movie about. I feel like this movie is actually the best, like New York as a character, because it's all about the experience of like someone in New York trying to, make it. Like, come on now.
The best non-Woody Allen movie.
I love. I mean, Manhattan's also, like Annie Hall. Like
Annie Hall too.
Yeah, whatever the fuck.
The King of Manhattan. Woody Allen.
Whatever Woody Allen.
New York as a character.
It's just I don't know. There's so like those movies feel like they were extremely formative to living as like a neurotic. I mean, no, I'm not Jewish, but feeling that
and
level.
You're not
of neurotic,
someone who. Never mind.
Like I don't know. I just the psyche of like kind of having incredibly neurotic tendencies as like as a kid, and watching Woody Allen was like a revelation. Like I was like, holy fuck! There's a genre of this. I might not.
People like me.
Yeah, exactly. It's a representation. I want to talk about the the general usage of Modern Love by David Bowie, which is great. One of my favorite songs. The music direction here is A+. We'll talk about it as well, I'm sure, when we talk about the France scene. But Modern Love specifically, there's a running scene that I have been.
I thought that was Conan Neutron saying, "Oh, it's time! Oh, it's time for movie night."
In the intro, right. The one that everybody knows that just debuted tonight.
Yeah.
But that running scene, which is great. It's elegiac. It's great. You get to see her pull some dance moves. It works so well for the character. It's so intrinsic to the plot at the moment in time. But it is an homage to a Leos Carax movie called Ma Voix Sang, which literally Bad Blood, that came out in 1986. That's very different. That I actually finally watched because we're doing another Carax movie later this month with Annette. And I was like, wow, I've never seen this movie that I reference literally all the time because I saw it like a film class once, right? And so there's a video that has it as a side-by-side, and I don't know. I'm going to imagine we get a copyright strike if we actually have the song playing, so I'll turn the volume down. But
wait. David Bowie, this is a song I sang.
That's fine. It's fine. We don't need, if you get to see
love.
Start spreading the news.
All right, come on. I'm doing serious fucking film commentary here. Come on. But it's interesting because they're used for very different purposes, and they're used in very different ways. And it's so clearly an homage. And when asked about it, Baumbach even said, like, yes, that's exactly what it is. Of course it is. They set the same song to like someone running at like a key pivotal emotional moment of the scene. And it's funny to have them side by side, because when I first saw Francis Ha, I was like, I've seen this before. What did I see this in before? And it was killing me because I just couldn't remember what it was. And then I was like, oh, it's that Carax movie. And the reason why is because it's like shamelessly out of print. You have to go like Internet Archive to see it, right? Like it's like I think Holy Motors is generally available, but like most of his early work, like Lovers on the Bridge, is not. but it's fine. I saw it. It's great. It's a very weird movie. It's very different than Francis Ha. But like, I love that there was just like this cinematic homage that exists within the context of the movie. Like, that's a cool scene. That's an incredibly emotional scene. Like, I remember first time seeing that and being almost moved to tears. Be like, I don't know anything about this character. I don't know why he's running. I don't know where he's going, but like, this is incredible. This is just an incredible pairing. Incredible pairing of music and film, and like one of those things that like it's used as a shorthand for why the art form matters and why it can touch people. And I think that's rad. And I think Modern Love, I mean, it's over the credits too. Like, it's also a great tune, by the way, great 80s era Bowie tune. But I just think that was so interesting, and I wanted to throw that up for the people that maybe were not familiar with an obscure art house French director.
So they set it to Modern Love, and then my understanding, at least, I mean, this might not be like the exact story because it was a while ago when I saw this clip, but my understanding is that they saw the price tag on Modern Love and then kind of balked and went like, can we pick something that's not a David Bowie song to have it running to? But like, they tried song after song after song, nothing worked. So finally they sprang for the royalties. But like, I mean, I don't even want to fucking speculate about how much it costs to put a David Bowie song, or at least, you know, in 2012, especially when he was like alive, like how much it costs to put a David Bowie song in your movie. Like, I feel like if I saw that number, I'd probably, you know, pass out. Like,
it makes the movie though. I mean, it's arguable that it's not the same movie without it, and that's I mean, I think that's incredible. And it's and there's a big the new Kogonada movie. God, what is it? It's got a very long. It's got Margot Robbie and Colin Farrell in it, and it's got a very long title. Do you remember what the title is, Kristina?
Something beautiful.
It's like a long, beautiful, blah blah blah. Long, beautiful title.
Yeah.
a big, bold, beautiful,
long, beautiful title.
All right,
like,
enough. That's crazy. It's crazy we said that at the same time.
I know.
Is it crazy?
Is it beautiful journey?
A big, bold, beautiful journey. Okay, great.
Big, bountiful. Never mind.
Big, bountiful boobs.
Yeah.
Order in the court. Apparently, it's about to come out, and this is a studio picture, and apparently they've been swapping the music out. Like, and there's like some behind the scenes like drama of that. This movie's been done for a while, and the studio's like, no, we got to use this music instead, and they're changing it around, which is abjectly horrifying for someone like myself, who's a musician, but should be horrifying for anyone. Where it's like, okay, so whether you thought After Yang and Columbus were incredible or not, it's like this guy is very deliberate in how he makes his movies. You're just gonna swap things in and out like it's like a freaking Mad Lib.
They ended up with "Hey Ho" by the Lumineers. How did that happen?
All right. So anyway, that has nothing to do with Francis Ha, other than the fact that I think the usage of Modern Love, it was worth the price tag. I think it absolutely. And again, even if that homage to a much more esoteric and lesser known director and lesser known film, it's great. I mean, because it's not rip-offy. You know what I mean? It's not rip-off.
They also use the
Heights movie that's coming out. Can't wait.
They use from like Les Frizz, like the Camille, the song that Camille has in that movie, where it's da 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 da, the like the Godard movie, like you know, they have that within a part of this, and like that's on like pretty much every soundtrack that they're like Francis Ha soundtrack playlist or whatever, and you're also like, okay, dude, you were fist deep in French New Wave cinema, like don't try to
Like, don't deny it, dude. That's what I like about like when a movie comes down, Spotify's like, here's a playlist. Like when they did the Barbie movie, it's like, why is The Edge with Rakim a song? Oh, it sounds like a Ken song. If he's walking down, feeling good about himself.
I'm just Ken.
Like, yeah. So that's why I was like,
and I get up a Ken. Thank you.
That's why I'm wondering what the Francis Ha would playlist would
I really like when like, and not many directors do this, but like a lot of times like directors will like pick a playlist and give it to like their actors, and then later they'll like sometimes they'll like publish the playlist, and it's like I feel like
mindset the character.
I feel like if I was an actor, which I feel like I would really I would benefit from that kind of thing, because I like that like connection to whatever, you have to immerse yourself in it.
Chrome Sitar, T-Rex. Loose Way, Paul McCartney. Of course, Modern Love. Hot Chocolate, Everyone's a Winner.
Which okay, so let's that's the keystone song for the Paris sequence, which we need to address as its own topic, right?
Yeah.
Can we all agree with that?
Yes.
Marta, what are your thoughts on the Paris sequence?
Well, it actually ties in really well with the Modern Love sequence, kind of. I was thinking about that when I was watching it last night, where I was trying to pay attention, because I think you and I were talking about the Modern Love sequence last week or something. And that's why I'm asking you, what was the context in the Kara film?
So it's unrequited. Yeah, it's an unrequited crush on Isabella Rossellini's character. Hard relatable.
Yeah.
From a character that is has some physical ailments.
You're gonna have to fight it out with Kyle MacLachlan for that one.
Who has some physical ailments, but is going on a heist to steal a cure for this ailment that causes horrific pain in people who have sex without love. It's a weird movie. but
I meant more so
the idea
actual
is
moment.
Yeah, the actual moment is he's deciding whether or not he's going to go see her, hears the song, and then decides, yes, I am, and basically decides he wants to do it as quickly as possible. And it works so well because of the physicality of that performer. Dennis Laurent, who's in like a ton of Karak stuff. He's in a ton of, and he used to be a circus performer, I guess. So that's why he's so like physical and like doing all this like crazy stuff. And the camera's like trying to keep up with him and like almost can't at one point. And like, and that's one of the reasons that makes it such an exciting sequence. But yeah, it's cool, but it's a weird movie. Like it is like it's Frances Ha is many things. Weird is not one of them. It's just sort of like, oh no, it's just like, 20s coming of age drama. It's very
trying
good.
to decide whether to see her, and then Modern Love comes on, like you got it. Like
yeah, it's exactly, you got to. It's
Okay, well, the reason why I was asking the context is because I think that, and I only understand this now, it took me a few watches, is that the Modern Love sequence in Frances Ha is a bit misleading, because I think that it is fake momentum personified. It happens right after she breaks up with Sophie, right? And she's like, where the hell am I going to live? Da, 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 da. And in the moment right before the running sequence, she decides she's going to live with the guys. So she's probably thinking, oh my gosh, like I figured it out. Like life is back to being great. I have a place. So fake momentum, right? Like she's almost dancing to delay the sort of inevitable that happens. The reason why I bring this up again before Paris is because for the Paris sequence, there's no music after she says that she's heading to Paris, and we get a similar shot of her walking down the street, and you'd think that would be the moment to put Modern Love. It's exciting, right? Like she's going to Paris, blah, 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 but it's totally different, right? Yeah. Completely happening in silence. So it's a really interesting contrast if you think about it in that sense.
There's such a frustrating like thing to it too, where I mean, number one, like the sequence where like the Modern Love plays, right? It's after like the kind of like weird performative moment where Adam Driver's like, do a little dance for us, like, and she's like, there's something almost, she's like a spectacle in their lives. Like they're these two rich boys that are constantly bored in their apartment or whatever, and like they need like, there's like a moment where Benji's like, I want someone to like make food and bring it to me. Like there's all these like strange, strange like moments where he's almost like, I don't know, I think a lot of people are like this when they have a lot of money and don't know what the fuck they're doing with their lives. But like there's like an ownership of like everybody around him, and like this weird, I don't know, there's like this weird kind of void that this character represents. And it's like throughout that entire sequence, like I feel like she's almost like a dancing monkey for them in a weird way, where she gets all excited about making her like omelets or whatever, and then she truly believes that like they're all broke together, and like it's like, oh honey, like this is clearly not, these are not broke guys. And like I don't know, like even Sophie, when she comes into the apartment, she's like, this is a rich. This is clearly a rich kid's apartment. Like she's like, no, it's magic, and like I feel like magic is almost like a classic defier for like like money. Like like what she thinks is magic in this circumstance because she's she's not poor, but she's like very middle class, and I think Benji and Lev Shapiro are very very not middle class. And
so there's a naivete to it too, right? Like she's kind of assuming based on zero evidence other than like basically what some offhand dialogue that they're all kind of in the same boat. They're clearly not, right? Anybody that's been around knows that, but it's to be expected to a certain degree that not everyone's going to have the most cynical reaction to everything, right? So okay.
I don't know. There's moments I've had where it's like you realize that somebody is not from your class background.
Yeah.
And like, it's like, and like sometimes
usually when you can't do something cool and they're like, what, why? And it's like, money?
But like people will like offhandedly be like, oh, I've taken a trip to this place, this place. Oh, and
how are you running around this much?
I lived in like this foreign country for a while. Like people will like, kind of slip that into conversation, and very slowly it'll dawn on you like, oh, you're doing the performative version of what I'm actually doing because I'm poor. But that's like a real thing. Like there's like, especially the 2010s, like nobody wants to be seen as rich. Like like everybody wants to have a struggle. Everybody wants to say that they have a struggle, right? Nobody actually wants to struggle, but people want to appear like they've struggled. They don't want to appear like they
want to actually struggle. I want to talk about the flying to France for the weekend sequence. Like we've mentioned on other shows that were not about this movie, so I think it's time to talk about that, right? Like, I mean, it's crazy, but it's so hilarious in this dark way where it's like, oh, honey, no, don't do that. What are you doing for this meeting? That like, it's like this meeting may not even go the way you think it's going to. Like, it's not, but but she's built it up in her head to be this like, oh, this is my cinematic moment where it all comes together and this and that, and it's like, oh, it's not going to though. It's not going to.
She appears in the office and
don't be hopeful or optimistic. Be a realist. Be a realist.
And she's like, oh, I would have canceled. I almost canceled today. And it was like,
because I was had a cough or something, right?
But like, imagine if she had gotten back from France like after 2 days and then her meeting got canceled. Like, I'm glad she had her meeting.
Well, you guys think her friend ghosted her and then purposely messaged? I was thinking about that. I'm like, did she do that thing that people sometimes do where they're like, I'm not going to reply until you're gone, and then be like, well,
my thing was just that like her luck is just so bad in this. In this. Like, or maybe not even luck, like her choices, like the combination, I guess, of her choices and just throughout the movie, like nothing happens on a timeline where she expects it to or wants it to. And like, it just felt very natural.
She barely has time to adjust to the time zone, before she's heading back. And like before going to and I'm so glad you played the intro where in that interview she's talking about like, the movie's already started. She's not even like seeing like some classic cinema, but it's like the movie's already started.
But amazing. I love the no, don't put her in French McDonald's that Greta Gerwig says of that. Like, that's too sad. And it's like, yes, if they had put her in French McDonald's, I think I would have stopped watching because I would have.
That would be Ari Aster directed Francis Ha.
Actually,
thank you. Ari Aster directing Francis Ha. That's the joke, everybody. You're welcome.
I have a friend who works in Hollywood. She does a lot of special effects stuff. She's like always like in the background and before a finished product. She knows Greta Gerwig because she worked on Barbie.
Oh, nice.
And she was telling me all these stories about how just awesome and down to earth Greta is and how awesome Margot is and all that. It's like, and I'm like, girl, hook me up. I'm like, I have
I host a movie show, right? Yeah, exactly.
Bring them over here. Let's go.
She doesn't like. I don't know. It doesn't get enough. I feel like attention. Like, obviously, like her Greta Gerwig's like kind of acting career before she became a director obviously gets attention. But how much she actually did, like how many films? Like, I mean, talking about Woody Allen, like 2012, she was in From Rome with Love, the Woody Allen. the first time Woody Allen, appeared back on screen after, after it was the beginning, I think, of the whirlwind around his his stuff. But
that guy,
but, like,
that
it was
guy
the
and his
first-
stuff, right?
And like she was she really worked up the ladder. And I remember I think everybody does, but like the mumblecore era, which is something that nobody who was actually
personally.
People are like, what's that? Did they mumble a lot? Is that what
It was
I'm like,
mumble rap.
It's
The mumble
like
rap era.
it's like grunge. Nobody who does it acknowledged the term. Or
Yeah.
liked the term, you know?
It's true.
It's-
I like those movies though a lot.
Oh, same here, but it's a dumb name. I was,
Yeah,
like,
it is.
I was
Yeah,
like, oh
it
wow, that's idiotic. I would hate it if that was applied to my art.
I wish that we saw more roles like this from Greta. Like I love her in this. Also, just
She's
how
great.
physical she is in this too.
Yeah.
Arguably, I don't think the movie works if it's anyone else.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Who else could have written? I mean, like, her so much of her life is on screen.
Mhm.
Maybe she could have got Saoirse Ronan to play her. And
Sure,
the Frances Ha too. But but like I think that Lady Bird is such a fucking good movie, and it's so fascinating that like her parents are playing her parents. Like there's just this. But like
I gotta imagine there's someone in the Sacramento Chamber of Commerce that's pretty stoked at all her success.
Yeah.
They have her-
I don't think Sacramento was ever depicted in film before, and now we got two. So
yeah, I'm sure there's like a flyby, like there's flyby movies where it's like, oh, we're like
you know what I mean.
No, but I'm sure there's like we're gonna do a drive-by Sacramento.
We need the name of someplace in the middle of nowhere. Throw a dart at the map. Okay, sure.
I mean, this movie kind of like shows that Greta in the end does make it after all, because I mean, she's created so many good, successful films as a director and writer, and she's one of the few female directors to have like over $1 billion made at the box office because of successes like Barbie.
Well, it was an impossible mission. It shouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
Right? But we talked about that movie at length, and we're talking about this movie, and I can't believe we're blowing past the going to France on the weekend, because that is one of the most crazy things ever.
I want to talk about that, but dude, I've always kind of though in my head been like, dude, I should put a credit card, like I should put plane tickets on a credit card and go to France.
Like when you see a credit limit, it's like, wow, I could do a lot of things with that.
Let's go on a trip. Let's go.
She's like in severe credit card debt, and I'm still like, yeah, but I actually probably could do that. Like,
and the fact that she's like at the dinner party, and they're like, oh yeah, France is so great. We have this apartment, blah blah blah. Oh, but these, and it's like, oh, you could stay at our apartment, and she's like, yes, let's do that. That sounds great.
The guy that like one of the guys, right? Like the guy that works at Goldman, which fuck Goldman, but there really are. There are so many Goldman employees, I feel like. But like the guy that's like, oh, I know your friend Patch.
Yeah.
Yo, Patchy.
Yeah.
I like that you get the stuff Rod. He goes, that's him, and it's like, yeah. But that guy is another example of like, like it's like the what do you do kind of thing, where that guy like looks like he could be in Oasis or something like that, right? Like as
exactly. Second stringer.
He looks like a bassist for like an English rock band or something, and then he's like, "Oh, I work at Goldman," and it's like,
he's a finance bro.
Yeah, of course you fucking do.
Yeah, probably voted for Romney. Yeah. So Marta, what do you think about that whole like beginning in? How it's sort of like she gets the idea, she goes and does it. You mentioned the music being.
Yeah. Well, I feel like she knows it's a bad idea. Like again, the music is super telling.
Yeah,
she's walking down the street, but I think like she just knows. Like even how she says that she's gonna go, it feels like she's always wearing a mask in the film, and truly like when that sort of facade breaks is near the end. So she doesn't look happy. She doesn't look happy on the way there. She doesn't look happy when she gets there. Then she has that call with Sophie while she's there as well. She doesn't tell her that she's there.
Yeah, what did she say? Like, this is costing me so much, and she's like, haha, just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of gives it away.
Oh, the phone call is costing me a fortune. And then so he goes, why? And she goes, oh, just kidding, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those situations that we've probably all been through where like everything's kind of going terribly in your life, and you just decide like, this is probably a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You get
impulsive.
Or maybe that's just me. I don't know.
No, in those moments you get more impulsive because it's like it's like when you're sitting at a casino and you keep going because it's like what the fuck can I possibly lose more?
I'm already down this much. Yeah, exactly. The sunk cost fallacy. Well,
That
and
was
then
probably the most depressing Paris trip I've seen like brought to camera.
she does like nothing, right? Yeah.
And still in my head watching it, I was like, I could put that on. I could put a Paris on a credit card.
She doesn't even get a good night's sleep because of the school kids, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You know? And she doesn't do like any Paris specific thing. She's like in the subway. It looks just like the New York subway.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like everything about it is just so depressing and demoralizing. Yeah.
Well, she smokes on the balcony. I mean, that's the closest you get to real Parisian culture, right? Like,
but I think you're right, because like she's talking at this dinner party where everyone has their bougie sort of like, oh, we're gonna go travel over here and we're gonna do that and blah blah blah, and then she starts oversharing like about people that they don't know, and then so and so sort of fell out of favor with the friend group and blah blah, and it's like, honey, no, stop. No,
because
stop.
she acknowledges at the beginning that she shouldn't be drinking, and then she gets trapped, and it's like
it's like our after parties.
And yeah,
But then she gives such a beautiful monologue while drunk.
The monologue is amazing, right? That's a piece of art. That is really good.
But like she starts drinking also when she finds out that it's Sophie, who, you know, it really is like a relationship without like the, you know, without any kind of sexuality to it. Like, but it is like there's so much, I don't know, there's like so much relationship type stuff to it. Like she finds out like pretty much her ex, her ex best friend slash paramour or muse or whatever like is moving to Japan and didn't tell her, and like it's, I don't know, like finding out something about like one of your best friends from somebody else is such a devastating moment. Like that realization that you're kind of that much on the outs with somebody that they're like, you know, they're like, that's big news, and you're finding out from fucking Liam Gallagher at the
dollar store Liam Gallagher. Yeah. Well, and it's also that's a moment of growing up too, right? That's a moment of disillusionment that like, oh, you have that my best friend, the person I've considered, you know, we considered basically to be the same person, I'm out of touch with them. And that's heartbreaking in its way, but boy, does that ever happen in real life, huh?
Absolutely. It's interesting. I mean, she's someone who's always performing, I think. You know, like in her speech and her movements, like her sense of confidence that we see. And really, when she gets drunk and gives that monologue, I think that's the most honest we see her up until that point in the movie.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, you get little moments like here and there, but they're usually between friends, right? It's not something where you get to see much of her because she has not really become an actualized person.
Yeah, which she says,
which she's aware of and not apparently able to do anything about for a very long time.
It's all honestly like, it's kind of meta that she wants to be a choreographer and shape things, right?
I wanted to be a choreographer too. I mean, this movie really did hit home for me, and also too, thank you for the compliments about my short hair. I'm giving gothic Greta Gerwig because whenever I do those celebrity like lookalike things, I always get Greta Gerwig as like my number one lookalike, and I'm like, if I was blonde, I'd see it.
I think like she was a dancer. Like it wasn't. I don't think it was like a big feature of to the extent it is for Frances in this. Like I think it's kind of a background thing because I think Greta Gerwig's version of that is like she wanted to be a playwright, and then they kept rejecting her from pretty much every playwright program from like Columbia to, I mean, she went to Barnard, but like her degree for Barnard is, I think it's like I was looking at this the other day, it's like philosophy and English. Like she didn't even she wasn't even able to like get into the acting program at the time. And it's
can you imagine
philosophy?
Can you imagine if she pulled a Celine song and that had been in the movie?
And then she's playing with Sims. She's like,
oh God, man. Oh, I can't wait
every time you say that, I'm like, do people know what he's talking about? I'm like, I guess
there was not a Sims movie, I think, with Margot Robbie. I'm like,
they should absolutely have Celine Song do the Sims movie.
I mean, she's got the bona fides, right? Why not? So before we move off of the whole French, Kristina, you have any thoughts on like the impromptu French weekend, which by the way would be a great title?
I feel like this is going to be exactly like December when I go see the Backstreet Boys with my sister in Vegas at the Sphere. You You have one shot, one opportunity. Take it. That's what I say.
I mean, you're going to be like, can I get a ticket for the Backstreet Boys? How far into it is it?
Yeah.
not to really pigeonhole Francis's life and make it my own. She should have just gone to Montreal. It's
a lot. They do speak French there. Here, more compliments for Kristina's hair. There you go.
It does, but it feels enough like Paris. But if you pass out, if you take a sleeping pill and pass out, you're not really missing much.
That's the real Emily in Paris. You know how long that show's been running on Netflix and everyone fucking hates it? This does Emily in Paris.
Emily in French Canada.
Yeah, there you go.
Emily in Paris, but she just keeps taking sleeping pills.
She keeps drunkenly monologuing about her life.
It's crazy though. Like it really is like I don't know. Like insomnia fucking sucks. I mean, especially if it's kids outside that are keeping you up. But
you just put up with it. If you have 40 hours in Paris, you don't sleep.
You exactly sleep.
Sleep on the
sleep.
plane.
I'll sleep on the plane ride back. Yeah, for real. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I regularly just spend 48 hours up, and I'm not in Paris. Like, so
well,
got like a
little
little pharmacy along with her too, like pretty much.
But it also it just shows how ill prepared she is for this little misadventure, right? And that's one of the reasons that makes it such a good sequence, even though I wanted to collapse into myself from cringiness first time I saw it, and this time I knew it was coming at least. So, but I was like, oh
yeah.
God, no, don't go back for that meeting either. Just hang out at least for
It was the
see
pill
a thing.
that got me. When she takes the pill, I was like, no.
When you go to a foreign place, it's like a new place, like going to Paris, like that's a big freaking deal. You gotta prep for that. You gotta have things, planned out, this and that. You can't just willy-nilly,
Yeah, but there's like a feeling that I don't know, someone's like, hey, you want to have my free apartment, and in your head you're like, well, maybe if I plan it
I'll
out,
be saving money on that, so I can now justify it. Yeah.
But it's also if I, maybe I'll never get to go. I think of that. I really want to go to Paris specifically. In general, because I've never left this continent. I mean, I've gone to the farthest I've been is Costa Rica. I've wanted to go to fucking Europe forever. So in my head, I was like, if you got a moment where it's everybody in my family's gone to Europe except me. So it's in my head, I'm like, if somebody offered me that apartment, I would just impulsively do it, because it's in my head, I'd be like, when else am I going to do it? I feel like that was her thought process. I mean, she's also extremely drunk.
Yeah. I think it was also maybe just a perfect storm of just shit. Because this was when she discovered that Sophie's going to Japan, right? These people that she's surrounding herself with, everyone's kind of moving on, having a life, traveling, exploring. And she probably just in that moment wanted to fit in and experience that herself, and didn't. Well,
Sophie says on the phone, you should really travel, and it's you see the world's most miserable, boring travel experience, while Sophie's like, you should really travel, and it's I mean, I don't know if Francis should travel, but it's in that moment, right? It's she's sitting there, she's on the phone, and it's you should really travel, and it's she can't even say that that's what she's doing. The one time that she's doing something that other people would think is something interesting, just in general, something interesting, she can't even talk about it, because it's so impulsive and weird that she'd have to explain the whole thing, and that would get her further into the hole with Sophie.
And that's a youthful thing, right? That kind of inexcusable impetuousness that you don't even, it's embarrassing to attempt to explain it.
That's what I was going to say. She's probably embarrassed because it's just another example of her not having her life together. Imagine if she said, oh, I'm in Paris. Then Sophie asked her, oh, what have you done? And for her to say nothing, I took a sleeping pill.
Right. At least to the Eiffel Tower. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. See a thing.
I saw half of Puss in Boots.
Yeah. I think it's just embarrassed.
Not even Puss in Boots 2. Yeah, the better one.
It kind of reminds
Puss in Boots 2 actually is very good, by the way. That's
it reminds me of this TikTok I just saw. It's my geography teacher, doesn't think I know I learned anything, but here I am, and it's the London Bridge, right? We all know it, and it's Eiffel Tower, Berlin. And I'm like,
all right, I get it. Yeah, very good. Very droll.
That's where my family's from, Eiffel Tower, Berlin.
Dance as a medium that's her art is an interesting one, and was mentioned earlier. Again, when she's at like the, you know, I guess they're hanging out. It's not really a party, and they're like, "Oh, dance for us." By the way, can I say, as if someone was like,
this is a creepy way to do it too. Like,
if someone would be like, "Oh, you play guitar for me," I'm like, "Why don't you go pound sand?" No,
yeah.
Like, what am I, a
Where's your guitar
jukebox? Hell
but
no.
she's so desperate to like
entertain us, peasant.
And some people do like that, right? But I would say for the people I you know, like being a creative person that ostensibly has a career, I know a lot of other people do as well. People don't like that generally.
No.
Some people do. A few people do, but she has given no indication that she's that kind of person. But then she does it and just does this little pirouette, and you're like, honey, come on.
Oh no.
Don't do this to yourself. Have some self-respect.
It's like being asked, oh, you do comedy, right? Tell us a joke.
Tell us a joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's also done after they want her to leave.
Yeah, she was. They want her to leave,
Yeah,
and then now she's
makes it
performing. But the thing is, she so desperately wants to perform, and she wants like approval for like her chosen art medium, and it's so sad.
I mean, to be fair, it's I don't know. Like for me personally, it just really, really spoke to me. Like when you see everybody around you or the people in your orbit, you know, moving on, and a lot of the time they're moving on because of some form of, you know, they either come from money or they lucked out, like life was just lucky to them. And you see that happening. And of course you want a bit of that, right? Like, of course you're going to want to try and fit in. So yeah, I don't know. I found it to be relatable and just very human. All of it. Like,
well,
it
and
makes
when you first see her, like Sophie is her linchpin, but like not necessarily in a positive way. Like they constantly talk shit about everybody else. Like, you know, and
right.
hear that
Also relatable.
Yeah, but like they're kind of in this insular back and forth kind of thing where it's like they're both kind of insecure, and she's treating Frances like she's like a romantic partner. Like they're sleeping in bed together, even when Frances is like, I should probably go to my own room. Like she's treating her almost like in a weird way, like a doll, but also like a romantic part, like I don't know, like a substitute romantic partner in a weird way, like throughout that entire thing. And it's almost like you see somebody that's kind of feels like they're you know, the princess of the castle for a second, and then completely thrown off balance. Like they pulled the stool out from under her or something, and she's trying to desperately now find another version of what she just had with these guys, which already is putting it in a complicated situation because it's guys, and it's, you know, like it's like you know, it's like are you gonna be prey, or are you gonna be like these guys clearly want to, like, they both want to fuck her, and it's like she clearly isn't interested in that, and she's trying to like do kind of a friendship kind of thing, and so desperately wants their approval, and it's like, I don't know, it's just all of that together kind of makes it sad, and like the loss of that friendship being like the linchpin that was kind of holding her life together is like.
I wonder, you just brought it up to me. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it right now. What you were saying, like how you think the guys are wanting to hook up with her. I wonder if what happened between her and Sophie never happened, would she be interested in Adam Driver's character? Because she was initially, right?
Right, yeah.
And
yeah,
it was just
I mean, they went
to me.
Oh my God, they went on that date where she has to go to the ATM.
Yes.
Oh my God, incredible sequence.
And then later on, when he kind of grabs her and she does that weird thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of this would have played out this way had she still had her place with Sophie. Like, it feels like that's the catalyst for
interesting.
Like,
Because she's kind of trying to one for one, like the connection and friendship and camaraderie aspect of it, rather than anything romantic.
It threw me off when she kind of rejected him the first time I watched it, because I was like, wait a minute, I thought you guys you had a thing going.
Yeah, there's like something.
By the way, I must give a shout out to the card declined, go get cash from the ATM.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my, like straight out of our Curb Your Enthusiasm sequence or something, right? Amazing, but in a way that, have you ever seen that depicted in a film before? Because I haven't, but that's something that let's say people I know have had happen to them.
But like
After hours? No.
it makes it so much. It makes it so much.
Not
like,
me, of course.
That actually happened.
It actually
the other day,
does.
we helped a woman pay gas because she had no money in her car, and I'm like, "Don't worry, we got you."
Yeah.
It actually
That's
does. It actually
Pay it
does
forward,
remind
people.
me-
Pay it forward. Makes
Like
you feel
Marta,
good.
you're 100% right. It does remind me of After Hours.
Yeah,
Totally.
But
it's so absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, but like no, there's like it makes it so much sadder when you realize that like Lev Shapiro is as rich as he is. And he's like,
Yeah, he could have paid it any time.
Yeah.
You know, take it out of your fedora cleaning budget. You know,
He should have just done it while she was gone. Like that would have been the
That would have been the
gentlemanly.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it's a secret prequel to his character in Annette, who's an MRA guy. Because it doesn't make that whole like completely unfunny, does not land at all feminist joke where it's just like, dude, come on. Like, how did you think that was gonna land? Like, really? Like, you thought that was like a laugh riot?
But she's like, she calls him up and she's like, oh, I just got like my tax return. Like it's so clearly like the tiny bit of money that she had, like the pittance. Like she just like, I don't know, like the fact that he ends up being like, and he's talking about Jay Leno. He's a regular Andy Kindler over there talking about. No,
and they're not aligned at all. And he's like, oh, he's so annoying. Yeah, but in a funny way, right? And it was like, no.
I also love the line where she's he goes, oh, Sophie said you like basketball, and she goes, oh, it was just that one time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and so maybe that answers Marta's question, right? Of like, it's very clear they have nothing in common.
Nothing, yeah.
Like they don't like the same things. You know, like he's got a hat that sucks.
She's got a lot more. She's got a lot more in common with Benji, but. God,
but that goes to things like
weird. All of that was weird
because he's insufferable. He's literally the most insufferable character, and maybe it's the fact that like there's certain personality quirks that remind me of me a little bit in that character. Like.
So yeah, A, yes, he is insufferable. B, I knew a boy and girl around that age that had that back and forth, and I hated every second of being anywhere near it. Like, and I was like, Jesus fucking H Christ! It was the roommate of my girlfriend at the time, the same one who turned me on to Wim Wenders, Wings of Desire and Until the End of the World. And I was like, what? And I would ask her, like, what is with this relationship? Like, do they even like each other? Like, what is this? It's like, oh no, that's just how they are. I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
Constant bickering, like the constant miscommunication, the fact that you have nothing. Like I
he's negging her, right? All the time.
I clean for people who are like this.
Undateable.
They're willing to argue and fight in front of my mom and I. My mom and I are looking at them like, and we're looking at them like, why are these two married? They've been together for 40+ years, and yet they still like, you know, the bicker like old couple thing. But it's like it's kind of like maybe these two shouldn't be together.
Yeah, there's that. Wait, so I wanted to go back to the whole secrets where she's trying to pay. You know, she has to run to the ATM and stuff. Because there's two moments in there.
Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf was what you're reminding me.
Yeah,
I just want to get that out there. I love that movie.
There's these two moments where the joke that that Lev Shapiro tries to make doesn't land when he says when he's like, I'm not gonna he's like I'm not gonna have sex with you on the first date. She's like, I'm not trying to have sex, and like she immediately pulls away, and he's like, no, I'm trying to be a liberated woman.
Yeah.
And then she goes like her. Yeah, and then she goes. He's kind of being an asshole when she comes back, and which. Dude,
my friend, run away.
You should have just fucking paid the bill while she was gone. Like,
yeah, that would have been the bro move, right?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, like, what are you doing here?
Wait, what happens after after she gets back? She pays, and then what's next?
They go to the apartment. They go to
the
apartment. Yeah. But like, I don't know. There's like there's a second moment where he's like, "Did you go to Switzerland?" And she's like, "No, I've never been to Switzerland." Like, there's these two moments where
so awkward. Yeah.
Like, his joke doesn't land twice
because she's been gone a long time, is why.
Yeah.
And it was, and she just earnestly engages with it, which is hilarious in that.
Yeah,
awkward.
I thought both jokes were funny, personally.
Yeah, I mean the liberated woman one is very funny. But
I'm a liberated.
I would have caught on to it immediately. I would have got it.
I've heard that. I'm a liberated man. I've heard that before.
I mean, it's kind of like a that kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like, all right, acknowledge.
Well, it's like, I don't know. Like there is a thing where it's like, as like a guy, like how many opportunities do you have where like a woman takes you out? as opposed to
Yeah.
vice versa in that moment. Like, I don't know, like there's that part to it where it's like he's clearly playing the roles being reversed or whatever.
Gareth, that kind of talk, they're going to issue a fedora to you.
But it's like, no, but I don't know, like you do get the impression though by like the character having a little bit more time on screen, like he's clearly like a guy who's rich but also doesn't want to pay for things. Like he could,
as a lot of rich people don't.
Yeah, of course. but he's like rich father, right? Rich, right? Like it's not money he's even had to like earn, and yet like he's the one that's being the hard ass about rent, and it's like instead of trying to like help her out at least in that moment while she's trying to get back on her feet, and he's like tried to like take off the money for like $950, and then he's like, oh, now it's $1,200, and like he's clearly like, I don't know, being like a ball buster about it or whatever. And it's like it is always like a rich guy that's like, oh, I want everyone to make sure that they pay the full amount. But it's like I don't know, in that moment, like you realize like, oh, he's just cheap, like as fuck. Like,
no, really, that's 100%. Yeah,
like rich as fuck, but also incredibly cheap. But he is good on transportation. He's good at
I do want to. I as much as it would be great to just talk about Lev Shapiro and his multitudes,
and his podcast that he definitely has.
And his podcast that he almost certainly has. Yeah, absolutely.
He and Benji.
Benji's carrying all the water for that, and he just like, oh yeah, definitely.
He's like, he's looking at his phone the whole time while they're recording.
Yeah. Exactly. I want to kind of get into the Vassar stuff, right? Where she like returns to like the school she went to work as a waitress and an RA.
And she starts picking her feet.
Right, picking her feet in Poughkeepsie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ever since we did the French Connection, that comes up all the time, Marta. It's just a thing. You just have to deal with it.
I got it.
Yeah. Exactly. You're
it was one joke and it worked in the context.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it does. It's fine. It's fine. I've made it myself.
So she's picking your feet right now. Oh, hey.
I was definitely scratching him. I got bit by a mosquito in the foot. Don't recommend it, by the way.
Oh no.
Sucks.
Foot, man, that's the worst.
We got calamine lotion, so that's good. So she goes back to Vassar, but she's totally overworked and like can't really take classes, right? So she's just working at the school that she went to do this creative work, right? And then there's this alumni auction, and she's waitressing at the alumni auction, and who shows up but Sophie, right?
And also pretty much Ghislaine Maxwell, I guess. Like,
yeah.
Not wrong.
He's I don't know. That woman's. I'm surprised that woman's not in prison. Like,
she basically tells her like, she's basically told like shadow this woman her every move, like make sure, blah blah blah, etc. etc. But she's like in a service industry role, which is fine. That's perfect. That's honest labor, but to do so at a place that like, no, you matriculated at this school. This is the place that you went for your creative art, for your passion, and you're sitting here, serving drinks and so on and so on. And then her best friend is there, and she's wasted.
Yeah,
right. And so that's such a weird way for them to kind of reconnect. Like she lets she's drunk. She lets her stay in the dorm room, and
leans on her in the same way that like she does in the beginning of the movie, where it's like. As like a therapist / relationship partner /
because she's unhappy in the relationship. They had a miscarriage in Japan, right? She said she was unhappy in Japan, which again is maybe the least believable thing about this movie. All right, come on. But you get another sense of like, oh, this is this deep connection that they have. This is this deep friendship they have, and like because for the most of the movie, you're sitting there. Not seeing that, right? You're just hearing like this is, maybe this is Francis's memory of what this friendship was, and like you find out, oh no, like they do have this deep connection. They're in very, very, very different places. What do we think about that whole sequence? That scene.
I thought it was so bittersweet because I don't know about you guys, but for me, watching that scene, especially when Sophie's in Francis's bed, and I think one of them says. Or they both kind of agree that they're going to move back in together and she's going to break up with Patch. And I just knew that wouldn't happen. Like you just know that that's not That's not reality. It almost felt like an inverse, actually, of the Paris sequence where Frances doesn't tell Sophie that she's there. Where
Interesting.
she's
Yeah,
also
okay.
embarrassed because she's doing all these things. Everyone thinks her life is going great, but it's not, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why she didn't tell.
And that having like the blog as like a signifier of that is so perfect too, because it's like it's literally the Instagram thing where it's like, you know, you put your happiest face on Instagram, and then you know, you can be miserable as fuck, but like nobody should know. And I feel like everybody knows when it's Frances. Like everybody knows that she's a mess, and it's like you look at Sophie, who's also, you know, her life in Japan at least is a mess. Which I don't think that's believable either. It's like I feel like if I went to Japan, I would get my life in order in that thing. I'd have a I'd have a life changing Owen Wilson type revelation while I was.
Wow.
What's that, Marta? What were you?
I was gonna say, to be fair, if you're miserable everywhere. Because I did
that's
that
true.
in my mid-20s. I went and lived abroad and thinking that living in Barcelona would be incredible. And I was miserable for a year. And then I later realized as I matured, like, oh, hey, it wasn't Barcelona, it was me.
Right.
So,
Well, calls are coming from inside the house.
correct. Yes. So in a sense, it is
Yeah.
kind of believable to me. I think it just depends on like who you are and are you happy with your life? Like I think just trying to escape your problems is never going to be solvable.
Well, it's like a
I know
giant
living
version of
South
the-
Carolina would definitely help like 99% of my problems. That's for sure.
But it's like a giant version of the impulsive thing that Frances does, right? Like it's like in that same way. Like it's she impulsively quits her publishing job and like goes off with a guy that she doesn't even really like. That like seems to actually really like her up until like they're fighting. Like he seems to like her way more than she likes him. But he also is, you know, he's rich and he works at Goldman and he's really good at quantitative.
Dude, can I just say this movie does such a great job of making that sound like the lamest thing that ever has been. Like it's so good because you see so many movies, especially when people try to do like the Moneyball of finance or whatever, this and that. They try to make it sound cool. It's like you're never gonna make that sound cool because it's not cool.
It's not sexy. No. I'm just here because you get a good paycheck.
I do like the idea of like
exactly.
You're I don't know. You work at Goldman and you're rich enough that you have a white quant. Because like they, you know, every fucking movie they're like, oh, this is my quant, and it's like an Asian guy or whatever that they like. I don't know. Like a Big Short, they did that.
Yeah. I remember. So Frances reconciles with Sophie, and basically she's like a fledgling choreographer. She's teaching dance to children. She's a bookkeeper for the dance company, right? She's in her own apartment, major milestone. And then we see at the very end of the movie, she puts like the classic, the mailbox, and you put your name in it, and it doesn't quite fit. So instead of Frances Holiday, it's Frances Ha.
Which throughout the movie, like, you know, before that part, it's like, what? Frances Holiday is all right. Like, where's
what is
that?
this? Like, where is this coming from?
At the end, it's like, oh shit,
okay. I think that ending really works for me. I think you see your self-actualization, even though it is, you know, her friends come to see the show and she's like, yeah, you know, it's all right. You know, doesn't have these delusions of grandeur about it. But she is doing the art. She is working in the art, but she's also living in a environment that is probably more productive for her in the long term, and has grown up a little bit. And there is less of that naivete, but there is some of that dreaminess still. And I think that's an important aspect to the ending, because it isn't like her dreams were all crushed and now she lives a miserable existence. Again, if Ari Aster did this movie,
she's still paying off the Paris
the Paris trip. She might be, for all we know, right? But I think that really works, and it was something that, because I was sitting there and for some reason I was like, why is it called Frances Ha? I couldn't remember why. I was like, I think it's explained at the ending. I don't remember why. I was like, oh right, it's like the mailbox. Okay, that's cool. How do we feel about the ending? Do we like the ending?
It's the same metaphorical, you know, like it doesn't have to do something grand, and like, you know, it's like she compromises, like Leotardo when he went to prison, and, you know, he made on the radiator, like, you know, she compromises and it's like it's not like a perfect thing. It's not a perfect fit, but it's like it's her fit, right? Like
yes,
it feels like she's found her place, right? Like even if it's not exactly what she dreamed of or exactly the way that she wanted it to be, she's found her place, and like I think it's hopeful. I think it's actually character development, character growth.
I'm ready for the sequel, Francis. Aha!
There it is. There you go.
Where she's the one that inspires Oppenheimer.
Yeah, I think the end, like the goal that she, or no, the ending itself, I think the beauty of it is just stability. Like that's kind of what she needed for the entire movie. She didn't need everything to be solved. She just needed stability and just like a sense of normalcy, and to just know that you're on a path that will lead to something good.
Just living on your own is like a massive step towards
Also,
quote unquote
can I
adulthood.
say how much everything has changed? Because I highly doubt you could have your own apartment in New York now.
hell
as a secretary.
You might be
Hell
able to
no.
you might be able to Airbnb a dorm in
yeah, exactly. $2,000 a month.
Even back then, I think that was like a bit rich. Like secretary and have your own apartment.
Well, but you
that's,
can.
That's the whole like everybody in fucking New York City is actually just like the son of somebody rich, right? Like 'cause it's like it's really hard to have any kind of, I don't know, like unless you have 8 roommates, you all sleep in a pile on the.
Well, yeah, or it's endless hustling, right? Like it's endless. Like you do side gigs, you do like I mean, the Bay Area is not much better, right? And that was like we spent the entire time just like trying to keep your head above water, and that involved. There's all kinds of things that I would do, right? Like I shot videos for like other bands and things to produce those, and like I mean, it's like all just like you do what you can to pay the bills, and it's not even necessarily because you love doing that kind of work. It's like I'm just gonna do this because the bills need to be paid. Got to pay off that parking ticket I got, you know.
But it's like anybody around her could like really help her life out, and
but people don't do that though.
I know. Say like
philanthropy,
or I mean, people do that like at a at quite the steep price, I think.
Right, person to person philanthropy that's not like a Medici sort of artistic investment kind of thing is not something that we necessarily see. And especially, I'm not going to be classist about it, but I guess it's going to sound classist, especially rich people. Rich people are some of the cheapest people you ever meet. Can I tell you, people I know that like have massive amounts of money that are always asking for guest lists. I'm sorry, you need guest list to be on the show? Really?
Or like they got like a broken refrigerator and they still refuse to replace it. I'm like, you got an oven door that won't close. You got this refrigerator leaking. I'm like, you cannot.
What I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but because you could.
Actually, for a millionaire who says this, and my mom and I are like,
well, it's the Benji thing where it's like you can just have somebody deliver you stuff, and it's like you don't got to fix your refrigerator at that point. It's like you're.
Oh gosh.
Before we move on, there's a good one, Josh, in the comments. Would the woman on the panel be with a poor, beautiful artist or a rich, ugly guy? All right.
Love is overrated. Give me the rich, ugly guy.
Wow. Inspired by the Materialist, Kristina Oakes, everybody.
Marta? I don't know. I think the ugliness would get to me eventually. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, you got to look at it.
Personality. Right? That's actually the correct answer.
All right, there you go.
You can be ugly but nice.
It's a little bit of hope for all the ugly guys with personality out there.
All right, let's open the door. See who it is. Harvey Weinstein.
See, but they're all doing their own podcasts. So anyway.
Lev Shapiro and Benji's podcast would be.
What would it be called? What would be the topic of that podcast? Oh man,
it would literally just be like a meander. Like there would
just like an everything, nothing, just no structure of any kind.
Yeah, and you'd hear like talking about like motorcycles and like how he met Jay Leno and his art gallery job, and then like girls he slept with and then he'd be airing out the girls that like didn't call him back or like
right. Oh my god.
By the way, the girl like I think in this movie her name is Nessa, but like it's the girl from Secession that was Connor.
Oh yeah, I thought of you and I was like, oh yeah, that actress was in
like
Secession.
But like it's funny that she's typecast as just like like kind of a thotty. Like
Oh yeah.
Both in Succession and in this, where she's just like, "Oh, I fucked Sophie's brother," and then he's like, I don't know. I like when she's like, "I just met you yesterday." And it's like,
well, she's not. She's been other stuff. She's like Mr.
Yeah.
Mercedes. She's played the Holly Gibney role in Mr. Mercedes. She's very good at that. I know what you're saying though. Anyway, whatever. Justine Lupe, I think is her name.
yeah, that's her name. I couldn't think of it.
Anyway, Letterboxd, of course, is a place for film lovers to talk out with and to each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies they didn't love, maybe the movies where the review was just, this is me, literally, over and over and over again. And of course,
just like me for real. Just like me for real.
And of course, it's not Siskel's and Eberts of the world that get to have their say. Everyone gets to chime in, opine, bottom-up democracy. Everybody gets to talk about the movies that they love. And this is best expressed succinctly. Of course, you don't have to work in your tight five, but for the purposes of this bit, I collect them every week for us on the panel to respond to, laugh at, with, and for. And that is what's happening right now. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Frances Ha. Let's roll them. The moment when Frances continuously does not get the hint when Colleen asks her she's in a rush and doesn't have time to talk, and Frances just keeps talking. That is just the worst.
I like when she's like, she's talking about how she's like, oh, you had that interview. Like, I usually hate that woman's writing, but I liked it here. And like, that's her line to get in and like butter her up.
Yeah. That's a friend of the show, Katie, by the way, who we just saw the 70mm meetup. Well, Forrest and I did anyway.
Yeah.
Gonna need horns and trumpets to start playing every time I get a check in the mail. Actually,
it's such a great moment of like, I don't know, just everything in your life is crashing, and then you like it is so real. Like you open up the mailbox, it's like, oh shit, money, and then it's like your mood completely changes.
Yeah, it's like the surprise somebody bought the entire discography PayPal payment for me. But yeah, same principle. Normalize greeting people with the phrase "Ahoy, sexy."
Yes.
It is pretty gay.
I actually say that to my friends all the time, and they hate it. They hate it so much.
Ahoy, sexy.
I really love the line where she's like, should I reply starboard anal sec?
Yeah.
Like the line. And then, but like, she really is like a pseudo relationship because like the way that I don't know, like the way that Sophie like kind of communicates with her, she's like, you're so funny, and then she's like, I don't know, there's just like this weird thing about it where it's like she's almost trying to like impress her or like flatter her this strange way. And then also like it's just this weird, like you see how in I don't know, like she could go for a guy like Patch and then be completely fake about it, like with with Frances, and then
Patch. Jesus
Christ. Sup, brah?
That's his coworker. That's his buddy saying that.
I love when he goes, that's him. Like,
yeah, there you go. That's Patch, all right. Yeah, there he is.
And I also really like where they're making fun of him, and they're like, Patch is the kind of guy that says, "Yo, I gotta take a leak," and the first thing he says on screen is, "Sorry, just had to take a leak."
Yeah, that's good. This one's for annoying and insufferable people who constantly overthink their future and feels as if their life is falling apart after a minor inconvenience. Me.
Word.
Yeah.
True.
That's a more erudite version of the thing I was referencing in the opening, by the way.
Of course.
But that's okay.
It's like, it's hard to, I mean, dancer is tough, right? Like you hit 27 or 28 and it's like, it's kind of over for you.
Club. Woohoo, you made it.
If you're not successful by that point, you like hit the wall. I mean, I hate that phrase, but like,
well, it's like sports and such. Yeah, it's any kind of like that level of physicality, Sports and such. Thank you. This Barbie is undateable.
By the way, that's what Lev Shapiro and Benji's podcast is about. Sports and stuff.
Oh man, there you go. There it is. All tied back, didn't it? Fantastic.
Together, people.
I like the idea that her Ken is Benji.
No.
and he's like undateable.
I'm just Benji.
This Ken is on the spectrum and strangely weird with women.
But he gets a beard and he like, I don't know, he does have that one girl.
Yeah, maybe she likes it.
and she's kind of cute. I like when she's like, I have to meet with Colleen on Monday, and she's like,
I don't know you. Huge laugh line on my couch. Because honestly, that sounds like something I'd say.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about Adam Driver in a fedora. Might be one of the scariest things I've ever seen.
It's that, and then it's him.
Star Wars movies.
And then it's him. Then it's him punching the wall in Marriage Story.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. There it is.
I love like all the memes though that came out of that had nothing to do with Marriage Story, but he punches the
Just that
wall.
one
And
moment.
it's like whatever it is.
Very memeable moment.
Yeah.
There are a couple in White Noise, right? In that most recent Noah Baumbach, Adam Driver. I saw that and kind of forgot I saw it. And like I know people that love that book. I enjoyed it too. I just don't ever think of it ever at any time, at any moment in time. But
also, it's funny that if you I found out right now, if you type in Adam Driver fedora, he's actually worn a fedora in a lot of fucking movies. And
oh, really? More than just the one? Oh, wow. Breaking news, everybody.
While We're Young. There's like I don't know. There's and then like in White Noise has the hat.
He's a multiple fedora kind of guy, right? Okay, he's bringing it back.
He's definitely the guy who he definitely is a fedora guy.
He's definitely It's better than bringing back the Charlie Chaplin mustache. Whatever Sophie and Francis had hurts more than a breakup.
Oh, boy.
It's true.
It's true.
There's like a codependency to it that like is like she literally like I don't know. Francis keeps trying to get out of the room and go to her own bed, and then like she won't let her. She's like, "No, just sleep in my bed." And it's like, I don't know. So I feel like Sophie would benefit from some therapy. In Japan.
Yeah, they got those there. Yeah. Christ, girl, get it together.
I saw this movie the first time. I think I was 28. I was like at my most alienated that I've felt in like any capacity, and like the visceral like relation I had to this movie, or the visceral like I don't know, just the way that it kind of transcended for me was like amazing. Like like in that moment, it's like just her level of alienation and then my level of alienation at that moment. It's like it was like when I was 13 and I read Catcher in the Rye for the first time.
Sure.
oh boy.
And like the connection you have to that, where it's like, which
I'm gonna choose to engage in it earnestly and not do
you wanted to assassinate a beetle or something.
That was the shtick that I was gonna avoid. Just so we know, we were going to the same place.
Listen, I realized after that point that John Lennon was already dead, and I didn't know what to do from there.
Greta Gerwig is who Lena Dunham wishes she was.
Yeah.
Yes, a million times yes.
They're trying
to be the most popular review.
True.
They're out there trying to like rehabilitate Lena Dunham. And it's like she's still like I'm never not going to be annoyed by her. I'm sorry, like. I'm sure like everybody enjoys girls, but like I'm still gonna be annoyed by her.
But Adam Driver.
That's how we know Adam
Just
Driver.
a reminder.
Right.
I wonder if he wears a fedora.
If I had a nickel every time Greta Gerwig directed a movie where an awkward girl with short hair moved from Sacramento to New York, then I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
It happened 3 times because also the actual Greta Gerwig.
All right. You want to jump into the comments and let her know? There you go. Those are the Letterbox one-liners for Francis Ha. Please follow the show on our Letterbox HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where you get all of the write-ups, Tenant links for all the wonderful episodes we do, the wonderful movies we cover in the show, Tenant short-form content, all of that jazz. Follow the show there. Forrest, Undateable, at Always Flacco on Letterbox. You can find him on there.
Undateable. It gets longer the more time he's like
more syllables.
He's like
more elongation.
Undateable.
Yeah.
Undateable.
You can follow him on there for all stuff he does on this show, as well as many other things that he watches as well that do not have anything to do with the show. I am the 3-hour brunch friend at CONAN Neutron. Not one of your 3-hour brunch friends. One of the greatest.
That whole line. I know where you keep your pill. I'm not. So don't treat me like a 3-hour brunch friend who's like That's so real,
good.
though.
It's beautiful. I love it. You can find me on Letterboxd at Conan Neutron, doing the highbrow, midbrow.
The girl that she moves in with, that she play fights with, that doesn't want to play fight, that is like peak 3-hour brunch friend.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I don't think that girl's capable of having like a deeper friendship than that. Like,
Probably not. Highbrow, midbrow, populist fair. Follow me along for the Criterion Challenge 2025. Almost done, by the way. So I'm way ahead of pace for that one. But yeah, please follow along. Like to get into discussions on the popular Letterboxd platform. Francis Aha, aka Kristina, down there is at Kristina. You can. I think I gave you a good one for caught stealing. So I don't know if you
Yeah,
can
we'll be
log
seeing
in
that one.
log in that. While we were waiting in the wings before the show.
Go see it after this. We're going to see it tonight. There's a showing.
I really liked it. That was one of the nicest surprises all year. I was blown away. Aronofsky. I mean, I have grown to expect a certain kind of movie from him, and it is not that.
I still have to see it.
enjoyable.
But I did like I can't even remember what movie it was before, but they had like the 5-minute trailer, like when they first dropped it.
Yeah,
and I was like, I feel like I've seen like the plot of this movie by now. Like,
I assure you haven't. It's more complicated than even all that. And I would say something that I think sums it up really well, but I gave that to Kristina earlier in the before the show started, so she can use it because I think it's very astute. Of course, I think that I said it. Marta McFly, my good friend Marta McFly, is on Letterboxd. Marta Jovovich. She is logging all kinds of stuff. One of my favorite Letterboxd follows. We frequently mix it up and discuss things not on a show. And I appreciate that about you. Definitely one of the people that I have found the most value out of being Letterboxd buddies with. And that is real AF.
High value.
I got you.
It's the Letterboxd high value woman.
And we'll get it.
Our new sponsor, the Sacramento Chamber of Commerce.
Sacramento Chamber of Commerce. Crazy.
Very niche one.
Let's say with the plugs.
Yeah. If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes. Daniel House of CZ Records and Skinyard, classic Seattle band, is on, and he is starting a podcast called The Creative Asylum. So that's very interesting in and of itself. And I'm very excited to talk to him about that. He is an interesting dude. He's done a bunch of stuff. Tune in for that Thursday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. Podcast later everywhere, always free. No ads, no sponsors, no kidding. $1 a month, patreon.com/Protonic Reversal for advance access to those episodes. The Defenestrator from Yowie episode, which I understand probably sounds like foreign language to most people. That episode's up in the general feeds. And the Tom Flynn of Boner Records, real record label, everybody. Put out Melvin's, look it up. And Antler Family and Star Pimp and so many great bands, including Fang That episode is still in the patron queue, but it'll be going to the general feed tomorrow. So please check that as well.
Lev Shapiro, CEO of Boner Records.
Tim Midyat of Silkworm coming up next week as well. There's a bunch of good stuff coming up. I'm going to announce the last few ones I have scheduled pre-tour, which is a good transition because Conan and Secret Friends back on tour in October and November. We are going out to Seattle for Rat City Recon, which is a great time. Again, a bunch of like awesome bands playing in a gigantic roller rink, and it is a blast and a half. I think I probably left there it is. Here we go. There's the poster. So we got Chicago, Minneapolis, Lincoln, Denver, Salt Lake City, Boise, Eugene, Portland, Seattle. Good run. We apparently decided we're going to go right up to Marta Jovovich's door and not go into Canada.
I hate it so much. So close so far.
But would love to. Maybe when things are a little less politically tempestuous. But we also have
bring any oranges.
That's all they care about, apparently, is citrus.
We had to literally like.
I've done it. I know. Yeah, and they're like, "What?"
You're gonna pull off into the section where they literally like search your car because of oranges.
Yeah. It's just.
I don't know about this.
It's so bizarre. It's such a weird thing. November, we're going out to Kansas City, Jackson, Atlanta, New Orleans, Austin, Denton, Wichita, Santa Fe, and Phoenix. And then we're playing with Mike Watt in December. This is breaking news, everybody, in LA, which is great. I'm very excited about that. I'm a huge Minutemen fan. That is good news because, of course, the Jesus Lizard show was canceled, which was going to be how we did the year, and that sucks. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, that was going to be a big thing, and then it just.
You're goddamn right it was. Is there a cattail in during my plugs? During my plugs? How dare you do this during my plugs?
It's McGraw.
I am
undateable.
I did a return appearance on the podcast Performance Anxiety, which is going to be coming out soon. I'm not sure exactly when. And then a friend of the show on for our After Hours episode, Rick Valentin and his son Graham shot a video for a little old band called Conan Neutron, the Secret Friends, noir themed. And it is very good. I had nothing to do with it, so I can say that. And I think I kind of want to like list the reference points of all the different noirs that they mentioned. It's really cool. That's gonna be coming out very soon, next like week or so. Very excited for that. And then on 1001 Album Complaints, talking about the Cars' first record coming out very soon as well, which is one of my favorite records.
I feel like After Hours is like somehow Fran's podcast name gets hooked on the sleeping pills or something.
Yeah,
and like,
sure.
After Hours is like she's plunged into it.
Yeah. I mean, I love that genre, which is like someone like running around late at night trying to get to a place. You know, I'm all about that movie motif. I'm all into it. It's great.
Do you think that could ever work with like a rural setting? Like, because New York it works so well, but like I could see somebody trying to do it and failing. Where they're like, like running around and like
the distances are too long. It'd be boring. Okay, he's running through another cornfield. Great. I've seen that.
Well, you could keep playing Everyone's a Winner, babe. That's all right.
That is a jam, by the way. The name of that band, Hot Chocolate, everybody. Hot Chocolate. And their more well-known song is I Believe in Miracles.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Bob, you sexy thing.
That's their bigger hit. That's a little known fact. Hot Chocolate, everybody. Thank you.
You could play that on a loop for like a strange amount of time and be like still kind of like kicking it. You're like it's like 6 a.m. and you're like kind of drunk and like kind of nodding out, but like you're still kind of that's all right.
That's more or less it. There's more stuff coming up, but yeah, we got a couple of videos coming up before the tour in October. Come out to those shows if you're in any of those places, and if you're not, I don't know. I guess I'll see you next year. Kristina, what do you got?
I'm starting a Dark Shadows podcast. Morning in Collinwood. Me and Lumencast. He was very interested. He's like, okay, because if there's one day of the week where everyone's like, I am so excited, it's Shadow Saturdays. And for those who don't know, Dark Shadows was a 60s gothic soap opera. It took a lot of inspiration from like Emily Bronte. Then it went into like Dracula, Frankenstein, Picture Dorian Gray territory. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna he literally came up with a whole like base of what we gotta do and stuff like that. Very smart. We're doing a bit of a soft launch on Friday just to see our chemistry and all that. I think we're gonna do well. And we're gonna be breaking down like every freaking episode, probably every week. It's gonna be exciting.
Well, and for the alert listeners of this show, know you've been going through them all for like it feels like at least a year, right? I mean, because that show ran for a long time.
We're done with the Leviathan cult storyline. We're now into a parallel time where the East Wing, a completely different version of the family, lives. And
See, I feel like I'm on the podcast already. I feel like I'm your first guest.
Exactly. So we're
I didn't do my homework.
Down. I'm gonna contact whoever's still alive from the show. Maybe we'll do like interviews and stuff like that. Like I got ideas. I'm also in a bunch of Dark Shadows Facebook groups to try to help, because I'm gonna need you two's helps for the intro. It's gonna be fun.
Aaron Sorkin's the East Wing.
I already said I'd write you a theme song, so yeah, happy to do it.
Yeah, I'm excited, and of course I've been streaming on Twitch. Still doing what I do best. I've also been on TikTok a lot because I'm lazy and it's easy.
I'm so sorry.
I know it's weird. It's weird what goes viral, what doesn't go viral. I mean, I literally post like TikToks where I'm literally like the camera's like just sees this, and everyone's like, "Yeah, I did TikTok. I responded to someone's comment with TikTok.
Yeah.
Someone said that Christopher Nolan makes his female characters into sex dolls, and I responded to with because you can respond to comments with a video, and I have started a discourse on TikTok in the comments of that because everyone's like, "What the fuck is this comment they're talking about?" Over 5,000 views, and I'm like, "What did I do?"
And I'm saying, what the fuck is this commenter talking about?
I'm on this show and I'm flabbergasted what this is about. Yeah,
I'm looking at the TikTok and some of the comments, and I'm like, "What?" And I'm just, and then I did a TikTok about Killing Murphy being asked to play Lord. Are
you playing her off for us? Are you like doing the Academy Award thing? You're playing her off with the plugs.
Like it's so, like, oh my god, the hero was like, why can you not give us context? I'm like, context on TikTok?
Everyone's a winner, baby. That's
In summary, follow Kristina on TikTok. Apparently,
think about it. If you're doing your like Oscar speech, or Adrian Brody or whatever, and then instead of playing you off with like whatever, they're like, everyone's a winner, baby. That's all right. He's not getting through his 7-minute speech. It's background music. That's why they're able to keep getting through their speech and yelling over the music. But if it's something like that, it's catchy. Adrian Brody's not remembering this whole.
Adrian Brody's gonna be like, this song does kind of go. Actually.
Yeah.
So now we know Warner Brothers is going to be doing Oscar campaigns for films like Sinners, Weapons, and stuff like that. So we got to get on that for Oscar season. We got to get back and be torn on. We got ideas. I got ideas. We got
his less successful brother Michael C. Jordan.
I mean, we were early with the Sinners coverage. We were like the earliest show I can think of. Not that gets us a merit badge or anything, but
I'm excited to join the cult of Jimmy's. Okay, let's go.
All right.
I'll never join the cult of Jimmy's. It's a scam. They want you to put rubbers on because it feeds big condoms.
In the UK.
Just because there's no after party tonight doesn't mean we need to do it.
White boys are gonna have a field day this Halloween, y'all. I can feel it.
Everyone's a winner, baby. That's all right.
Marta, what do you got?
Me, what do I have? Nothing, just same old on Rewind and Revive. I'm publishing probably the biggest essay that I've written for the publication on hopefully Thursday, if I don't go crazy reading it over and over and over again. And then hopefully some podcasts soon. One person doing it all. So when I can, I do.
Yeah, it's hard relatable for me.
Yes. So that's kind of it. Yeah. I mean, if people want to follow along, I have rewindandrevive.com for written stuff, and that's the name of my podcast as well, Unoriginal.
I'll throw the website into the
thank you.
description of this episode.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed all the episodes that I've heard. I've enjoyed all the pieces that I've read. Yeah, all three.
No,
of them.
I do urge you to read the essay, not because
I prefer it
not
that
because
way.
I wrote it, but because I think the filmmaker is really cool. It's Paul Vecchioli. Nobody's talking about him, and he was a very crucial figure to French cinema. So
I barely even know who he is, so I'll definitely read it.
Noah Baumbach know this?
Exactly. They gotta have another kid so they can name it after.
Hey,
Noah Baumbach.
Paul and
Roman.
Roman.
Got 3 sons, okay?
Noah Baumbach
You only know David
downplays it and is like, "Oh, if you're saying that's what my movie is like, I guess I'll take it."
Roman, they can't be compared to Truffaut. There's worse things in life, you know.
Someone said this reminds me of Manhattan, and he's like, "Oh, if you're saying that, I'll accept that." It's like, dude, you know you did. Just part of it was the impetus of wanting the movie compared to that.
Romer is a cool
I wouldn't have said it myself, but since you're saying it, I do like responding to like people's compliments if they ever get like with that being like, well, I would never say that about myself.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah. But Marta, do you have final thoughts for Frances Ha?
I love it. It was it kind of my idea? Not really. It was one of the ones that we almost did.
It was in your draft. Yeah, it was the final 4, I think.
It's funny that we went from World on a Wire, which is like objectively one of the most complicated movies ever, to Frances Ha. So
Which
yeah, thanks for
we did Lost Highway too, though.
Oh yeah,
we did Lost Highway.
I think people needed an explainer for World on a Wire because that episode actually is done pretty well. Like,
oh really?
Yeah,
I think we're maybe the only show to ever do an episode on it. Probably. Wow. I mean, maybe one in German, but yeah. I mean, who dares?
Cool.
We do. We are the ones
I'm
who dare.
glad. Well, yeah, no, thanks for having me, guys. This was, I mean, it's a movie that I love. I still love, like I said at the start, I love it even more now, interestingly enough. I'm really curious how I'll feel about it in a decade. So, yeah.
It'd be funny if in a decade it's your least favorite movie. You're like, he's made all bad decisions.
He's really judgmental about it. Yeah.
By the way, we were, I think it's a lot of movies that we've covered, but we were talking about Michael Ballhaus, who did the World on a Wire, and like how many like random movies he's
everything.
Yeah, he's literally every Scorsese movie, pretty much every Frank Oz movie, every John Sayles movie. Like
he did a really good it was John Sayles. Yeah. Baby, It's You, I think.
Which I just got Letterboxd challenged to watch, and it's one of the only John Sayles movies that I haven't seen.
Baby, It's You. It's great. It's excellent. Yeah. I just saw it.
Better be. It's going to cost me $4 to rent it. So
he did the cinematography for Bram Stoker's Dracula. Which
he did everything.
Yeah, that's practically goes canonically. Listen to our episode. We talk all about it.
Kristina, final thoughts on Frances Ha. Frances Holiday.
Yeah, boy, did I was like, this is me. Oh my god, relatable. Oh my god, relatable.
Oh, you were the one that wrote all those Letterboxd reviews.
Right,
exactly.
Thousands
exactly.
Of exactly the same thing.
Exactly. If you're someone who's going through like a mid-century crisis or whatever, like, you know, like
a mid-century
this movie.
Are you already a vampire from Dark Shadows?
Yeah, seriously.
A mid-century crisis. You're like this is the 1950s. And you're like,
don't be getting your tattoos or buy a red Corvette or take up bungee jumping or something. Watch this movie before you make any drastic decisions.
Is a mid-century crisis what David Lynch had? Is that?
Yeah, I think so. If you can believe it.
If you can believe it.
The 50s.
But yeah, I mean, I love this movie. Like I was like, this hits too close to home, but I sure did love it.
Was this your first time watching it?
No, I've seen it before. When Lady Bird came out, I was like, I didn't know she acted at first. So I was like, okay, let me watch some of her films where she acted. I'm like, okay, this is really good.
It was, I don't know, it was hitting so close to home, and then literally they're like, the end is like Poughkeepsie, New York, and I'm like, okay, who's fucking with me right now?
Yeah, who's messing with you specifically? Right, exactly.
She's really good in Mistress America as well.
Yes.
Which we didn't mention
absolutely.
weirdly enough, but
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
I watched that when I watched this. I think it was a back-to-back thing. I was like watching. I was trying to watch as many movies of Noah Baumbach as I could around our Kicking and Screaming episode.
Yeah. So if you want to go down like the mumblecore, like learn about that, watch.
Which everybody in mumblecore is like, that's not a real thing. Don't call him that.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, that's what happens if you don't name your own genre. Sorry.
Everyone's a winner, baby. That's all right. Conan Neutron, host of Protonic, Reversal, and Movie Night Extravaganza. What's going on with the final thoughts of Francis Ha?
No, I mean this is frivolous but sweetly frivolous, right? It's like I said, you don't see a lot of in your 20s coming of age movies, but I think this is a really good one that is somewhat self-aware, very art house feeling, but it's delightful. I mean, that's the only way to put it. It's kooky, it's self-conscious, it's endearing. It's a messy path of self-discovery, just like being in your 20s.
Yeah.
I think this isn't just for people in their 20s. I think this is for anyone that's young and young at heart both. And I think Greta is a force in here. She's it's a delight to spend time with this idiosyncratic, bizarre and initially naive woman who just has this journey, and it's you really get a feel for it, and it's very moving. And she's capricious, and it's such a strange and uncertain time that through most people's lives. There's so many great sequences here for anyone that's in the movies, and we mentioned most of them in there. It's very nuanced and studied, and look, it works, and it's the type of movie we don't get a lot of. And I think it's wonderful that because of her notoriety with Barbie, that some people are going to backtrack and find that, yeah, she's actually a great actress as well, not just a great director. And she's wonderful at both of those things. And that's awesome. And honestly enjoyed, because we talked about doing this when we did Kicking and Screaming. That was, I feel like 100,000 years ago that we talked about that movie. Great to finally talk about it.
Was that even episode 100 yet? I feel like
I don't even remember. I'd have to look. Yeah. But what I will say is I watched it for the first time after that episode. So I did not like see this movie when it came out. I have a weird hole in my movie viewing habits that basically spans about like 15 years where I was just doing heavy touring and not paying any attention whatsoever to movies. And I spent most of 2020 kind of catching up on that. So I didn't see this when it came out. If that's your criteria, sure, man. No, this movie's fantastic. I think it's got a lot of heart. I actually liked it better on a rewatch. And I already liked it a lot.
I'm saying,
it's so fucking good, and like it comes in at like a crisp 80 minutes too. It's like, how often do you really get that?
That's the type of movie that turns Conan Neutron on for sure.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that.
Undateable.
What are we doing next week? Amadeus. So much for that. Anyway,
yeah.
it's gonna be great. By the way,
so hard pivot, which we're not doing an after party because Conan's got things.
I gotta
to do.
go.
But
sorry.
But yeah, hard pivot. We're doing Amadeus next week.
Yeah,
and
then we're doing a net also featuring Adam Driver, which is also long as hell too. That's another Crocs movie. Actually, it's the first Crocs movie I've ever done on the show.
Wow!
And luckily it's the most insane one.
And then we're doing Fedora the movie. Fedora the Explorer.
We're doing a trilogy.
We're starting our month of witches. We're doing a month of witches, so that's gonna be very exciting. We got Eileen Jones coming out for that, right?
I gotta say, witch, please, witch. But yeah, this was a nice easing back into
palate cleanser. Yeah. There's nobody with a lightsaber in this one.
Honestly,
I mean,
me too.
Although Adam Driver
was. All right.
It all comes back to Star Wars.
I do like. Yeah, I like the idea of Kylo Ren being having his lightsaber and being like be like Jay Leno. What do you think about him?
Exactly.
He's talking about how he's on a motorcycle. He's like, but you're on a motorcycle. And it's like, go away, Kylo Ren, fucking weirdo.
Go podcast about it, Kylo Ren.
Yeah. By the way, Kylo Ren.
You know what? He should have just podcasted instead
Yeah,
of
Kylo Ren
what
would
he did,
absolutely have the worst podcast.
Okay.
He's just up at like he's up at 7 a.m. podcasting and like horny as fuck, and he's like I'm getting in touch with the Force, and I have an issue with my dad, Han Solo, and it's like get the Kylo, get the fuck out of here. Like what are you doing? He's forcing you to listen to this podcast because it's like in the ship, and it's the only thing that he has. Like he's like, oh no, I don't have a way to plug in your phone to listen to any music. You have to listen to my podcast.
It's being broadcast on the Star Destroyer.
Or he has Ray where they have the mental connection, but he's
Domhnall Gleeson just like, oh god, do we really have to listen to this?
But he's only playing his podcast through the connection to her head, like instead of she's like, stop! But you've played 20,000 episodes of your podcast. He's like, oh, I have 20,000 more.
Appreciate that we got an after party's worth of nonsense out of the way at the end of the show. But
yeah,
Marta, thank you so much for your endless patience in coming on this show. We appreciate you.
It's
good to have you.
Yes.
I've only slept 3 hours since Sunday, so
you don't say. Okay,
that's gonna be me as well. If I don't get out of here, I gotta go.
Word.
All right. Well,
it has been fun, guys.
This is technically season 9 of Movie Dice. Coming in strong next week. Amadeus, thanks so much for joining us, Marta. And this is
rock me, Amadeus.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time.